It is written, my Vardenfell, my paradise. A place of ancient mystery. But something evil creeps through my realm. Hiding among the great houses, or in the ashlands. Threatening to destroy all we have built. My legacy must endure. Welcome to
The New Whirling School. Hello everyone. Today I will be your tutor on the 36 Sermons of Vivec. This is the single most difficult video that I have ever made. By this point, the channel has gained a bit of a reputation for covering the more obscure parts of test lore. However, this has been the project that beats them all in terms of sheer complexity. The 36 Sermons of Vivec always had a bit of a reputation going on, with them being considered by many to be the most unhinged, insane documents ever to be placed inside a video game. And I concur. On a surface level, one might be fooled into believing that they are simply an amalgamation of nonsense statements made by a writer with too many creative liberties, role-playing as a false god inside a video game. But A, even if that is the case, that still sounds awesome, and B, that isn't the case. Within the sermons, there is a clear vision about the Elder Scrolls universe, and it is one that the author of the 36 sermons, Michael Kirkbride, had been envisioning and actively developing both in-game and via external documents for more than a decade. Said vision is inspired by a whole host of different real-life ideas and concepts, from several of the sermons being written in the exact same fashion as real-life esoteric texts, from the sermons using similar phrases to sharing the same terms or mentioning the same concepts as many real-life religions. The idea that these are merely a substanceless pile of junk simply doesn't stand, and while they do border on the point of being outlandish or downright bad at points, those moments are contrasted with actual Bible references, Hindu mysticism, Thelamite beliefs, Gnosticism, all wrapped together in an Elder Scrolls lore bundle. The story of the 36 sermons, however, is not told only within the sermons themselves. To understand the references, the events, and the terms present in these books, one must read a whole host of different books. For the purposes of this video, I have decided to go full scorched earth and start from the beginning of the Elder Scrolls lore, all the way through the exodus of Saint Dareloth from the Somerset Isles, the War of the First Council, and the Tribunal's ascension into false deity, their fall with the coming of the Nerevarine, and the birth of the first new man. We have a lot to cover today, and because I decided to cover literally everything and make sure that everyone is on the same page at any given time without the need to tell people to go watch a different 1-hour video, some of the things I will say today will probably seem a bit repetitive to seasoned Elder Scrolls fans. My intention is that this video will be a complete commentary into the most confusing text ever to be put in gaming. Despite this, Michael Kirkbride has stated that he is a huge fan of unreliable narration and the Schrodinger's cat style of storytelling. Therefore, the impressions that I get from my analysis of the sermons might be completely different to the views of someone else. This is intentional, and although some ideas are more correct than others, none are fully invalid. Michael Kirkbride, who shall be referred to as MK for short throughout this video, wanted the Elder Scrolls lore to be an open source for anyone to add anything they wanted in it and create their own stories, something that increasingly seems to be happening via the modding community, as concepts from the sermons, such as Shim, Amaranth, the Walking Ways, and even stranger concepts such as the Rudiman are given new life. And although I have certainly done my homework prior to talking about these things, if you disagree with me about anything I say throughout the coming hours, or if you feel like adding something of your own, then go ahead. There are no wrong answers as far as the author of these documents is concerned. Just remember and be advised that there is no difference between the theorist and the terrorist. Even the most cherished desire disappears in their hands. Disclaimer time! In this video, I will be spoiling the end of basically every Elder Scrolls game from Morrowind onwards, as well as the Cotho visual novel. What is more important than listening to a several hour-long video about someone yapping about Elder Scrolls lore is reading and experiencing the lore for yourselves. So this is your warning to pause this video, go experience anything you want to experience, and then come here and compare your experiences with mine. If you are someone who's familiar with my content, then you know that I'm not shy about talking about the real-life influences behind fictional concepts. But this video goes above and beyond anything said before. From outright referencing the Bible, to occult books, to long forgotten early Christian heresies, to Hinduism, to whatever else I can dig up, this video has it all. And I need to emphasize that I am not here to convince anyone that love is actually violence and we are all actually inside a dream of a slumbering god. I'm just digging through real life influences to find the meaning behind in-game books written 2 decades ago. Holy, these were written more than 20 years ago. In order to defeat the Cotho doesn't play Morrowind allegations, I have decided to make the background of this video my last Morrowind run, and I will also supplement this with the occasional Skyrim and Elder Scrolls Online footage. I hope we can put these allegations behind us now. I also understand that the Elder Scrolls community gets a bit heated when it comes to the treatment of MK's work. Some think that it's genius, while others think that it's nonsense. Personally, I really like most of it. Some of it loses me at times though. But this video isn't an essay on how the Elder Scrolls lore peaked in 2004 and that everything since then has been Emil Peglerino and Todd Howard dancing on top of the grave of Morrowind. As a last disclaimer, as I said earlier, some things in the sermons get a bit suggestive at times. Milk fingers, Moloch Ball, a head for an hour, nothing too vulgar or explicit worth getting the video demonetized. Just thought I should mention it here, because it can throw people off while reading the sermons, at times. And with all that being said, welcome back to the house of we. So you think you can just walk in, leather boots and cowboy hat, and start reading the sermons? No! This isn't how this works. There has to be a level of preparation. Here is uncensored footage of what will happen if I just start reading the sermons without doing any background reading first. Also, I noticed that although this video says a lot, it still doesn't cover everything I wanted to put in it. So every now and again, editing me will chop in and provide some complimentary commentary. If you're someone who pauses my videos to read the notes, I can assure you that you will be pausing this video a lot. There are entire paragraphs made on simple notes that elaborate on some of the themes present here, or just notes made by me to explain the topic a bit better. I would like to also say that I'm analyzing these texts using modern standards. I doubt that when the sermons were written, MK had the Korah in mind, or Sermon 37. Even though this might not be the most accurate way of looking at these things, it does provide the most complete image. Before anything about the lore is actually said, I want to talk about MK himself. MK worked at Bethesda in one way or another from 1996 to 2006. Most of what you would consider unique about Tess most likely originates from this man. The Thu'um, the myths of creation, Chim, Yokuran lore, Morrowind, the Knights of the Nine, Mark and Cameron, all of these things mostly come from him. I said it before, and I'll say it again, the lore of Morrowind was not made while MK was under hallucinogenic drugs. This rumor began as an internet shitpost, and for some reason it keeps popping up to this day. None of these writings are a product of recreational substances, unless you count whiskey and smoking as hallucinogenic drugs. I understand that most people are mostly just making jokes about stuff like that, like, quick, the Elder Scrolls Online is messing up the lore again. Operate the ritual immediately. The junkie must be summoned. Then we will once again have proper lore at once. But in some arguments, I still see this being brought up as a legit point. It's okay, I understand. 4chan has claimed worse. There is an extensive list of MK's influences, from religious texts to 20th century fiction like Dune. MK even once said on Reddit that he's very much immersed in Gnosticism. More on that later. Obviously, the main reason why people tend to believe this claim is because of how outlandish his writings can be. You will see that soon enough when we talk about the sermons themselves. But in game design, it is generally agreed that you shouldn't give players terms that you are not willing to explain, or that need a lot of background explanation that you are not willing to outright give to them. You can see this with Emil's KISS principle.
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
And I even remember extra credit criticizing Skyrim's intro by saying that it introduces too many unknown terms right away.
Within 3 minutes of booting up the game, you will hear the terms Imperial, Stormcloak, Hammerfell, High King, Sovngarde, Ulfred Stormcloak, Nord, Rorikstead, Dibella, Kinnereth, Akatosh, Divines, General Tullius, Dalmor, Helgen, and Elad. All of this jargon is, I believe, an attempt to make the world feel massive, but anybody who's taken a screenwriting 101 class will tell you that people just filter jargon. It all just becomes meaningless words, unless you've gotten them invested enough to try and suss out their meaning or make a concerted effort to explain it to them. And the more jargon you throw at a person at once, the more likely they are to tune it out.
Michael Kirkbride was for many people their first experience into the new, weird genre of storytelling, and he did so by writing things as if they were real-life religious texts. I'm gonna throw the Book of the Law as an example. It is a real-life occult text, and it is swimming with unknown terms, word soups that don't belong together, and repeating phrases. And to encounter something like that in a video game in 2004 was unprecedented. The 36 Sermons of Vivec aren't simply a book explaining the backstory of Vivec. They are documents written by Vivec that reveal to us the depths of his character through his own eyes, which is why when people encounter them for the first time, they are immediately puzzled and think to themselves, sheesh, he must have been on some really good stuff while writing these. Also, there's the whole mushrooms found in Morrowind and the Moloch Ball thing, and yeah, I can understand why these rumors exist. Not true, but I see how they came about. MK has also struggled with depression and benzo usage, and during that time, he may have said one or two things that maybe he shouldn't have said. That along with some, overly enthusiastic role-playing were maybe a bit too much for a lot of people. I'm not here to review a person. Again, these documents were written about 20 years ago, and everyone has since moved on. He has admitted that he doesn't even think about tests that much these days, and he's not even working on test 6. Another thing which will come up when we're reading the sermons is that MK has acute sound-to-sight synesthesia, which means that he can see sounds in some way or shape. This will come up several times in the sermons as sounds become different items or power itself. Okay, the whole not hallucinating thing kinda sounds funny after saying this. And with that out of the way, we have to talk about the background lore. All Tamrielic religions begin the same, man or mer. Things begin with the duality of Anu and his other. These twin forces go by many names: Anu Padome, Anuil Sithis, Akel, Satak Akel, is and is not. Anuil is the everlasting ineffable light. Sithis is the corrupting inexpressible action. In the middle is the grey maybe, Nern in the Elnafex. This is the second paragraph of the in-game book, The Monomyth. What exactly happened between Anu and Padome is perhaps the greatest mystery in the Elder Scrolls franchise. The annotated Anuat suggests the existence of an entirely different entity known as Ner, who was born due to the interplay of Anu and Padome. It also states that the Argonians and the Hist are from a different world altogether. What can be said for sure is that the interplay between these two forces created a bunch of spirits. These spirits are known as the Edada. Some were more closely aligned with Anu, and others were more closely aligned with Padome. It's gonna come up in the sermons time and time again, so I wanna elaborate on these two figures a bit more. A large part of many myths of creation mention that prior to the interplay creating the first spirits, it existed an infinite amount of, well, I would say time, but all this is happening prior to the birth of Auriel, aka Akatosh, who is the concept of linear time, so I'm more inclined to say that prior to that interplay, it existed an infinite state of nothingness, where both entities were oblivious of both themselves and each other. Only through their interactions did they understand and gain the desire to understand anything about themselves and each other. Keep this first stage of nothingness in mind. We will keep coming back to it time and time again. Through their interplay, the primordial forces also change states of being and therefore names. Like for example, the Elven retelling, which is the one that we will be focusing on for the sake of this video, Dark Elves are still elves, states that to know himself, Anu created Anuiel, which made Padome create Sithis, and through Anuiel came Auriel. This is an important note. With Auriel came time. All events that happened before the birth of Auriel take place simultaneously, with Auriel creating the chain of events. With Auriel, with time, various aspects of the Orbis began to understand their nature and their limitations. They took names like Magnus or Mara or Zen, and one of these, Lorcan, was more of a limit than a nature, so he could never last long anywhere. Lorcan convinced or tricked many of the original spirits to give a part of their power to create the mortal realm, Mundus. In time, this process drained the power of the spirits that partook in the creation of Mundus, and so, before they disappeared completely, they gathered on a huge tower placed inside an island, inside this world, Adamantia, or Tower Zero, and there they decided the rules upon which their creation would be allowed to exist and abide by. On top of that, they also decided to banish Lorcan, hinting that it was maybe deception that characterized his manipulation to create the mortal realm, and as a final decision, the Aedra would get to choose for themselves if they would stay or exit their creation. Aedra in Altmeric, basically the language of the High Elves, means our ancestors, and Daedra means not our ancestors. This term, Daedra, refers to all the spirits that did not follow Lorkhan in giving a part of their power to create the mortal world. The Aedra are always associated with Anu, whereas the Daedra are always associated with Parome, either by means of where they came from or where they align with spiritually. This line of whether a spirit is Anuic or Paromeic in nature isn't as easy to differentiate as you might think. It's easy to look at Sheogorath and Akatosh and go, okay, this guy's Paromeic and this guy's Anuic. But what about Meridia? She's a Daedra, but she used to be a Star Orphan and a daughter of Magnus. Magnus being the Aedra that became the architect of the mortal realm, and one of the most powerful Aedra. Meridia too was originally an Aedra that consorted with Daedra and became one herself. And then there's Jigolak, the Daedra of Order, a statement which is by all means inherently contradicting. We could sit here and argue about which Edada is closer aligned with which of the original spirits, and people have done that, but for the sermons to make sense, I can give you this rule of thumb. Aedra are mostly Anuic, and Daedra are mostly Paromeic. Back to the gathering on top of Tower Zero then, the Aedra went about and enacted the rules of the convention that they agreed upon there. Trinimac and Akatosh deal with Lorkhan by ripping his heart out, fastening it on an arrow, and throwing it using a bow under a place that would come to be known as Red Mountain. As they are about to do so, the heart speaks to them, and it says, "This is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other." This statement is essential. Please keep it in mind. Then each of the Aedra went on their own way. The ones that fled their creation, pierced the sky, and tore holes into Mundus and Oblivion to escape to Aetherius. And they did so because had they stayed, their power would have completely depleted, which is exactly what happened to the spirits that stayed. This is the point where the races of humans and elves split, as the Aedra that stayed transformed themselves into the Elnafey, meaning Earthbones. They did so to reinforce the world they made and give it a good foundation. Some had to marry and make children just to last. Each generation was weaker than the last, and soon there were Altmer. This is what the Elven retelling of the monomyth says about the elves, and this is what it says about the origins of humans. Lorkhan made armies out of the weakest souls and named them men, and they brought Sithis into every quarter. So basically, men are the really weak ancestors of the Edada, so much so that they have lost their divinity. Lorkhan's dead body is thrown into space, where it becomes the two moons, Maser and Sekunta, and we're left in this point with a world without a maker, inhabited by some weak spirits, and the god who came up with the idea about all of this, dead and buried. Well, he isn't exactly dead, more so missing. Lorkhan reincarnates himself in the world, for some reason. Also, some small fragments of his soul still linger. We will get to what happened after this point in a little, but here I have to cut the story up until the point after the convention and establish some details. Everything I just said up until the point of the convention is considered to be the more commonly known parts of Tess lore, but to the astute people among the crowd, you might have noticed a few problems here. Where did Anu and Parome come from? Why did Lorkhan trick the other Edada? He lost more power than any of them did in the process, so why did he do this? The Elder Scrolls universe works under the idea of eternal reoccurrence, Kalpas as they are called, and it all begins at the point where Akatosh comes in. Akatosh, or in Altmeric, Auriel, does a couple of things here. First of all, he creates linear time, meaning that events now have a starting point, and more cynically, now they also have an endpoint. You might know this endpoint as a black dragon named Alduin. Sometimes, and in some books, you might hear the following term: this and that will keep happening until the dragon eats his tail. The dragon in this proverb is Akatosh, and eating his tail means completing the cycle, the Kalpa as it is known. Parthenax confirms this in his own dialogue.
Some would say that all things must end, so that the next can come to pass. Perhaps this world is simply the egg of the next Kalpa?
And then Alduin comes in and vacuums everything up. This is not a bad thing. In an unofficial text written by MK, something, which we will talk about shortly, tries to stop Alduin from eating the world, to which Alduin becomes enraged and responds with, "You little fucker, do you even know what would happen if that were to happen? Me dying and being unable to eat the world and leave the Kalpa to run forever?" It is almost criminal how little they played around with this idea of Alduin in Skyrim. He is so much more than just a mad black dragon that just insults the last Dragonborn but doesn't actually kill him because plot reasons. Alduin is eternally reoccurring. He always comes again, and what is more interesting, unlike most other forces and the Edada, he seems to keep his memories from previous Kalpas. Although he isn't the only one, a lot of the Edada have found ways to flat out bypass the end of the Kalpa and make it to the next one, and others have tried to do so, but in the process, they have altered themselves massively. The most clear example of this is Molak Bal. As we will see in the sermons, Molak Bal used to be the ruler of the Dreg, and he used to be the god of love, but as the world was eaten, he was too powerful to die, but too weak to make it to the next Kalpa, unharmed. So through this process, he became the Daedra that you know him as today. Remember the dude that got Alduin pissed because he wanted to stop him from eating the world? That was Mehrunes Dagon, and in a previous Kalpa, he was the king of Libers. But after he tried to fool Alduin, Alduin cursed him into what he is today. Contrary to popular belief, Alduin does not only go after Nirn. World Eater means World Eater. So what does the world of the Elder Scrolls actually look like? What you have to understand about the Elder Scrolls universe is that it's built like an ogre, which is to say that it's built like an onion, meaning it has layers. The universe is divided into layers. Outside everything is the void of Anu and Parome. Inside the void is the Arbis, not to pattern. The Arbis is the grey maybe. Whenever you are thinking about anything in the TES universe that isn't a dark void, you are thinking about the Arbis. It isn't everything because it cannot be everything. It's bound by limitations. It is a possibility. It is a maybe, but I cannot use that word because I promise no tricks. At the outmost periphery of the Arbis is Aetherius. This is the realm that the Aedra escaped to after the convention. Here, all the afterlives exist, including Sovngarde of the Nords, the far shores of the Red Gods, and the sands behind the moons of the Khajiit. There is an entire different chapter that can be written about how this is the case, but it doesn't come up in the sermons, and I'm trying to keep things connected to the sermons, so I'm gonna skip this part. And yes, you might think that I'm rambling on and on without a point, but trust me, everything I'm saying here leads up to and comes up in the sermons themselves. From Aetherius, deeper into the egg, is Oblivion. Daedric princes and their realms exist here. In short, we go from the creation of the Aetherius to the destruction that comes with Oblivion. Towards the center of the egg is Mundus. Mundus is a plane with several planets, worlds as they are called. One of those worlds is Nirn. Now here is where it gets complicated again. Although Mundus is the center point of the egg, it's not the final subgradient, because it then goes from Mundus to mortal death, meaning from the center point to the soon recycled. During mortal death, a soul is recycled and returns to its aligned eye. Eye means is in Elnafex, but more practically, it is the soul's state of being. The term eye shows up everywhere in the sermons. Whenever you see it, you should think of it as a substitute term for is or I am. It is the blueprint of the soul, which allows mortals to align themselves with different states of being. Death results in reappropriation of the soul towards its aligned eye, either to the god planet Aedra or the principalities of Oblivion, aka, upon death, the soul either goes to Aetherius or Oblivion, depending on which one of the two the mortal believed in, because this is what their aligned eye was. I forgot to mention this as well, but when you are sacrificed to a Daedric prince, your eye becomes aligned to that Daedric prince. We see this in the beginning of the main quest of ESO.
Death's long arm reaches out.
Vivec would go on to call this transaction of soul to its aligned eye as lunar currency. We will encounter this term again in like 2 hours maybe. Even this, however, is not the final subgradients. Introducing mortal death to Z. To explain this Z, two other terms need to be explained first, Chim and Amaranth, starting with Chim. Everything I just said, Anu, Parome, Void, Oblivion, Aetherius, Mundus, Nirn, everything is taking place inside the dream of a dreaming god, known as the Godhead. Some people like making meta commentaries, saying that the Godhead is actually MK imagining all of this. No it isn't. It's a Hindu concept from what I can tell. But if you like that idea, go ahead. Possessing knowledge of this fact inside the setting leads to a whole host of possible outcomes, which we will encounter as I continue to give the backstory leading up to the sermons. People with this knowledge, if you want to be cool and down with the Philosopher's Club, we call it Gnosis, can, if the Gnosis is used correctly, escape to the first stage of subgradients, back to Anu and Parome. There, they can manipulate the dream however they want. Famously, Talos deleted the jungles of Cyrodiil from history. The easiest example I can give for someone to understand Chim is the same that MK gave. Consider your lucid dreams and call Chim divine hypnagogia. Say you go to bed. Who are you in your dreams? And who are the people that are in your dreams but are not you? If you were to lucid dream and maintain sleep while aware that you are in a dream, what would you then do inside your dream? 3 million McDonald's chicken nuggets, please. Chim is gonna come up time and time again all throughout this video, but I want to say 2 last things about it before we move on to Amaranth. Prerequisite to Chim is love. Love is used to obtain Chim. Love is learning to love yourself and everyone else within the dream as if they were you, because fundamentally they are. I'm gonna need a lot of songs with the lyrics love in them to make this video. Second thing I wanna say is that there are 1,000 things we have to say about love and Chim. From love is violence, to what that violence is, to the walking ways, to all the outcomes from gaining gnosis without or with love. But for now, I wanna circle back to the whole subgradients thing and talk about Amaranth. This is something that I only noticed recently, and it is one of those moments where the different components of test lore work together exceptionally well and deliver an amazing narrative that rewards intuition. I mentioned earlier that Lord can reincarnate himself. One of those reincarnations was Pelin Whitestrake, who freed the humans from their elven masters who were using said humans as captives and as Lego sets. When he was dying, his nephew Morahouse the Manbull walked up to him and asked him, "How does it feel to die, uncle?" To which Pelin responded, "Like when a dream no longer needs its dreamer." This phrase is never explained, never elaborated on. By all means, anyone who heard this phrase at the time was scratching their heads about it, but to anyone who knows the lore, it carries so much weight behind it, because it is the reincarnated image of the creator of the universe going through the stages of the egg, reaching mortal death, and realizing that this dream no longer needs the dreamer. See that? See that right there? In the industry, we call this cinema. Amaranth. Amaranth is a state by which one, through Chim, escapes the dream and becomes a godhead, and makes their own dream. Not much is known about Amaranth, other than the following. No one, as of the 4th era, has ever reached it, not even Talos. He is right here. He hasn't gone anywhere. It is, however, canon, as it is the main focus of Sermon 37, which can be found in the Elder Scrolls Online. And here we have to come back to the Z letter from earlier. After mortal death, we will get to what that means throughout this video, those who do not fail become new men, an individual beyond all eye, unerased and all being. Jumping beyond the last bridge of all existence is the last existence, the eternal eye. This was an excerpt from the love letter from the 5th era, and not fail simply refers to overcoming the egg through a myriad of ways, Marayat, thus relieving oneself from the world, yet maintaining Chim through love for it. The following line supports this. God outside of all else but his own free consciousness, hallucinating for eternity and falling into love. I am and I are all we. There is a black book in Skyrim's Dragonborn DLC that confirms all of this. So it turns out Skyrim was actually the first time that Amaranth became canon. This pleases me. Okay, with all that explained, moving on with the story of the world from the point after the convention happened and the world was set to motion. At first, Tamriel was only inhabited by Argonians, beast folk, goblins, and ogres. The world had 4 major continents: Tamriel, Akavir, Atmora, and Yokura. Let me be clear, these aren't the only places on Nirn. There are a lot of smaller places that aren't continents. These are huge chunks of land that are further divided into smaller territories. To give you an example, MK stated that before Yokura sank, spoilers, Yokura eventually sinks, it was 4 times the size of Tiber Septim's empire, which covered almost all of Tamriel. Admora was also huge, but it froze over time, and Akavir was about the size or even larger than Tamriel. Where our story begins, however, is outside these places, in a place called Old Alnafey, also referred to as Altmeris. This is one of the most mysterious places anywhere on Nirn. It's not known if it's a real place or not. MK stated that his theory was that Altmeris never really existed and was just a collective of memories left to the elves by their ancestors during the Dawn era, when the world was still taking shape. The text on the Crystal Tower, which is one of the towers of existence located in the Somerset Isle, states that it was an actual place though. Be that as it may, for this story to make sense, we will act as if Altmeris was a real place. I mean, not real in real life. So there is a bunch of elves living in a faraway land for an unspecified amount of time, but eventually an event known as the Sundering happened. The Sundering is described as an inexplicable disaster which struck Altmeris and forced everyone to either leave or become a Pompeii corpse. Some sources do state that the disaster was maybe artificial, but it doesn't bear much weight to the story. So either way, as a result, the elves set sail for a new place to call home, which they found in an island right off the coast of Tamriel, a place called the Somerset Isle, and so for the coming centuries they created new societies and cities in the Somerset Isles, not unlike the ones found in Altmeris, but never to the same level of beauty, power, or perfection as the larger continent, as a large amount of knowledge, heritage, and power was lost forever during the Sundering. However, they still kept their old worship of the Aedra, like Oriol and Trinimac. Trinimac told them that the best way to deal with the Sundering was through guilt and tears. They cried and shamed our ancestors, especially the feminine Altmer. They even took the missing god's name in vain, calling his narrative into question. The missing god, of course, being Lorcan, and his narrative being to create the world and why he did it. And here, after more than half an hour into the video, we make it to our first main character, Saint Dareloth. The importance of Saint Dareloth throughout the rest of the video cannot be overestimated. I was originally gonna start this video from the point where Saint Dareloth comes into the picture, but that would leave too many questions unanswered from the start of the video, so I decided to take it from the start, because in my head, if we were to start from Dareloth, the narration would go something like this. Dareloth showed them a new way to deal with the Sundering. Okay, what is the Sundering? The Sundering is the destruction of Altmeris. What is Altmeris? See what I'm talking about? In this society of the Somerset Isles, full of high culture and guilt, was born an elf like none before him. His name was Dareloth, and he would go on to become the founder of a new sect of believers based on a different teaching which he founded after commuting with the Daedra. There, in the rainbow shadow of the Crystal Tower, the so-called prophet Dareloth commuted with the Daedric prince Boethia and agreed to accept her gift. He inscribed the Velothi prophecies, which expounded the doctrine of worship of the good Daedra, Boethia, Azura, and Mephala. In another source, the Changed Ones, it is stated that, so one day, Boethia, prince of plots, precocious youth, tricked Trinimac to get into his mouth. Boethia talked like Trinimac for a while then, and gathered enough people to listen to him. Boethia showed them the lies of the Adada, and told them Trinimac was the biggest liar of them all. Saying all of this with Trinimac's voice, Boethia told them as before him the triangle truth. He showed them, with Mephala, the rules of the Sigic endeavor, and what items they needed to bury in the corners. He demonstrated the right way to wear their skin. He performed the way to walk to achieve an exodus. Then, Boethia relieved herself of Trinimac right there on the ground before them, to prove all of the things he said were the truth. It was easy then for his new people to become the Changed Ones. Here is where we have our first encounter with the Sigic endeavor, one of the 6 walking ways to reach the heavens through violence. It also kinda sucks because the Sigic endeavor is one of the more complicated walking ways. We will talk a lot more about it throughout the sermons, but it essentially entails the denunciation of the laws of creation to ascend above them. So by denouncing the world and going your own way, one might gain shame. If the process of denouncing the world to go your own way sounds in any way like Lorcan, it's because it is. MK was once asked, what is the purpose of the Sigic endeavor? To which he responded, transcend mortal boundaries set in place by immortal rulers. At its simplest, the state of Chim provides an escape from all mortal laws of divine worlds and the corruption of the Black Sea of Oblivion. It is a return to the first brush of Anu Parome, where stasis and change created possibility. More so, it is the essence needed to hold that dawning together without disaster. One that knows Chim observes the towers without fear. More so, he resides within. That helps a little. What examples of the Sigic endeavor exist today? The world you stand on is the first attempt at Chim. It is also, admittedly, the most famous. That it was choreographed by Lorcan and ultimately failed is well documented, but whether or not this failure was intentional is still disputed. For believing in the literal sources of hell who just defecated their god, Dareloth and his followers were persecuted from the Somerset Isles, so they made an exodus for a new land. Those who dare can achieve greatness. Dareloth, the prophet, was scorned by those who were blind to the corruption and spiritual bankruptcy at the heart of their society. Dareloth was cast out by those with no interest in the truth or even less interested in the betterment of all, who sought only to preserve their pride and place by keeping others in poverty, ignorance, and slavery. Dareloth himself was born into high elven society, but he dared to cast off the decadent chains of Altmeri society. Dareloth the mystic called out to those whose souls were weary, whose lives were ground out of hope in a society founded on ambition, greed, and decadence. To those who hoped for a society that preserves tradition, praises honesty, and rewards the just, Dareloth's voice was a golden note among a cacophony. Dareloth the pilgrim led his followers across the sea and away from the lands that they had known, with the promise of a new land and a better future. Here, I want to make Dareloth's teachings absolutely clear. So, in essence, the Aedra are cringe and we shouldn't listen to them. Except Lorcan. Lorcan is cool. Instead, we should listen to the good Daedra, Azura, Boethia, and Mephala, and we also recognize the bad Daedra: Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Shogorath, and the newly delivered Malakath, formerly known as Trinamag, before he was defecated. These 4 Daedra are referred to as the 4 corners of the House of Troubles. Oh, and by the way, there are also 9 other Daedra that we don't care about that much. So after their exodus, they sailed to an unknown land called Resdain, the land you know as Morrowind, and it was terrible. The land was full of bugs, there was an active volcano, the land was full of flying lizards, and on top of all of that, they were also not alone. Another race of super technologically advanced elves had already reached that land and made huge underground strongholds there. Those are the Dwemer, and they hate all gods, have a terrible track record when it comes to hosting visitors, and on top of even that, both races are about to get invaded by northern men called Nords, who, without getting into too much detail, also hate elves. Also, the followers of Dareloth change races from Altmer to Chimer, meaning the changed ones. So they coexist with the Dwemer under the Nords, until the Nords have a succession war which weakened them to the point that the Chimer and the Dwemer formed an alliance and expelled them from Morrowind. So Morrowind is now independent of the Nords and under 2 different inhabitants, the Dwemer and the Chimer. And after about 40 minutes of narration, we can finally get to talk about our main characters, starting with the most central character other than Vivec, Indoril Nerevar. The early life of Indoril Nerevar will be a point of continuous confusion all throughout this video, but most sources seem to agree that he was once a protector for merchant caravans during the days that Resdain was occupied by the Nords. When the Nords began fighting each other, he was one of the first commanders that rebelled against them and freed Morrowind. In doing so, he managed to unite both Chimer and Dwemer under a common banner, and after doing so, he became the de facto ruler of Morrowind, or Hortator, as was the official title of the absolute military ruler. And we say military ruler in particular because technically it's not like he can impose his will on something like the Talvani. He was, however, by this point, a champion of Azura. The second person that has to be introduced is the main character of the story, Vivec. We did it. We made it all the way from Anu and Parome to Vivec. I still skipped a bunch of stuff. Vivec's early years are somehow even more shrouded in mystery than Nerevar's. According to Sermon 0, which is not canon but still useful, he had an average childhood. His father was a Nechiman, and his mother was a Nechiman's wife.
Wow!
Neches are huge jellyfish cows that inhabit Morrowind and can be harvested for their hide and jelly. SpongeBob! SpongeBob! No! So as Vivec grew up, he left his family and he went on to live in Mournhold, the capital of Resdain, where he was essentially a gang member. Until one day, he saw Nerevar and he presented himself to the warlord by saying that if Nerevar were to take him as one of his guards, he would shave his head and use his spear as his weapon of choice. And Nerevar accepted.
What the fuck, man?
Shave your head, bud.
Shave your goddamn head.
Pull up that picture because I want to see the fucking...
He's got some nonsense glued on his head.
The spear is called Muatra, and it is the most suggestive artifact of Vivec. Keep this wholesome story I just told you in mind. In the sermons, Vivec heavily alters the story. The third character in our story is Sothasil. Sothasil was born a Chimer in a settlement called Old Sotha, and he was a member of a minor noble house. But one day, Mehrunes Dagon manifested himself in Old Sotha and killed everyone except Sothasil, who was saved by Vivec and Nerevar. He is now the last member of the Lost House of Sotha, and one of the personal advisors of Nerevar. And the last person we have to introduce is Almalexia. She was the wife of Nerevar. She was one of the rulers of Morrowind before she met Nerevar. And when the two of them got married, the Dwemer king Dumak gave them knives for a wedding gift. If someone gave you a knife for a wedding gift, would that be a red flag for the marriage? Well, at least for this case, it sure was. So now we have Nerevar and his 3 advisors, Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivec. Oh, and there's also this other guy called Voren Dagoth, who's also friends with Nerevar, and also a part of his inner circle, as well as the leader of something called the 6th House.
So, like, how does the whole Argonian breast thing work? I'm asking for a friend.
The alliance that existed between Dwemer and Chimer at this point, and ever since they kicked out the Nords from Resdain, is referred to as the First Council. In time, the peace between Chimer and Dwemer began to crumble. Remember the heart of Lorkhan that Oriol and Trinamag threw under a place that would come to be known as the Red Mountain? Well, the Dwemer found it. With this heart, the High Craft Lord of the Dwemer, Kagranach, planned to harness its power inside a huge mechanical creation called the Numidium to ascend himself and the entirety of the the Dwemer race into divinity. See, it's not like the Dwemer are just godless. They want to escape all mortal boundaries and become gods. They view themselves as gods stuck in a mortal world. Somehow, in some way that was never made clear, Vor and Dagoth learned about this. Nerevar then talks with Azura about this, and they conclude that this plan of the Dwemer is a huge no-no because it can have catastrophic results for the entirety of existence. And they were right. One thing then led to another, and the Khmer ended up going to war with the Dwemer in what would be referred to as the War of the First Council, which culminated in an event called the Battle of Red Mountain. What exactly happened during the Battle of the Red Mountain is yet another mystery. Even when Bethesda was making Test 3 Morrowind, even they didn't know what exactly happened during the Battle of the Red Mountain. They hadn't made up their minds. So all we know are the outcomes of this battle, which are as follows. The Dwemer used 3 tools to access the power of the heart inside the Numidium. Those tools were Sundering, Keening, and Wraithguard. Upon doing so, all Dwemer present on Nirn disappeared. The only Dwemer that we know of that survived this encounter was Yagran Bagan, and he only did so because when this event was happening, he was not on Nirn at the time. Nerevar then tasked Vor and Dagoth with protecting the heart and the tools, while he and his 3 advisors were figuring out what to do with them. The only things that can be confirmed 100% beyond this point are as follows, and keep in mind, all of this is happening inside the Red Mountain. Vor and Dagoth becomes Dagoth after fiddling with the tools and the heart himself. Nerevar and the Tribunal, his 3 advisors, managed to defeat him. They thought he died, but by that point, he was too tied to the heart of Lorkhan, so he's just asleep for now. The Tribunal then, for some reason, kills Nerevar. This is no longer disputed. Azura, Sothasil, and Vivec, in his own special way, all attest to this. The Tribunal then uses the tools of the heart to ascend into pseudo-divinity. Then Azura appears and tells them that they did something horrible. Sothasil, who by this point is severely fed up with the Daedra, tells her that she is no longer needed because the Khmer will now have living gods who actually walk and talk with their people. Azura then says Dareloth didn't die for this, and then she does 2 things. 1, she curses all the Khmer to become the Dunmer, and then she tells the Tribunal that one day she will send the reincarnation of Nerevar to strike down the false gods. So we're left at this point with 3 false gods, a sleeping Dagoth, and a promise that one day a child will be born of uncertain parents and end up a prisoner. So what happens when you interact with the heart and the Numidium? Well, depends on who's doing it. Doing so gives you what Lorkhan had, his power and, more importantly, his gnosis of the world, the awareness that we are all in a dream. From there, a bunch of things can happen depending on the person that has achieved this state. We do not know exactly what happened to the Dwemer for sure, but the fact that they possessed a near perfect rationale and sense of self that was deprived of the concept of love means that upon gaining gnosis, they saw themselves as a cosmic nothing, bound to their creation and with the inherent limitations of their rationalism, so they dissolved into the image of God, the Godhead. They zero-summed. Because they have no love and could not love the world around them, they could only see themselves as pitiful nothings, and so they had no chance to reach Chim and ascend. Because they have no love, they could not see themselves as gods. Dagoth mistake was that he interacted with the heart and saw himself as the Godhead, not just another part of the dream. This is called anti-Chim, where someone who reaches Chim does so by looking at the universe and then saying I am when confronted with it all, therefore validating both their own existence and the universe itself. Dagoth saw himself as everything. He saw himself as the Godhead. Think of this as the getting the wrong idea ending. As an antithesis to this, let me introduce you to Talos. Tyrus Septim used the original Numidium to ascend to divinity. This, no matter what Thalmor propaganda tells you, is indisputable. He talks to Nerevar, his armor is used to open a door to oblivion, and he also defeated Cyrodiil's jungle allegations. So how did he do this? Well, he substituted the heart of Lorkhan with 3 reincarnations of Lorkhan: Zeren Arctis, Wolfhearth, and Hjalti. All 3 reincarnations of the missing god, although some are, admittedly, more disputed than others. This forms a triad called Talos, who becomes Lorkhan reborn. There is an entire diagram trying to deconstruct Talos, but the TLDR of it is this: Lorkhan made the world to give everyone in it a chance to achieve Chim and hopefully escape it before Alduin comes knocking. Or alternatively, referring to what the heart told Oriol and Trinimac, he just wanted to escape himself. At this moment, the 3 became one, and the one managed to see the world for himself for what it is, and still be able to say I and love everything in it. And with these two antithetical examples out of the way, we can now talk about the Tribunal's ascension. One of the concepts that has to be explained here to understand the Tribunal's divinity is fiction. This is an idea observed by Sothasil, and you can see it reflected perfectly within the sermons themselves, and you can even see it just by looking at each member of the Tribunal. Fiction, in terms of the Tribunal, is how these three present themselves to themselves and to the rest of the people around them. To start things off, one of the first things they did to collectively present themselves as gods to the Dharma people was to introduce the concept of the anticipations. Anticipations, or transcendent evolutions, is the replacement of the three good Daedra by the three new living gods, the Almsivi, Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivec. This way, it doesn't appear that the Tribunal replaced the three good Daedra and Veil's teachings. Rather, it comes across as an evolution or a continuation of those teachings. Under this system, Sothasil is the anticipation of Azura, Almalexia is the anticipation of Boethia, and Vivec is the anticipation of Mafala. Let me be clear, this is not something that the Daedra intended, wanted, or tolerated. The Tribunes themselves weren't exactly thrilled about being branded as evolutions of Daedra, although some went along with this idea better than others. It was, however, necessary for them to establish their legitimacy, since the Dark Elves weren't just gonna give up the teachings of Dareloth because three people crawled out of a volcano one day. The Ashlanders, who are basically the tribe people who live around the Red Mountain, do not recognize this concept, and Sothasil only went along with this idea for the sake of Almalexia and Vivec.
Godhood brings them joy and purpose. They find meaning in the theatrical. Who am I to deprive them of that?
There is a very strange observation that can be made about this concept, because although it is 100% made up, the good Daedra and the Tribunal members that succeeded them share many characteristics. No one loved the Dark Elves as much as Sothasil and Azura, and no one understood the concept of fate and inevitability more than those two. Boethia is the Daedric prince of murder, conspiracies, deceit, and other things that will go on to 100% describe Almalexia. Same for Vivec and Mafala. They were both hermaphrodites associated with sex, murder, secrets, and lies. To quote the book Vivec and Mafala, as known in the West, Mafala is the demon of sex, murder, and secrets. All these themes contain subtle aspects and violent ones: assassination, genocide, tact, poetic truth. Mafala is understood paradoxically to contain and integrate these contradictory themes. All these subtle undercurrents and contradictions are present in the Dharma concepts of Vivec, even if they are not explicitly described and explained in temple doctrine. The Dharma do not envision Lord Vivec as a creature of murder, sex, and secrets. Rather, they conceive of Lord Vivec as a benevolent king, guardian warrior, poet artist. But, at the same time, unconsciously, they accept the notions of darker, hidden currents beneath Vivec's benevolent aspects. One of the most striking, persistent myths associated with Vivec conspired with his co-rulers, Almalexia and Sothasil, in the murder of Lord Nerevar, the greatest of Dharma heroes and generals. The story is derived from Ashlander oral tradition. Nevertheless, the tale is firmly established in the Dharma imagination, as if to say, of course, Vivec would have never conspired to murder Lord Nerevar, but it happened so long ago. Who can even know the truth?
Helping that arrogant imposter? Whatever gave you the idea that I was helping that murderer?
And something else I want to explain about the concept of Almsivi. Remember the Talos trio that reached divinity by becoming a soup inside a Mandela? That trio was Zeren Arctus, Wolfarth, and Hjalti. A mage, a warrior, and a rogue. The three became one. Well, Vivec is the warrior poet of the Almsivi. Sothasil is the clockwork mage of the Almsivi, and Almalexia's actions...
Fine then. Die, old friend.
This is the part where I have to give a reason about why this is, but I got nothing. Obviously, the rogue mage warrior triad is very important in the Elder Scrolls, but beyond that, I got nothing. Maybe they are parodies of the divine, cosmic irony perhaps, a failed ascension, something like that. Continuing on with the theme of false divinity, the concept of fiction applies in how they are perceived by others, which in turn determines how they perceive themselves. Sothasil speaks very elegantly about this. To himself, he is just what circumstances made of him, with no real power nor freedom to have a choice. But to his people, he is shaped into whatever he has to be in order to help them.
I am whatever the people need me to be. A guardian. An oppressor. For some, too distant. For others, too meddlesome. I am the canvas upon which they paint their dreams and resentments, a vessel for their hopes and doubts, a mirror, nothing more.
And after centuries of being this way, he ends up recognizing himself as that concept, nothing but a tool used to protect and innovate. But he never calls himself a god. Now compare this to his opinion about the other two tribunes.
She believes her tales implicitly, as does everyone else. Her capacity for deception appears limitless. She sows lies like a master gardener sows seeds, and the harvest of trust and adulation is breathtaking in scope.
This comparison can be further observed in how the three of them handled Azura's curse. Sothasil welcomed it and joined the Dharma people by comforting them and telling them that this isn't a curse, but a new beginning. Almalexia kept her golden appearance as a sign of her power, thus creating a gap of power between her and the rest of the Dharma people. This is because she believes her divinity implicitly. And Vivec
Knows the boundaries that separate fact from fiction. He knows them so well that he's learned how to break them. He exists inside his verse, but recognizes the lies, the contradictions. He both does and does not believe his own tales.
So, what happened when these three characters interacted with the heart? The following is my speculation based on what we know about these characters and what we know about the effects of interacting with Lorkhan's heart. Sothasil has love, but he has no eye. Therefore, he is stuck with the cruel weight of certainty. He knows the inevitability of everything, but he cannot see beyond the tower, which is the world, which is the grey maybe. Almalexia's ascension is a lot like Dagothar's, but she somehow ends up being even more clueless. Because she believes her tales implicitly, she completely missed the point. She believes only in what she thinks about herself and what she has told others to believe about herself. Which leaves us with Vivec, by far the most complicated case of them all. The ultimate question I want everyone to keep in mind while we're going through the sermons, yes, we are getting there, is this. What is Vivec's fiction? This question is extremely difficult. Did he ever achieve Chim? Does he only have knowledge of Chim and not the actual power? What is his actual backstory? What does he think about himself? Does he honestly love everyone? Or is he just making stuff up? If he wants to be everything, then what is everything to him? Alright, we are almost ready to talk about the sermons. Hang in there, you're almost there. We have one last category of things to talk about before we get into the sermons themselves. Supplementary texts and terms. And I am putting them together because a lot of the texts explain the terms. Believe it or not, everything I have said in the past hour, I can back up with either in-game books or dialogue, except the stuff that MK wrote in his own personal posts. But now we have to talk about the things that you have to know when getting into the sermons, but don't fit in a timeline. Starting with canonical texts. Vivec and Mafala is a book that I have mentioned already. It explains the concept of Amsivi as one god made up of 3 parts. It also explains the concept of the anticipations and how society views Vivec. Some say that this book hints that the 3 false gods mantled the 3 good Daedra, to which I can respond, no, please no. I view the process of the anticipation more as hubris. We will talk a lot more about mantling and why it doesn't correlate to this situation, but I think hubris and maybe cosmic irony is a much better way of looking at it. In trying to replace the good Daedra and give the Dharma people something better, they fundamentally became the same as them. I don't think it's mantling. The Cantaras of Vivec are a great introductory material to the sermons. They are little poems showcasing Vivec's poetry. A big theme you will notice with the sermons is the idea of hidden meanings. As Vivec is trying to portray himself as an all-powerful god protector, he also knows that one day Dagothar will come back, and so will Nerevar. And it's so realistic in the way it's depicted, because he can't just go and tell the people, oh, by the way, I'm not actually a god, I'm not a protector. There is this dude that is currently sleeping right now, and he can absolutely body me, and one day he, along with the guy I killed to gain these powers, are gonna come back to haunt me. So instead of saying this, which is the truth, he instead says something like this. But when shall they wake? What dark crucible may kindle their souls to light? How long, beneath red, reeking clouds, must flickering watchfires burn? How many lifetimes of labor and lament will take to seal this restless tomb? This perpetual anxiety for the future can be further observed observed during the Elder Scrolls Online's Morrowind chapter main story. This story has a lot going on with it. For starters, we get to see just how insecure and on edge Vivec is, or can be, with how fragile his authority truly is. The TLDR of the ESO Morrowind story is that Clavigus Vile wants to use Vivec's power to find a bunch of documents that reveal the location of the Clockwork City. To do so, he uses Barbas to kill the Archcanon of the Tribunal Temple and take his place. Using a magical staff and a false reincarnation of the Nereva Ring in the form of a delusional Ashlander, he siphons Vivec's powers, which causes Vivec's powers to leave his body, and it almost kills him. What surprises me about this story is Vivec's proclivity to show himself off, not just in a grand skill either, or in a matter which spews confidence. Vivec often seems to question himself and what he will say next, and not in a pretentious way either. There is clearly an element of insecurity here. There are entire scenes of second-guessing what he will write and what to say, and even quoting himself as if he is tied up to an image he created of himself and he now has to uphold.
The wary warrior weakens and withers, despite his dashing exuberance of expression. The river drains into the sea as my divinity flows out of me. Needs some work.
Also, this story shows just how fragmented Vivec's work is. As we go through the sermons, one might be tempted to believe that they are just one huge book broken into 36 smaller sections that Vivec wrote in the span of a week. No, these are different books that were originally ballads and poems that were continuously refined to match the image of Vivec he wanted to create for himself, and what we're left with during the events of Morrowind is that final product, a fictitious image.
Pain is best tolerated in private, as I have written in the 37th ballad.
And again, his anxiety starts to show. Notably, in the first quest, he gives a canon a bunch of questions to ask a bunch of Dunmeri ghosts about why he's ill. And these are the questions. The heart of the world, key to ascension. Shall I be filled with apprehension? Has the enemy of old returned? So devious and bold. Did Sothasil, in his unending crusade, know our divinity would shrivel and fade? And a last canon event before we go to the non-canon ones. When Vivec meets the Nerevarin in the second to last quest of Morrowind, he repeatedly tells him that the Tribunal did not kill Nerevar. And to that, all I can say for now is foul murder. Okay, time for the non-canon sources. Those are given to us directly by MK, and they help to explain the sermons in a unique way or provide a more in-depth perspective. Usually, this is done by presenting a story or an event that happened or could have happened in the test universe and using it as a vehicle to explain the characters or the concepts he wants to explain. Think of these as the original Elder Scrolls OVAs. The first one I want to talk about is a great example of this. It is called What My Beloved Taught Me, and it is an imagining of Nerevar's first encounter with Vivec, when he was just a protector of merchant caravans, and Vivec was just a gang member in Mournhold. It is structured by Nerevar asking questions, and then Vivec answering those questions using his own unique perspective. Things to be said about this document. Vivec is very much the Vivec we know and love. What is evil? Nerevar asks. Teasing, Vivec responds. Vivec also seems to have a thing against authority, calling the Chimeri leader at the time a pretty unsavory name. Their leader at the time was Almalexia, as she was the only one of the three who ruled before she became associated with Nerevar, and because Vivec even says that one day that leader will be married to Nerevar. His views on the Daedra are also an interesting point. He describes them as leftovers, again pointing to his own hubris and his willingness to replace them. It also gets metaphysical at times, but I would rather save the fire and Hindu references talk for the actual sermons. But it's definitely worth a read. It even has some subtle foreshadowing in there. Sorry if you expected a deeper analysis of this text. I will keep coming back to it throughout the sermons. A Thief Goes to Cyrodiil is another made-up story of Vivec leaving Morrowind and traveling to Cyrodiil after the fall of the Tribunal and the deaths of Almalexia and Sothasil, because he knows that the Emperor is dying and that the covenant with Akatosh is about to break, and he feels the need to be there. This is the roleplay story. In reality, it was all part of a forum conversation between MK pretending to be Vivec, answering the questions of other people from the community, and Kurt Coleman, who was also a very influential developer at Bethesda at the time. Unfortunately, he no longer works there. I have been referencing the answers Vivec gives to the people through these questions all throughout this video, so to not repeat myself, I will only read and analyze the stuff that we haven't explained already. What is the Tower? The Tower is an ideal, which, in our world of myth and magic, means that it is so real that it becomes dangerous. It is the existence of of the true self within the universal self, and is embodied by the fourth constellation, the serpent, and it is guarded by the thief, the third. The thief is another metaphorical absolute. In this case, he represents the taking of the tower, or, and sometimes more importantly, the taking of the tower's secret. What is the tower's secret? How to permanently exist beyond duplexity, antithesis, or trouble. This is not an easy concept, I know. Imagine being able to feel with all your senses the relentless alien terror that is God and your place in it, which is everywhere and therefore nowhere, and realizing that it means the total dissolution of your individuality into boundless being. Imagine that, and then still being able to say I. The I is the tower. What created the tower? The wheel created it. The wheel is the structure of the universe. What created the wheel? Anu and Parome, stasis and change, both vast realms sitting in the void. They created it. Imagine an infinity enclosed by another. You come away with a bubble. Now watch as the two bubbles touch. Their intersection is a perfect circle of pattern and possibility that we shall call the orbis. The orbis is the foundation of the wheel. What are the spaces within and without of the wheel? Outside the wheel is the void, bereft of anything. It cannot be named. If it has more aspects than stasis and change, they are outside of true language. Inside of the wheel is the orbis, as I have explained. This is all stuff we explained already, but told differently. Existence is broken into subcredences that can be viewed in their totality using the power of Chim. Vivec then explains that the Psijic Endeavor and the Psijic Order have nothing in common, beyond the fact that they sound the same. What is Chim? From the Elnefex, an ancient sigil connoting royalty, starlight, and high splendor. As with most characters of that dangerous language, the sigil Chim constantly distorts itself. Those scholars that can perceive its shape regard it as a crown tower that threatens to break apart at the slightest break in concentration. Representations of the Chim, and by extension the Psijic Endeavor, are always protean values, such as the Anumiri models renowned by the Dwemer, the Scarab, and the striking, exact egg cracking of old Argonia. All of these representations possess an innate and constant aspect of transformation. These two questions become essential in understanding the sermons. Chim sometimes is referred to as the secret syllable of royalty. Chim the power and Chim the secret syllable of royalty are two different things, and we will get to those differences when we read the sermons themselves. And these were the most important bits from The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil. People who have already read these sources are probably yelling at their monitors right now because I am skipping a lot of stuff. I will reiterate, we will get back to everything that relates to real life references within the sermons themselves, and I think that these are officially all the documents needed before we read the sermons. I know, there is a wall of documents that I didn't talk about. However, those are either references or build upon stuff that happens in the sermons, so I will talk about them as we are covering the sermons. I will now give a bunch of terms that are useful in understanding the sermons, and we can finally start this analysis. And yes, everything said up until this point was 100% necessary to understand anything going on from this point onward. And if anything, this was the short and concise version. The first concept that has to be addressed is the arena. The arena is, in my own terms, the mortal realm characterized by false desires, false hopes, all made possible through the use of incorrect violence. Every war, every nonsensical desire, every false sense of comfort, every misinterpretation of the concept of love, it all falls into the concept of the arena. The Daedric falsehoods Sothasil talked about, mortal hubris, such as the Altmeri Dominion's goals, all of this stuff falls into the area of the arena. If you saw my Korra video, then you probably understand this concept a lot better, but several times throughout the sermons, we will see Vivec denouncing concepts such as comfort and certainty, and we will see definitions of violence being expressed very differently than the ones we think of when we usually think of violence, and it all revolves around denouncing the arena. Another concept that has to be explained is the Numidium. The Numidium throughout the sermons is referred to as a god. It is important to keep in mind what kind of god it is. It is a god that plays by the rules of the arena. It's an escape device for people who could not ascend above the arena with love. The Dwemer, that is. In that regard, it is an anti-creation. It is devoid of love, and it's stuck in a loveless grey binary system of yes and no. It will happen or it won't happen. There is one last thing I have to mention before we get into the sermons, and that being Vivec and Koiros. If you know anything about the sermons of Vivec, it is A. Vivec's relationship with Molag Bal, and B. the suggestive parts of the sermons. A lot of suggestive sections, actually, enough to make Sigmund Freud blush with all the phallic references. First of all, Michael Kirkbride thought that it would be very fun to do this, and secondly, it serves to sell Vivec's disassociated self. We will see this when we talk about the trial of Vivec and Sermon 0, although I have to mention that MK really didn't like Sermon 0, so throughout this video I will only mention it sparingly. Vivec does not seem to identify himself with the person that he was prior to being a god, and as he reimagines the story of his life prior to being a god, he inserts in that backstory divine themes that he picked up after he became a god. The whole story we talked about in the backstory section is going to be unrecognizable as we play the exact same story within the sermons. There is also an element of missing the point when it comes to the I am all part of achieving Shim. In his attempts to be all, he seems to focus a lot on concepts that don't necessarily mean that you are all, like being a hermaphrodite and being a he and a she at the same time, but in the end, he can only be Vivec.
Vivec craves radical freedom, the death of all limits and restrictions. He wishes to be all things at all times. Every race, every gender, every hero, both divine and finite. But in the end, he can only be Vivec.
Meaning that in the end, all of this boils down to him just being a pervert. Sometimes it might come across as a bit off-putting, and I will make it clear when things become a lot more comedic or less serious, and when there is a meaning behind the madness. Yes, that does happen in more than one occasions. And with that out of the way, and more than 1 hour into a video about the 37 sermons of Vivec, it is my official pride that we can finally begin the commentary, and I am here to welcome all of you to the house of the Alm Sivi.
They have taken you from the Imperial city's prison, first by carriage and now by boat. To the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
Wake up. We're here. Why are you shaking? Are you okay? Wake up.
The way we will structure this video is as follows. The entire sermons will be read out once, and then we will analyze it line by line. I would also like to take a minute to remind people that although I have done my homework prior to making this video, and although I have compared my homework with those of other people, these are fundamentally my commentaries. Any and all disagreements are still welcome. The 36 and 1 sermons of Vivec are a series of religious texts that are made to portray Vivec as a tribunal and a mystic, ancient, timeless god of Morrowind. This may put the documents in the realm of religious propaganda, as the documents outright contradict reality by presenting the tribunal as having existed before the Battle of the Red Mountain. In fact, all of these sermons, save for Sermon 37, take place before the Battle of the Red Mountain and before the disappearance of the Dwemer. It even states that the tribunal were the living gods of both Khmer and Dwemer, which is impossible given that the Dwemer hate all gods. They also state that Vivec is the youngest of the 3 tribunes, which again is impossible because at least Sothasil was younger than him, as he was described as a young adult by the time his house burned down, and he was saved by Vivec and Nerevar. Vivec also takes the form of a divine teacher or a sort of mentor to Nerevar, which again is wrong. Here I want to talk about the narrative genius of the sermons. This is written by Khmer that ascended to divinity and most definitely has some form of disassociated identity, so much so that he embellishes his own backstory in fiction, but that doesn't stop him from still having mortal emotions. Emotions such as sex drive, guilt, a sense of admiring beauty, guilt, love, guilt. He feels guilt for killing Nerevar, so much so also that as he is writing these documents, he leaves cryptic messages within the documents themselves, which outright contradict what is said in the sermons and tell the actual story that he can just outright tell. If you combine the first letter of each paragraph of Sermon 36, then you get two words, follow murder, and you get this message in the sermon that specifically talks about the Battle of the Red Mountain. And if you need more proof than that, then here's this. Sermon 29 mentions concepts present all throughout the sermons. For each of the 36 sermons, there is a word, and near that word is a number. And if you find the word that matches the number in each sermon, for example, the first word of the first sermon, a message appears. He was not born a god. His destiny did not lead him to do this crime. He chose this path of his own free will. He stole the godhood and murdered the Hortator. Vivec wrote this. For a lack of a better term, I consider this to be absolute cinema, that a severely egomaniacal pseudo-god that killed his friend to ascend to divinity is now making a document saying that he was actually a god all along and that he was actually the teacher of the person he killed. But even in doing so, as Sothasil said, he is still bound by guilt, and so he feels the need to tell the truth somewhere as a way of appeasing his own guilt. And with that note out of the way, let's start talking about the sermons, starting with the first sermon.
Sermon 1. He was born in the ash among the Velothi, Anon Kaima. Before the war with the northern men, Iam came first to the village of the Nechimen, and her shadow was that of Boethia, who was the prince of plots, and things unknown and known would fold themselves around her until they were like stars or the messages of stars. Iam took a Nechimen's wife and said, I am the face-snaked queen of the Free and One. In you is an image and a 7-syllable spell. I am Sevi Vivec, which you will repeat it until mystery comes. Then Iam threw the Nechimen's wife into the ocean water, where dregs took her into the castles of glass and coral. They gifted the Nechimen's wife with gills and milk fingers, changing her sex so that she might give birth to the image as an egg. There she stayed for 7 or 8 months. Then Set came to the Nechimen's wife and said, I am the clockwork king of the Free and One. In you is an egg of my brother, sister, who possesses invisible knowledge of words and swords, which you shall nurture until the Hortator comes. And Set then extended his hands, and multitudes of homunculi came forth, like a glimmering rope through the water, and they raised the Nechimen's wife back to the surface world, and set her down on the shoals of Azura's coast. There she lay for 7 or 8 more months, caring for the egg knowledge, by whispering to it the codes of Mephala, and the prophecies of Veloth, and even the forbidding teachings of Trinimac. 7 Daedra came to her one night, and each one gave to the egg new motions that could be achieved by certain movements of the bones. These are called the Barons of Move Like This. Then an 8th Daedroth came, and he was a demi-prince, called Far-Nuit Hen, or the multiplier of motions known. And Far-Nuit Hen said, Whom do you wait for? To which the Nechiman's wife said, the Hortator. Go to the land of the Indoril in 3 months' time, for that is when war comes. I return now to haunt the warriors who fell and still wonder why. But first I show you this. Then the barons and the demi-prince joined together into a pillar of fighting styles terrible to behold, and they danced before the egg and its learning image. Look, little Vec, and find the face behind the splendor of my bladed carriage, for in it is delivered the unmixed conflict path, perfect in every way. What is its number? It is said the number is the number of birds that can nest in an ancient Tebrol tree, less 3 grams of honest work. But Vivec in his later years found a better one, and so gave this secret to his people. For I have crushed a world with my left hand, he will say. But in my right hand is how it could have won against me. Love is under my will only. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi.
He was born in the ash among the Velothi, before the war with the northern men. Velothi refers to the people or the ancestors of the people that joined Prophet Veloth in his exodus from Somerset Isle, which led them to Resdain. The northern men are the Nords that occupy Resdain in this time, but Vivec can say that he was born in the Nordic occupation of Morrowind because Almalexia and Sothasil are supposed to already be gods by the time of his birth, so he refers to the Nordic occupation as a Nordic invasion instead. If the Nords occupied Morrowind during this time, then that undermines Sothasil's and Almalexia's divinity and control over the province, so the Nordic occupation is completely altered. Ayem came first to the village of the Nechimen, and her shadow was that of Boethia, who was the prince of plots, and things, known and unknown, would fold themselves around her until they became like stars or the messengers of stars. Here is the first instance in the sermons where metaphor in Elder Scrolls clashes violently with real-life references. Spoilers, this happens a lot. Vivec's normal backstory was that his father was a Nechimen, but Almalexia had absolutely nothing to do with his birth. Almalexia's anticipation being Boethia explains why Boethia is described as her shadow. The following thing I'm about to say is mentioned in a later sermon, but I will make it known here just to keep things clear and understandable. Almalexia's domain is the stars, Sothasil's domain is the ocean, and Vivec's domain is the middle air. This domain separation says more about the tribunal than it does about the domains themselves. Set is associated with the mystery and the unknown, just like the infinite sea. Almalexia wants others to look up to her and her golden light, just like the stars. And Vivec wants to be everything, but in the end, he can only be Vivec, so he settles in the middle air. Ayem took an Nechimen's wife and said, I am the face-snaked queen of the 3-in-1. In you is an image and a 7-syllable spell. I am a Seti Avec, which you will repeat to it until mystery comes. Notice Almalexia's almost casual demeanor. She doesn't choose a specific Nechimen's wife, she just takes one from the crowd and says, you will give birth to a god now. Face-snaked queen doesn't mean that she has a face made of snakes, like Medusa per se. It means that her face has the same qualities as that of a face of a snake. Snakes, in many cultures, are a sign of fertility, and there are some very good ancient statues depicting women holding snakes that I can show you to prove my point, but the statues will get the video demonetized. What I am a Seti Avec means, as explained earlier, is Almalexia is Sothasil is Vivec. The three become one, and that one is the triune god. Given that this is Alnofex, it is typed almost like a spell, almost like Ayem gave Vivec's mother a spell to summon Vivec until mystery comes to her, the mystery being Sothasil. Then Almalexia throws the Nechimen's wife into the ocean to be picked up by dregs who will take her in castles of coral and glass. They gifted the Nechimen's wife with gills and milk fingers, thus changing her sex so that she might give birth to the image of Vivec. There she stays for 7 or 8 months. Then Sothasil came to the Nechimen's wife and said, I am the clockwork king of the 3-in-1. In you is an egg of my brother sister who possesses invisible knowledge of words and swords, which you shall nurture until the Hortator comes. And then Set extended his hand, and multiples of homunculi came forth, each like a glimmering rope through the water, and they raised the Nechimen's wife back to the surface world, and sat her on the shores of Azura's coast. I would like to point out that Vivec's inception resembles the fertilization of a fish's eggs. First, the female fish lays the eggs into the ocean, just like how Almalexia threw the mother into the ocean, making her essentially a portable egg carrier. And then, 7 to 8 months later, Set comes along and fertilizes the eggs with his homunculi. The sermons were written well before the Clockwork City DLC was released in ESO, so Sothasil's factorums are still in their primitive stages, which is why we will only see them being referred to as homunculi. Also, this is still a clear reference to fish sperm. Here, the drake make their first appearance in the sermons. We will see plenty of them throughout the sermons, and here they are seen as a force of change. Some things that are able to change the Nechimen's wife so that she might be able to become pregnant with Vivec. As I said earlier, and as I will say again later, the drakes are from a different kalpa where they used to be an advanced society, but somehow there's a bunch of theories about how this happened. They made it to this kalpa, but not without a cost. Now they are just feral monsters, and their god king of love is quite literally the opposite of what he used to be. And and just how they were once altered, they are now themselves changing the Netchman's wife, giving her scales and changing her gender. Yes, Milkfinger is what you think it is. Referring to Vivec as someone who possesses invisible knowledge of swords and words refers to the uniqueness of Vivec's knowledge. Notice that it's not an existing knowledge, it's invisible knowledge. It cannot be seen by others, but Vivec, due to his divinity, can see it. Maybe a reference to Chim changing perspectives? We will talk more about this theme later. And Set commands her that she will nurture Vivec until the Hortator comes. Hortator, in Latin, means the Insider, as Nerevar incited the rebellion against the Northern Men, but here he will be simply defending against the Northern invasion. Of course, because Sothasil is the anticipation of Azura, the Netchman's wife is sat down on Azura's coast, and again, she lies there for the next 7 to 8 months. In usual circumstances, this is not enough time for a birth of a human, but close, almost as if it's not quite done yet. And in those months, she whispers to the egg the codes of Mafala, the prophecies of Dareloth, and the forbidden teachings of Trinimac. None of these teachings are available in full text, but we can surmise what they say based on the teachings of the characters themselves. In the next sermon, it states that Mafala taught the Velothi at the beginning of days all the arts of sex and murder. Why sex and murder? Vivec is inspired by the real-life Hindu god of, I'm not pronouncing that,
this guy stinks!
Ardharanishvara, which is a different depiction of the god Shiva, the god of destruction. The Hindu pantheon is also split into 3 main deities: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the protector, and Shiva the destroyer. Shiva's role is not an evil one necessarily. Destruction is needed for new things to be created, and for new things to require protection, so it leads back to the other two. Shiva is also depicted with an element of mercy, because although she can cause destruction, she doesn't cause destruction. She has mercy. Keep that idea in mind for later. This, of course, mind you, is a simplification for the purposes of this video. Hinduism is very complicated, and different sects believe in different things, and different people believe in different things. Thank you, I love you, bye bye. So Vivec, being the anticipation of Mafala, is telling about his nature, and hers, of course, regarding destruction, murder, and rebirth, sex. We already talked about the prophecies of Dareloth. Basically, Daedra bad, some Daedra good, some Daedra bad, some we don't really care about. Please, let's go live right next to volcano. Finally, the forbidden teachings of Trinimac refer to Trinimac's teachings to the Altmer after they settled in the Somerset Isles. There he taught them that crying was the best way to deal with the loss of Altmeris. He also taught them that they should resent Lorcan for creating the mortal world. Notice the different topics that the Netchman's wife whispers to the egg of Vivec. They are almost antithetical with each other, like for example the teachings of Trinimac and the prophecies of Dareloth. This is a theory I have that I will support with more evidence later, but now is as good of a time as any to state it. Obviously, Vivec is trying to apply a sense of divinity to his pretty average childhood, but what if that's not all he's doing here? What if the Netchman's wife is a proxy for the collective experiences and consciousness of all the Chimer? Vivec's knowledge, therefore, is not limited to a specific ideology or part of Chimer society. It is an amalgamation of everything the Chimer have been through and that are engraved into their collective consciousness, from the moment they turned their backs against Trinimac to the moment they followed Dareloth and found a new teacher in Mafala, which is exactly why Almalexia wasn't looking for a specific Netchman's wife. Any can do the job because they carry the same journey within them. I think that this is one of the better theories about what the Netchman's wife actually stands for. Now, at first I was gonna make a commentary about how the Barons are actually Vivec trying to figure out how his body works, and I even had a joke in mind about how the Barons are actually SpongeBob trying to teach Patrick how to open a jar. The Barons, however, as well as Fan Witan, are real, and they are responsible for an incalculable amount of broken mouses, as they are the creators of the Maelstrom Arena in ESO.
I've converted my realm into an arena where I plan to train the greatest warriors in the Orbis. I offer you an opportunity to take my arena challenge.
Oh hell no!
A Baron of move like this is a master of a unique fighting style that is specific only to him. Fan Witan then multiplies each Baron's uniqueness to create new infinite battle styles.
I am a master of martial knowledge, a sage of combat. I am a piece of my prince, a reflection of his glory, just as the glory of my conquests will be reflected in him.
He's also the owner of a smaller Oblivion realm called the Maelstrom.
I keep a close watch on events in the great arena of Tamriel. Occasionally, I even visit your world. In fact, my barons and I even made the acquaintance of Vivec in his youth. Showed him a few things. I think it made an impression.
It should be noted here that when MK was writing this sermon about 2 decades ago, he probably wasn't thinking of them the same way that the developers of ESO thought of them. But honestly, I like the idea. It is also worth noticing here that the Demi-Prince says that he showed up to Vivec, not Vivec's mom. Further adding that, although there is some truth sprinkled to whatever Vivec is saying, he's still altering the story significantly. So the Barons and the Demi-Prince show Vivec some new moves, and then they tell its mom to go to the land of the Indoril in 3 months' time, which is just about the time where Vivec should be born. My interpretation of "I return now to hunt the warriors who fell and still wonder why" requires a bit of context. One of the main characteristics of the 36 Sermons of Vivec is the referencing of other real-life pieces of esoteric or occult literature. This can take several forms, be it by copying quotes and altering them, mimicking writing styles, or by just outright inserting topics that are referenced in the original work, as in out of nowhere, because it sounds cool. One of the books which we will keep coming back to occasionally are the 7 Sermons to the Dead by Carl Jung, and again, I can make a 2-hour video about that book, so this is the extremely simplified version. The dead rise from their graves after they are haunted by questions about their now gone lives. In their wandering, they make it to the walls of the city of Alexandria, and they begin asking questions about their lives to a Gnostic teacher called Basilides of Alexandria, who is actually Jung himself. To me, when I read "I return now to hunt the warriors who fell and still wonder why," this is the image I have in my head. The crowds who died in the arena, and in their afterlives, they seek answers to questions that they never dared to utter while they were alive. Then, the Barons and the Demi-Prince join together into a pillar of fighting styles, terrible to behold, and they danced before the egg and its learning image. Look, little Vec, and find the face behind the splendor of my bladed courage. In it is delivered the unmixed conflict path, perfect in every way. What is its number? It is said the number is the number of birds that can nest on an ancient Tibro tree, less 3 grams of honest work. But Vivec, in his later years, found a better one, so he gave this secret to his people. "For I have crushed the world with my left hand," he will say, "but in my right hand is how it could have won against me. Love is under my will only." The ending of the words is Amsivi. So the Barons put on a show for Vivec the Egg. Here is an image of what that show looked like. So they move with elegance and they form a bladed carriage, kinda like a circus performance, but for battles. In it, Fanui 10 says that it has the unmixed conflict path. And what is the unmixed conflict path? Love, or at least a more basic definition of it. Throughout the sermons, especially earlier on, we will see different definitions of love. What Vivec is presented with now is love through unmixed conflict, smooth and refined. But how can that be? How can Daedra apply such a concept and communicate it to Vivec through a combat dance? Well, they don't. Their definition of love is flawed. The heavens can only be reached through violence. But the paramake Daedra would never know about this, and neither does Vivec now, who is still just an infant. But in his later years, Vivec would find a better definition, so he will give this one to his people, defending them against flying rocks, Daedra, invading armies, but also comforting them mentally, thus preventing them from engaging in the struggles he will face throughout the sermons, by showing them his image to comfort them instead. All that meta-analysis out of the way, I have no clue what the number actually is. I have a single guess, but it's the stretch that makes all other stretchers blush. If anyone has any better ideas, let me know in the comments. But I will still have to give another class session for you to actually understand it. Then Vivec talks, and he says that he has crushed the world with his left hand, but in his right hand is how that world could have won against him. There are a lot of ways to interpret this phrase. Based on Western occult belief, I interpret it as such. In those beliefs, the left-hand path is often associated with non-conformity and rejecting the established order, whereas the right-hand path accepts terms like karma, cosmic justice, and the division of mind, body, and spirit. So when Vivec says, "I have crushed the world with my left arm, but in my right hand is how he could have won against me," I interpret this as him saying, "I have rejected the world, for had I accepted it, I could have never ascended above it." Let me also say this, the titles of the books I am reading to make this analysis make me feel like I am legit reading the Zodiac Signs for Man, and the sermon closes with these 2 phrases. "Love is under my will only." The ending of the words is Amsivi. To explain these final 2 phrases, I once again have to introduce a real-life book, the Book of the Law. In the shortest possible summary that I can give about the Book of the Law, English occultist Aleister Crowley traveled to Egypt with his wife, and there, inside a pyramid, he performed a ritual. His wife then claimed that she got contacted by Horus, and after going to the museum to confirm that it was in fact Horus, they both went back to their apartment in Cairo where they attempted to contact the spirits, and each day a different spirit came for a grand total of 3 days, meaning that in those 3 days they contacted a grand total of 3 spirits. They wrote everything the spirits told them, and then they combined them into one single book, the Book of the Law. This book has since become the main text of the Thelemite beliefs, though it is not the only source of those beliefs. Okay? If there are any Thelemites watching this video, then I have just made a whole host of enemies, because it goes so much deeper than this, from Crowley finding his own religion to predictions of the future. Heck, this guy even has his own Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Now that's how you know you made it, when you have your own Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But we have to pause somewhere. The Book of the Law is hands down the biggest influence behind the 36 Sermons of Vivec, which is unfortunate for me because it is the one book that I really don't like out of all the books that I'm gonna mention today. Let me be clear about something. Every single real-life book that I will reference throughout this video, I have already read before making this video, including the Book of the Law. If after watching this video you decide to go on your own esoteric journey, then let me not recommend you to take the Book of the Law seriously. The essential thesis of the Book of the Law is this: do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. As I said, Crowley was contacted by 3 different spirits representing 3 different Egyptian gods: Nuit, Hadid, and Ra-Hur-Khuit. Nuit represents the concept of infinity in the largest scale possible, and Hadid represents the unlimited scale of the smallest point possible. Ra-Hur-Khuit is the mortal limitation that unites both forces within an individual. It is, in a sense, the uniqueness of a person and the alignment to a greater or lesser infinity of Nuit and Hadid. And again, you can see MK's proclivity to reference stuff like this throughout the sermons. For example, in this sermon, Fa-Nuit Han shares the exact same name as Nuit, and they both have something to do with infinity. In the center of all of this is the following idea: true will, and love is the law, love under will. The idea of the true will, according to Crowley, is the manifestation of the truest atomic self that exists within a person and is unique to every single person. This true will exists beyond boundaries, social norms, and communal habits. It is simply a manifestation of a person's pure intent. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Crowley made it clear that this true will cannot infringe on another person's freedoms. Convenient. My true will was about to make me burn down the local orphanage, but now that I learned that it cannot make me do that, I feel very relieved. That being said, I'm still doing it. Love is also a concept that Crowley talked about a lot. To find the true will, one must be guided to it through love. Love under will does not mean that love is secondary to will. It means that true will is only developed when guided by love. I must make note of this. One of the key principles here is no theory, no strategy, no need for reward, no turning any of this into lust. Love under will makes love an impulse. Theory only dampens the true will, and to that extent, it also dampens love. For this will, because it is true, has no need for theory. How does all of this relate to Vivec? Well, how does it not? Vivec says, love is under my will only. This does not mean that Vivec is the only person that can experience love. It does mean that he has found his unique true will and has, through it, discovered his own love, which could possibly be a pathway to Chim. If I had to guess the number of the unmixed conflict path, it would be 93, which is the numerological abbreviation for the words Thelema and love in Greek, and Thelemite are the followers of Aleister Crowley's teachings. So, why do I not like Aleister Crowley and generally don't recommend him? And I know that this is a bit of a side tangent, but I feel like it has to be said. First of all, his work is a mess. You go to an Egyptian tomb, you perform a ritual inspired by Christian demonology, and you are contacted by Egyptian spirits that speak English and occasionally throw Greek and Aramaic one-liners. Also, the true will cannot allow you to harm others. That is true, but you know what it does allow you to do? Hardcore drugs, which Crowley consistently recommended as a way to intensify the effects of his rituals. Okay, now that I'm saying it out loud, those rituals do seem kinda lit. Look, I don't hate Crowley. His concepts are confused, but he had something there with the whole true will and love under will and his concepts and the sayings of the 3 gods found in the Book of the Law. But it is a product of its age, and it was a very confused age where every single slightly esoteric or occult idea was put into the same bucket because it sounded the same and looked kinda cool. Also, the drugs. There were too many. I have never felt the need to put a censor on this channel, but I might just have to for this part. Just kidding, censorship goes against my thelema, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Finally, the sermon ends with the phrase, the ending of the words is Am Sivi. Almost every sermon ends with this phrase, and it's one copied from the Book of the Law. Here, it serves to tell the reader that although this is written by Vivec, it is actually written by the whole of the Am Sivi, since Alm Alexia is Sothasil is Vivec. Therefore, it makes it seem like the ending words of a spell or a ritual said or blessed by the Alm Sivi, reminding the reader what the main center point behind these sermons truly is. As Crowley presented this concept, it also serves as a way for the god who spoke to make his exit known, and that in doing so, they have said everything they wanted to say. Hey Cotho, is every sermon gonna take this long? God, I hope not. It's just the case that we're introducing a lot of new concepts, but now that they are introduced, we can speed things up a bit until we have to introduce more concepts and things slow down again, which is basically how this whole thing will play out.
Sermon 2. The Nechi man's wife, who carried the egg of Vivec within her, went looking for the lands of Endoral. Along the journey, many spirits came to see her and offer instructions to her son-daughter, the future glorious invisible warrior poet of Vardenfell, Vivec. The first spirit threw his arms about her and hugged his knowledge in tight. The Nechi man's wife became soaked in the incalculable effort. The egg was delighted and did somersaults inside her, bowing to the 5 corners of the world and saying, "Thus whoever performs this holy act shall be proud and mighty among the rest." The second spirit was too aloof and acted above his station so much that he was driven off by a headache spell. The third spirit, At Hator, came down to the Nechi man's wife while she relaxed for a while under the Emperor Parasol. His garments were made from implications of meaning, and the egg looked at him 3 times. The first time, Vivec said, "Ha, it means nothing." After looking a second time, he said, there might be something there after all. Finally, giving At Hator's garments a sidelong glance, he said, "Amazing, the ability to infer significance in something devoid of detail. There is a proverb," At Hator said, and then he left. The fourth spirit came with the fifth, for they were cousins. They could ghost touch and probed inside the egg to find its core. Some say Vivec at this point was shaped like a star with its penumbra broken off. Others, that it looked like a revival of vanished forms. "From my side of the family," the first cousin said, "I bring you a series of calamities that will bring about the end of the universe." And from my side, the second cousin said, "I bring you all the primordial marriages that must happen within them, each one." At this the egg laughed. "I am given too much to bear so young. I must have been born before." And then the sixth spirit appeared, the Black Hands Mephala, who taught the Velothi at the beginning of days all the arts of sex and murder. Its burning heart melted the eyes of the Nechi man's wife and took the egg from her belly with 6 cutting strokes. The egg image, however, could see into what it had been before in ancient times, when the earth still cooled and was not blinded. It joined with the Dareloth in its former secrets, leaving a few behind to keep the web of the world from disentangling. Then the Black Hands Mephala put the egg back into the Nechi man's wife and blew on her with magic breath until the hole closed up. But the Dareloth did not give her back her eyes, saying, "God hath 3 keys of birth, of machines, and of the words between. Within this sermon, the wise may find 1/2 of these keys. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi."
The Nechi man's wife, who carried the egg of Vivec within her, went looking for the lands of the Indoril. Along the journey, many spirits came to see her and offer instructions to her son-daughter, the future glorious, invisible warrior poet of Vardenfell, Vivec. So the hermaphrodite Nechi man's wife is walking around with an egg in her, looking for the lands of the Indoril. By the way, in case you never played Morrowind, each noble house has certain areas which are considered to be their territories. Indoril's land is on the southeast of Morrowind. The warrior poet obviously refers to him being the warrior part of the Am Sivi. Poet speaks to his desire for great heights. But what about the invisible part? The concept of invisibility, or something being unable to be seen, comes up a bunch of times in the sermons, and not just when describing Vivec. The way it's presented throughout the sermons gives me the idea that it can refer to either one of 2 things. 1, it refers to hard to obtain knowledge, or uncommon knowledge, or 2, it refers to someone choosing to become invisible for strategic reasons. Vivec throughout the sermons does both of these things, therefore making him an invisible warrior poet. The first spirit threw his arms about her and hugged her knowledge in tight. The Nechi man's wife became soaked in the incalculable effort. The egg was delighted and did somersaults inside her, bowing to the 5 corners of the world and saying, "Thus whoever performs this holy act shall be proud and mighty among the rest." This sermon focuses on different spirits coming together and talking to Vivec while he is in the egg, just like how the Barons did in Sermon 1. So, a spirit comes to see the Nechi man's wife with Vivec in her, and it hugs his knowledge in her tight, and Vivec's mother is soaked with the incalculable effort. The term incalculable effort is very important. We will see it again in the Scripture of Love, and it is also present in the love letter from the 5th era. In the love letter, it is mentioned that it, as in the incalculable effort, along with love, can be used after mortal death to reach the final subgradients of Mundus, the Z, and if you don't fail at that point, you will reach Amaranth and become a new man. So, who is the spirit, and why is he giving Vivec one of the most important components to reach Amaranth? I think, which is an important word here, that this spirit is Lorcan, or at least a fragment of Lorcan's soul. First of all, that spirit is a he, so that part checks out. Lorcan is the one who made all this mess to begin with, so he made this subgradients, meaning he is the only spirit that can have knowledge of such thing, and moreover, he's one of the few spirits that wants others to possess knowledge of such things. As, remember, he failed so that others may succeed. The incalculable effort itself is the process of forming your character and establishing your version of I above the world around you. This is the beginning of Vivec's journey to individuation, the process of solidifying to himself his own existence, his own I, and whoever does so, whoever walks like Lorcan, shall be proud and mighty among the rest, even when, say, his heart is ripped out. The whole ritual part is another Alistair Crowley reference. Crowley had this ritual, you can say, where to advance the ranks in his little pseudo-mages guild, you had to undergo a process of crossing the abyss, which involves surrendering your consciousness and ego, and if you succeed in doing so, you come closer to uniting with the divine sources that created the world. Wait, what am I reading? The 5 corners of the world are Tamriel, Yokura, Atmora, Akavir, and a 5th one, which is either Altmeris, or if you believe that Altmeris has sunk or never existed, Pyandania. The second spirit was too aloof and acted above his station, so much that he was driven off by a headache spell. The third spirit, Arhator, came down to the Netchman's wife, while she relaxed for a while under an emperor parasol. His garments were made from implications of meaning, and the egg looked at them 3 times. The first time, Vivec said, "Ha, it means nothing." After looking a second time, he said, there might be something there after all. Finally, giving Adhator's garments a sidelong glance, he said, "Amazing, the ability to infer significance in something devoid of detail. There is a proverb," Adhator said, and then he left. Really, MK? Meta commentary about how I am thinking all this way too much in my perfectly fine several hour-long lore video? The second spirit, evidently, doesn't really matter. It got a headache and left as quickly as it came. The third spirit, Adhator, is a reference to Hadith from the Book of the Law. Hadith is the infinity contained at the smallest point. So Vivec looks at what he's wearing, implications of the smallest points, and at first he sees nothing. It just looks like a point. But the more he looks, the more he understands the concept of Hadith, or Adhator, as presented here. Within every single minimal point still lies an infinity of meaning. The proverb is that there are implications within any point, no matter how minimal it might be. Whether the writer intended those implications or not seems almost insignificant. The important part here are the implications themselves and how we perceive them. The fourth spirit came with the fifth. They were cousins. They could ghost touch and probed inside the egg to find its core. Some say Vivec at this time was shaped like a star, with its penumbra broken off. Others, that it looked like a revival of vanished forms. From my side of the family, the first cousin said, I bring you a series of calamities that will bring about the end of the universe. And from my side, the second cousin said, I bring you all the primordial marriages that must happen within them, each one. At this, the egg laughed. I'm given too much to bear so young. I must have been born before. This is an important moment for Vivec. Right now, he's facing face to face with the concept of eternal reoccurrence. Anu and Parome are brothers, so the cousin spirits I believe to be their sons, which are Anuel and Sithis. Sithis says that he will get his way and action will lead to consequence. Sithis' action will lead to the end of the world, because for everything that has a beginning point, there also has to be an end point. And to that end, if anything, Anuel will help him by providing the primordial marriages that must happen before that time comes. Anuel will create Oriel, who will create Alduin, and the rest is history. Marriages throughout the sermons refer to merges of oftentimes, but not always, antithetical concepts, and to this, Vivec now understands the idea that this has all happened before. It might also refer to his mortal life before he was reborn as a god by the heart of Lorkhan, but I prefer the former theory, because it's true. If Alduin has been doing this forever, and Anuel and Sithis just told him that calamities will occur and will always occur, then this is just one more of an unfathomable amount of Vivecs, which brings the question, who exactly is this Vivec? What makes him special from the rest? What is his eye? His reaction to this is that he laughs, which is one of the best reactions you can have when staring into the abyss. See, if he fails to understand this message, that he is eternally reoccurring, he loses. He becomes egocentric, but if he takes it to heart, he becomes disillusioned with the world around him, and if he rationalizes this idea way too much, he becomes essentially the Dwemer. If he does this, he will come to the conclusion that there is no Vivec, there is no I, he is just one more part of a certain careless universe. This was the best response to the cosmic insignificance of staring into the primordial void. Just laugh at it. Laugh at the state of the world. Carl Jung and Crowley both believed that humans are stars, which means that within everyone there is a spark of divine energy. But in this moment, Vivec is still just an egg. He still doesn't have his full divinity yet. His penumbra is broken off. A revival of vanished forms can mean a bunch of things. It can mean that he is a restoration of everything the Chimera have been through so far, hence why his mother is just a Nechiman's wife. Or it can mean that this Vivec is the spiritual revival of every Vivec that came before him. Either way, Vivec understands this, that he is essentially an outcome of events that came before him. He understands therefore that he has been born before. The sixth spirit then appeared, the Black Hands Mafala, who taught the Velothi at the beginning of days all the arts of sex and murder. Its burning heart melted the eyes of the Nechiman's wife and took the egg from the belly with 6 cutting strokes. The egg image, however, could see into what it had been before, in ancient times, when the earth still cooled and was not blinded. It joined with the Dareloth and took its former secrets, leaving a few behind to keep the web of the world from disentangling. Then, the Black Hands Mafala put the egg back in the Nechiman's wife and blew on her with magic breath until the hole closed up. But the Dareloth did not give her eyes back, saying God had 3 keys, of birth, of machine, and of the words between. Within this sermon, the wise may find one half of those keys. The ending of the words is Am Sivi. This is the relatively simpler part of the sermon. So Mafala shows up. We already said why she is associated with sex and murder. Seeing Mafala, the eyes of the Nechiman's wife burn, but Vivec has certain knowledge that prevents him from going blind, and that knowledge is of the creation of the world. Think about it, Vivec is an elf, and elves are basically wicked spirits trapped on Nirn that have amnesia and lost their original divinity. Vivec's mom is this way, but Vivec remembers his true origins, and so Mafala doesn't do anything to him. The second statement might lead you to believe that Vivec mantled Mafala, but A, please no, and B, it makes a lot more sense that it refers to him stealing her divinity via him presenting himself as her anticipation. Daedric realms are inherently tied to Nirn. For example, if Apocrypha falls, knowledge of Nirn becomes twisted. We saw this in ESO's Necrom questline. So if anything, this paragraph defeats the notion that Vivec mantled Mafala. If he did, there would still only be one Mafala, as according to Nuhara, the concept of the enantiomorph involves walking like them until they walk like you. Mafala does not walk like Vivec. Only Vivec walks like Mafala. To give you a more concrete example of mantling, I will give you the example of Sheogorath and the Champion of Cyrodiil. By the end of the Shivering Isles, Sheogorath did not exist in his original form, so then the Champion of Cyrodiil could walk in his place instead. What is interesting is the influence Mafala had on Vivec. It mentions that she blew her magic breath on him, closed the hole, and then just left them after blinding the mother. Vivec is trying to portray that he was always Mafala, so he's trying to paint the picture that Mafala blew life into him. In many religions, for God to give life to humans, he blows life into them, so they can become sentient, and in doing so, they are granted a spark of divinity. So now Vivec is saying that he has Mafala's magical breath, so he's essentially a continuation of Mafala. And the sermon closes with Vivec claiming that Mafala said the following: God has 3 keys, of birth, Almalexia, of machine, Sothasil, and of the words between. Vivec. Did any of these spirits actually contact Vivec? No, absolutely not. Vivec is most certainly making all of this up. Believe it or not, Mephala is not going to support the Almsivi while they are stealing her worshippers. And if you believe everything I have said so far, Lorcan, Sithis, and Anuel didn't just reach out to talk to Vivec. Vivec is remaking his story as if he was always a god from the beginning, and in doing so, he starts inserting actual gods to his backstory. One last note about the sermon. This is one of the Genesis sermons, which are the sermons of Vivec when he was still just an egg, before he was born. The Genesis sermons are sermons 1 through 8, and in this one, we see the formation of Vivec's eye, which is the one half of Vivec's key, which are the words between. The other half is love, which is the second requirement to Chim, and with that, sermon 2 ends. Okay, let's keep going and see where the Nechiman's wife ends up next.
Being blind, the Nechiman's wife wandered into a cave on her way to the domains of House Indoril. It so happened that this cave was a Dwemer stronghold. The Dwemer spied the egg and captured the Nechiman's wife. They bound her head to foot and brought her deep within the earth. She heard one say, "Go and make a simulacrum of her and place it back on the surface, for she is something akin to what we have, and so the Velothi will covet it and notice if she's away too long." In the darkness, the Nechiman's wife felt great knives try to cut her open. When the knives did not work, the Dwemer used solid sounds. When those did not work, great heat was brought to bear. Nothing was of any use, and the egg of Vivec remained safe within her. A Dwemer said, "Nothing is of any use. We must go and misinterpret this." Vivec felt that his mother was afraid, and so consoled her. "The fire is mine. Let it consume thee, and make a secret door at the altar of Padhome, in the house of Boetia, where we become safe and looked after." This old prayer made the Nechiman's wife smile, and begin such a deep sleep that when the Dwemeri Atronachs returned with their corded spheres and cut her apart, she did not awake, and died peacefully. Vivec was removed from her womb and placed within a magical glass for further study. To confound his captors, he channeled his essence into love, an emotion the Dwemer knew nothing about. The egg said, "Love is used not only as a constituent in moods and affairs, but also as the raw material from which relationships produce our later exasperations. Regrettably fashioned restrictions, riddles laced with affections known only to the loving couple, and looks that linger too long. Love is also an often used ingredient in some transparent verbal and non-verbal transactions, where, eventually, it can sometimes be converted to a variety of true devotions, some of which yield tough, insoluble, and infusible unions. In its basic form, love supplies approximately 13 draughts of all energy that is derived from relationships. Its role and value in society at large are controversial. The Dwemer were vexed at these words, and tried to hide behind their power symbols. They sent their Atronachs to remove the egg image from the cave, and place it within the simulacrum they had made of Vivec's mother. A Dwemer said, "We Dwemer are only aspirants to this that the Velothi have. They shall be our doom in this, and the 8 known worlds. Nirn, Lacan, Riket, Thendir, Krint, Akat, Mara, and Junal. The secret to doom is within this sermon." The ending of the words is Almsivi.
Sermon 3 is one of the easier sermons to explain. You will notice that as we go along, the sermons that have a cohesive story to tell and aren't just a bunch of metaphors put together are usually the easiest. Of course, exceptions apply. Being blind, the Nechiman's wife wandered into a cave on her way to the domains of the House Indoril. It so happens that this cave was a Dwemeri stronghold. The Dwemer spied on the egg and captured the Nechiman's wife. They bound her head to foot and brought her deep within the earth. She heard one say, "Go and make a simulacrum of her and place it back on the surface, for she has something akin to what we have, and so the Velothi will covet it and notice if she is too long away." So Vivec's mother at this point is kinda going through it. She has been kidnapped several times, changed genders, been made pregnant, and left to wander alone, and now she has been captured by the Dwemer after stumbling into one of their strongholds. The Dwemer recognize that something important made its way to them, probably because they saw a hermaphrodite, pregnant, blind woman walking into their cave, so they capture her and bring her deeper into the cave. They want to keep her but they aren't sure if someone will come looking for her, so they decide to make a simulacrum of her and send it back to the surface world, while keeping the original because she has something akin to what the Dwemer have, and that something is a god. Both of them, of course, are not true gods. One is a pseudo-god that uses the heart of a god to gain his powers, and the other one is an anti-creation that would be the undoing of the people that build it. Naturally, the Dwemer would be very interested in Vivec, as it might help them advance their cause. In the darkness, the Netchman's wife felt great knives trying to cut her open. When the knives did not work, the Dwemer used solid sounds. When those didn't work, great heat was brought to bear. Nothing was of any use, and the echo of Vivec remained safe within her. The Dwemer said, "Nothing is of any use. We must go and misinterpret this." Vivec felt that his mother was afraid, and so he consoled her. "The fire is mine. Let it consume thee, and make a secret door at the altar of Parome in the house of Boetia, where we become safe and looked after." This old prayer made the Netchman's wife smile and begin such a deep sleep that when the Dwemeri Archnox returned with cornet spheres and cut her apart, she did not awake and died peacefully. Vivec was removed from her womb and placed within a magical glass for further study. To confound his captors, he channeled his essence into love, an emotion that the Dwemer knew nothing about. So they try to cut the wife to get Vivec out, but knives don't work. And tonal magic also doesn't work. Tonal magic is the magic that uses sound. It's more common than you think, actually. Music in Elder Scrolls, or more particularly song, is very closely connected with power. You can see examples of this such as the Thu'um, Sword Singers, and Wood Elf Green Speakers. Tonal magic is one of the strongest kinds of magic. We will see it a lot throughout the sermons, but here the Dwemer use it to open up Vivec's mom, and it fails. After that, they try to use fire, which also doesn't work. So they bring cornet spheres instead, which work. What does this mean? The Dwemer are obviously big fans of rationalism, something which, as we will soon see, does not apply to Vivec. Science and theory do not apply to Vivec. He must be interacted with something that transcends rational theory. So they must misinterpret this. Think of it kinda like math. The Dwemer are a plus, and Vivec is a minus. So the outcome of their interaction is always gonna be a minus. To access Vivec, they must misinterpret this event. So they bring cornet spheres, something which is impossible and contradicting to the very concept of a sphere. But that contradiction makes it just like Vivec. Therefore, it is perfect, as minus plus minus equals plus. At least, that's how I think of it. Vivec is so contradicting to the Dwemer that when he channels his essence into love, they are dumbfounded, as they have never known such a concept. We will get to what he tells them in a little bit, but for now, I also want to comment on the prayer Vivec tells to his mother to comfort her. His mother is about to die, horrifically so, Marayat. So Vivec channels a fire of his and tells his mother a prayer which calms her down and puts her in a sleep so deep that she dies peacefully in the end. The fire can be any one of 1,000 different things. It can be Vivec's proclivity to unite death with life, so Vivec's mother will think of the act of her dying as a way of gaining new life. The act of putting her to sleep can also be a preparation for her death, but I want to also point out the new Whirling School's definition, as it is more consistent with the fire of Vivec that we will see throughout the sermons. Fire, in many interpretations of Hinduism, is connected with the concept of perfect knowledge. Perfect knowledge of the self and the super self and of their relationship is compared here into fire. This fire not only burns up all the reaction to impious activities, but also all reactions to pious activities, turning them to ashes. When one is in complete knowledge, both a priori and a posteriori are consumed. Vivec giving his mother his fire is him giving her his knowledge, and with that, she is able to gaze back into the first subgradients of all existence, the stage of Anu and Parome, the origins of all existence, inside the house of a Paromaic Daedric prince, Boethia. What Vivec is doing here is inherently deception. His mother isn't really there. As a matter of fact, she's as far away from the place as one can be, which is why the Daedric prince of deception is here. But still, that knowledge gives her a great comfort. Hello there! Editing version of me here. So I looked at the concept of fire in Hinduism a bit more, and more accurately, I looked at Shiva's fire. What I said here isn't exactly wrong per se, but it's stupidly complicated, to the point that if a Hindu were to watch this, they would probably say something like, "What is bro talking about?" A simpler and much better interpretation of all of this is that the fire is simply a callback to Shiva's blessing. Shiva gives this fire to his followers/servants, and it gives them what they they want. It is more akin to a divine blessing that is depicted as a fire, and when it's all said and done, Vivec talks to the Dwemer about love, saying,
Love is used not only as a constituent in moods and affairs, but also as the raw material from which relationships produce our later exasperations. Regrettably fashioned restrictions, riddles laced with affections known only to the loving couple, and looks that linger too long. Love is also an often used ingredient in some transparent verbal and non-verbal transactions, where, eventually, it can sometimes be converted to a variety of true devotions, some of which yield tough, insoluble, and infusible unions. In its basic form, love supplies approximately 13 draughts of all energy that is derived from relationships. Its role and value in society at large are controversial.
The Dwemer were vexed by these words and tried to hide behind their power symbols. They sent their Archonauts to remove the egg image from their cave and place it within the simulacrum they made of Vivec's mother. A Dwemer said, "We the Dwemer are only aspirants to that which the Velothi have. They shall be our doom in this and in the 8 known worlds: Nirn, Lacan, Rket, Thendra, Kinrt, Akat, Mara, and Junal." Oh, there he is. The secret to doom is within the sermon. The ending of the words is Almsivi. Notice how robotic Vivec's definition of love is. He's doing this either because he's trying to ease the Dwemer into the concept of love without blowing their minds with stuff like I am all are we, or what I think is more likely to be the case, he hasn't completely figured it out himself either. He's still an egg after all. He has knowledge, but as we will see during Sermon 4, he's still facing challenges to create his identity. The Dwemer hear this and are like, why is this egg talking to me about love? Mom, I'm scared. Please come pick me up. They are talking about girls again. So they hide behind their power symbols, which are basically their equations and science, which they hold above ideas such as love, which they hold as unimportant. They send their Archonauts to get rid of the egg by putting it in the simulacrum they made of his mother and then leaving it outside the cave to wander once more in the land of the Indoril. Notice what the Dwemer say to Vivec. They want to be like him, gods that is, but the Chimera will be their doom in this endeavor. Obviously, a Dwemer can't simply say that love will be their doom in the end, or more accurately, the lack thereof. That would defeat the very point of them not understanding the concept of love. So they blame the Velothi, who will declare war on them, the War of the First Council, which will, in a less direct way, lead to their end. What is interesting is that they won't only be their doom in this world, but in the other 8 worlds as well. The Dwemer seem to have forgotten about the Bella and Zenithar, which kinda makes sense, because the Bella's love ain't for them, and Zenithar's work ethics aren't their style either. You didn't hear this from me, but a trusted source told me that former slave factories aren't OSHA compliant, so they replaced those 2 with 2 others that they accept, Lorcan and Nirn. I also want to draw your attention to a real-life explanation. Again, the ancient Greeks and Romans gave the names of their gods to planets so there might be a mythological cohesion between the stars and the earthly beliefs, which is why the Dwemer here can just say, no, this planet is actually called something else because we say so. The secret to doom that is within the sermon depends on who's saying this phrase. If it is still the Dwemer talking here, then it probably refers to the concept of love and the lack thereof. If Vivec is saying this, it probably is referring to the Numidium, and thus Sermon 3 ends. In this sermon, we see the twisted ideology of the Dwemer showing for the first time, such as by killing Vivec's mom and replacing it with a simulacrum of her. The Netchman's wife, in my opinion, is a stand-in for the collective heritage of the Chimera, from the moment they followed Dareloth all the way to Vivec's birth. And here, we see the Dwemer's hate for that heritage, albeit in a more passive way, as they still don't want to provoke the Chimera, so they let Vivec leave after they are done with his mother. We also see the ego of Vivec trying to figure stuff out himself, so his knowledge, although greater than that of most people, as we see in the fire he gave to his mother before she died, is still in its infancy, as we see with his definition of love. And with these observations made, let us move on to Sermon 4.
The simulacrum of the Netchman's wife, who carried the egg of Vivec within it, went back looking for the lands of the Indoril. Along the journey, many more spirits came to see it and offered instructions to its son-daughter, the future glorious and visible warrior poet of Vardenfell, Vivec. A troop of spirits called the Lobbyists for the Coincidence Guild appeared. Vivec understood the challenge immediately and said, "The popular notion of God kills happenstance." The head of the Lobbyist, whose name is forgotten, tried to defend the concept's existence. He said, "Saying something at the same time can be magical." Vivec knew that to retain his divinity that he must make a strong argument against luck. He said, It is not the sudden revelation of corresponding conditions and disparate elements that gel at the moment of the coincidence one of the prerequisites to being, in fact, coincidental? Synchronicity comes out of the repeated coincidence at the lowest level. Further examination shows it is the utter power of the sheer numbers of coincidences that leads one to the idea that synchronicity is guided by something more than chance. Therefore, synchronicity ends up invalidating the concept of the coincidental, even though they are the symptomatic signs that bring it to the surface. Thus was coincidence destroyed in the land of the Velothi. Then an old bone of the earth rose up before the simulacrum of the Netchman's wife and said, "If you're to be born a ruling king of the world, you must confuse it with new words. Set me into pondering." "Very well," Vivec said. "Let me talk to you of the world, which I share with mystery and love. Who is her capital? Have you taken the scenic route of her cameo?" "I have. Lightly, in secret, missing candles because they're on the untrue side, and run my hand along the edge of a shadow made from 103 divisions of warmth, and left no proof." At this, the old bone folded unto itself 20 times until it became akin to milk, which Vivec drank, becoming a ruling king of the world. Finally, the Chancellor of Exactitude appeared, and he was perfect to look upon from every angle. Vivec understood the challenge immediately, and said, "Certitude is for the puzzle box logicians and girls of white glamour who harbor it on their own time. I am a letter written in uncertainty." The Chancellor bowed his head and smiled 50 different imperfect ways all at once. He pulled the astrolabe of the universe from his robe and broke it in half, handing both halves to the egg image of Vivec. Vivec laughed and said, "Yes, I know. The slave labor of the sense is as selfish as polar ice, and worsens when energies are spent on a life others regard as fortunate. To be a ruling king, I will have to suffer much that cannot be suffered, and to weigh matters that is no astrolabe or compass can measure." The ending of the word is Almsivi.
Sermon 4 is by far the best sermon, and it's not even a contest. Okay, maybe there is a bit of a contest between Sermon 4 and Sermon 11, but I would say that Sermon 4 comes out on top. So far we have dabbled in philosophical ideas, but this is where it all becomes so much better, because we enter the realm of psychoanalysis. Carl Jung, my beloved. So the simulacrum, oh, and by the way, the simulacrum of the Netchman's wife is a failed imitation of said Netchman's wife. So this simulacrum is looking for the lands of the Indoril, and most spirits come to instruct Vivec. However, these spirits are different than the ones that came before. Before, it was Daedra and divine spirits. These spirits are more akin to ideas, thoughts, or mental processes. So, does the fact that Vivec is now in a Dwemer construct mean that he's now visited by irrational forces instead of divine forces that, say, the Velothi would be visited by? Does changing Vivec's mother from Chimeri heritage to Dwemeri machine give Vivec a new pool of knowledge he can now tap into? And if yes, does that mean that Vivec can now be a combination, not just of Chimeri Morrowind, but of the whole of Morrowind as well? To find the answers to these questions, we have to observe the spirits themselves. A trope of spirits called the lobbyists for the Coincidence Guild appeared. Vivec understood the challenge immediately and said, "The popular notion of God kills happenstance." The head of the lobbyists, whose name is forgotten, tried to defend the concept's existence. He said, "Saying something at the same time can be magical." Vivec knew that to retain his divinity, he must make a strong argument against luck. He said, "Is not the sudden revelation of corresponding conditions and desperate elements that gel at the moment of the coincidental one of the prerequisites to being, in fact, coincidental? Synchronicity comes out of repeated coincidences at the lowest level. Further examination shows it is the utter power of the sheer number of coincidences that leads one to the idea that synchronicity is guided by something more than chance. Therefore, synchronicity ends up invalidating the concept of the coincidental, even though they are the symptomatic signs that bring it to the surface. Thus was coincidence destroyed in the land of the Velothi. You see this? You see this? You see that? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you the bitterness of my soul. Somewhere along the line, we lost this writing, and now all that we're left with is this.
Picture a diamond that somehow formed around a spiderweb, interweaving lines within a grander, fixed shape. That is the many parts.
Eat your heart out, Ithelia. So what does this interaction mean? Here, Vivec had to establish the concept of free will for himself. On a side note, this conversation is very similar to the one Jubal had with the Numidium on top of the moon. Vivec has to make an argument for free will. If he fails to do so, he becomes at best Sothasil, never being able to say maybe, but never fully binary either, the binaries being yes or no in response to any future event, and at worst, he becomes the Numidium, certain of everything, binary between yes and no, loveless, and stuck in the realm of failure, because he can't say maybe.
Maybe, the word I covet above all others. Hold to that word, my friend, and never let go.
So when the concept of coincidence overwhelms him, he has to respond in a way which, rationally, defeats the concept that people are inherently tied to a chain of cause and effect, and that individuality, in its fundamental level, does not exist. In his psychoanalytical practice, Carl Jung observed this dilemma as one of the greatest fears facing a lot of humans.
You know, when I think of my patients, they all seek their own existence, and to assure their existence against that complete atomization into nothingness or into meaninglessness. Man cannot stand a meaningless life.
Humans seek to distinguish themselves from the atomization of concepts such as coincidence and happenstance. Essentially, if all you are is a product of time and space and what came before you, and you have no free will, and no ability to see or act beyond a chain of causality, then who are you, really? If a person is just a point in time and space, then when people ask you, who are you, what answer can one give, except, I am whatever time and space spit out? Or in other words,
I am only what time and circumstance made me. Son of a lost house, friend to a fallen king. Some will tell you that we are the product of our choices. I've never found that to be the case. All of this exists because it must exist. I stand here, in this place, in this moment, not because I wish to, but because I have to. A result of action and consequence.
Whether this concept is true or not seems almost irrelevant now. One way or another, he has to see beyond causality. At first, he does this by focusing on the popular notion of God, which according to him, kills happenstance. He isn't saying gods, as in Aedra or Daedra, and he isn't referring to the Almsivi either. He is referencing an abstract notion of divinity, which, although unknown, is popular. He is referring, in a sense, to the Godhead, which is what people think of subconsciously when they think of a god. Imagine it like this. How did the Dwemer know how to make a god only using the heart of Lorkhan? How did Hjalti know how to make Talos using the Mandela? What made Veloth so sure about the Sijic endeavor that he quit everything and just left to live in a barren wasteland? And finally, how did Lorkhan know that the only way out of this world was through all of this mess? Desperate attempts? Perhaps. Years of scholarly research? Also perhaps. Gut feeling? Maybe. Or maybe even the origins of those factors lies in something that transcends above them. Perhaps there is a popular notion of God that transcends above the arena and only few truly embrace, but everyone, at least to some extent, at least feels. A popular notion, one might say. Think of it kind of like Aleister Crowley's idea of the true will. Everyone has it, but only few chase after it. That, or MK, is outright breaking the fourth wall and talking about the IRL notions of divinity. Your call on which one it is. To this statement, the head of the lobbyists responds by saying that this statement is illusory. This has been happening kalpa after kalpa. It only seems magical, but it isn't. He has been saying the exact same thing over and over again. But because he is ignorant of that, Vivec thinks of it as something magical, when in reality, it's not. To that, Vivec goes even deeper, further elaborating on what the notion of God is. And in doing so, he proves that although what his opponent is saying might very well be true, it still doesn't support the argument for coincidence. Coincidence is a product of corresponding conditions and disparate elements that gel at the moment of the coincidental. Furthermore, synchronicity is a product of many little coincidences, which, if they are indeed the product of corresponding conditions, then there has to be a point of origins from where both effects originate from. That smallest point that is independent of everything else is the popular notion of God, the Godhead, in everything except outright saying it. Therefore, both of these effects are the symptomatic signs that bring it to the surface. Thus, coincidence invalidates the concept of the coincidental. I feel like I can explain the whole synchronicity bit a little better, so let me explain. This is a clock. It is undoubtedly bound by synchronicity. Yet, where does that synchronicity originate from? Obviously, one would say that the synchronicity originates from the person that made the clock. That is fair. But how did the clockmaker manage to create synchronicity via the clock? He did so by combining different components and having them work perfectly with the world around them. This is a clock that works. If I put a large magnet next to it, it won't work. If I place it right next to an explosion, it also won't work. If I made this clock in a flawed way, it would also stop working. Therefore, the clock is bound to many coincidences that originate from the lowest level, aka by the perception of the clockmaker. So the question now becomes, where does that perception come from? As we will see later, that creative potential comes from the creative spirit of the clockmaker. That creative spark, that freedom of will that exists only as far as perception goes, is the popular notion of God. It is still tied to a chain of cause and effects, but through those chains, it is able to interpret and manipulate the world around it. The popular notion of God, therefore, is that freedom. Is it limited? Yes. Is it illusory? Also yes. Is it a freeing and liberating tool to the person that has it? Also yes. Therefore, synchronicity and coincidence are both outcomes of perception. That perception of the individual is the popular notion of God. It is limited, it is fundamentally fake, as we will see later, but to the individual, it is also paramount. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And after that, the head of the Coincidence Guild has nothing, and it is destroyed for now and forever. So complete was its defeat that it was completely forgotten. Notice again that coincidence is the thing that is destroyed forever in the land of the Velothi, not some spirit. Further supporting that Vivec is dueling concepts more so than actual spirits, now that his mother is a Dwemer construct. Then, an old bone of the earth rose up before the simulacrum of the Nurtureman's wife, and said, "If you are to be born a ruling king of the world, you must confuse it with new words." Set me into pondering. Very well, Vivec said. Let me talk to you of the world, which I share with mystery and love. Who is her capital? Have you taken the scenic route of her cameo? I have. Lightly, in secret, missing candles because they are on the untrue side, and ran my hand along the edge of a shadow made from 103 divisions of warmth, and left no proof. At this, the old bone folded onto itself 20 times until it became akin to milk, which Vivec drank, becoming the ruling king of the world. An old bone of the earth is an Elnophe, one of the primordial spirits that decided to stay on Nirn after the convention that took place on Tower Zero. Now that Vivec has proven that free will is, at least to him, real, he has to also prove of its usefulness. The old bone of the earth asks Vivec to make an argument using creativity for the sake of generating a sense of wonder inside the spirit. Think of it kind of like a customer commissioning a painter for a painting, and in the description for the painting the customer wants, he just says something beautiful. Beauty exists within someone's creativity, which is what the spirit wants to see from Vivec right now. What Vivec proceeds to say is basically painting using words, abstract terms that might as well mean nothing, but are colored with beautiful words that make you wish that they meant something. Is there a meaning to any of these phrases? None that I can decipher, but because they are said so beautifully, there is hope for meaning, which is what the Elnophe actually wanted. Therefore, it is set into pondering, and Vivec wins this encounter. He becomes a poet, and in doing so, he becomes something akin to milk, which Vivec drinks and becomes the ruling king of the world. The whole milk thing represents Vivec gaining the essence of his ancestors, kinda like knowledge passed down generationally via DNA. It is also, but I'm trying to keep things professional. Let's see how long I can actually keep it up for. And with that, Vivec has his own framework for fiction formed. He's not fully out of it, but he is not fully immersed in it either. He is not Almalexia, who believes her own lies, and he is not Sothasil, who's almost ignorant of them. Right now, he is just Vivec, the warrior poet, the new ruling king of the world. Finally, the Chancellor of Exactitude appeared, and he was perfect to look upon from every angle. Vivec understood the challenge immediately, and said, "Certainty is for the puzzle box logicians and girls of white glamour that harbor it on their own time. I am a letter written in uncertainty." The Chancellor bowed his head and smiled. 50 different and perfect ways, all at once. He pulled the astrolabe of the universe from his robe and broke it in half, handing both halves to the egg image of Vivec. Vivec laughed and said, "Yes, I know. The slave labor of the senses is as selfish as polar ice, and worsens when energies are spent on a life others deem as fortunate. To be a ruling king, I will have to suffer much that cannot be suffered, and weigh matters that no astrolabe or compass can measure." When faced with the fear of everything appearing in perfect order, Vivec decides to reject that notion. The Chancellor of Exactitude is exactly that emotion, that everything must be measured, and that good decisions can only be made with certain calculations. This is wrong. Those who restrict themselves in the boundaries of yes or no have no chance of escaping the arena. Vivec here makes the decision to go after something beyond exactitude. That something can simply be expressed by saying maybe, and have it be real, and not born out of ignorance. Scientists and people who live in luxury live lives devoid of struggle and will chase after certainty, believing it to be an endeavor necessary to live a good life, but at best they are wasting their time for illusory returns, and at worst they are chasing after their own misery. To be a ruling king, you must suffer much that cannot be suffered, and to face those struggles knowing that the only thing worse than facing them is not facing them and not overcoming them. And so Vivec laughs again. Vivec will never be able to measure his options and their outcomes accurately, but he now also knows that chasing after a false comfort and concepts such as total certainty are also a false endeavor. The comfort of certainty and the pleasures of a life that many others may as well refer to as fortunate may have their charm, but they are not gonna give him chim. If he chases after them, he's not gonna be a ruling king of the world. And with that, and with everyone's favorite ending phrase, this sermon ends. And all I can say about it is, whoa. Beyond the themes covered here, and beyond if you agree with my commentary and my interpretations of these points, one cannot help but at least admit that this is an incredible sermon. We can see the different spirits coming to challenge Vivec as thoughts that he must answer if he is to become the ruling king of the world, and in that endeavor, one way or another, he succeeds. He is now certain that he possesses the concept of free will, devoid of coincidence, and he is able to use it creatively, and with it, he will attempt to see beyond causality and beyond the superfluous certainty of the arena. Let's see where it all goes from here.
Finally, the simulacrum of the Netchman's wife became unstable. The Dwemer, in their haste, had built it shoddily, and the ashes of Red Mountain slowed its golden tendons. Before long, it fell on its knees beside the road to the lands of the Indoril and pitched over, to be discovered 80 days later by a merchant caravan on its way to the capital of Veloth, Anon Almalexia. Vivec had not been among his people all the days of his pre-life, so he stayed silent and let the Chimer in the caravan think that the simulacrum was broken and empty. A Chimeri warrior, who was protecting the caravan, said, "Look here how the Dwemer try to fool us as ever, crafting our likeness out of their flesh metals. We should take this to the capital and show our mother Ayam. She will want to see this new strategy of our enemies." But the merchant captain said, "I doubt that we shall be paid well for the effort. We can make more money if we stop at Normok and sell it to the Red Wives of Dagon, who pay well for the wonders made by the deep folk." But another Chimer, who was wise in the ways of prophecy, looked on the simulacrum with disquietude. "Was I not hired to help you seek the best of fortunes? I say you should listen to your warrior then, and take this thing to Ayam, for though manufactured by our enemies, there is something in it that will become sacred, or has been already." The merchant captain took pause then, and looked on the simulacrum of the Netchman's wife, and though he heeded always the advice of his seers, could do no more than think of the profits to be made at Normok. He thought mainly of the Red Wives' form of recompense, which was four-cornered and good-wounded, a belly magic known nowhere else under the moons. His lust made him deny Ayam his mother. He gave order to change course for Normok. Before the caravan could get underway again, the Chimeri warrior who had counseled a passage to the capital threw his money to the merchant captain and said, "I will pay you thus for the simulacrum and warn you, war is coming with the shaggy men of the north, and I will not have my mother Ayam at uneven odds with one enemy while tending to another." "Nerevar," the merchant captain said, "this is not enough. I am Triune in my own way, but I follow the road of my body and demand more." Then Vivec could not remain silent anymore, and said into Nerevar's head these words, "You can hear the words, so run away. Come, Hortador, unfold into a clear unknown. Stay quiet until you've slept in the yesterday, and say no elegies for the melting stone." So Nerevar slew the merchant captain, and took the caravan for his own. The ending of the words is Almsivi.
This is one of the easiest sermons to understand. There are some difficult terms to be explained to be sure, but compared to Sermon 4, it's nothing. In this sermon, we see Vivec's first encounter with Nerevar. This entire sermon is him retelling the day of him seeing Nerevar in Mournhold and swearing allegiance to him at the cost of him serving Nerevar from then on. Here, the story is presented in a much different fashion. The simulacrum of Vivec's mother fails and falls on the road near the lands of the Indoril. When a caravan on its way to Mournhold, the city known as Almalexia, finds it, and the protector of said caravan is Nerevar. Vivec at this point is not a god of the tribunal, so he decides to stay quiet because they don't know who he is. When a member of the crew sees the construct, his first thought is that the Dwemer are trying to copy the Chimer to get an edge over them in case of maybe a future conflict perhaps, and so he deems it necessary to take said construct to Almalexia so she can study it. The captain of the caravan is kinda down bad at the moment, so he's like, "Dude, Almalexia ain't paying us enough. If we were to give it to a bunch of Dagon cultists, I bet they would pay us a lot better, and in different ways, might I add. The idea does come across my mind that Dagon wants new designs to make siege equipment, which he will use during the Oblivion Crisis, which hasn't happened yet, but that's only just a pet theory. Nereva recognizes that there is something important in this machine, so he tells the captain to listen to his warrior and take it to AM for study. The captain has to weigh his options. On one hand is his Divine Mother AM, and on the other hand is the belly magic of the wives of Dagon. By the way, in the same manner that singing is a kind of magic, dancing also seems to be a form of magic. The Khajiit do it as well. Four-cornered refers to the fact that Dagon is one of the princes of the four corners of the House of Troubles. I'm not gonna say what Good Wounded stands for, but if you're interested, you can just Google Slanesh and you'll figure it out. It still maroons Dagon. It can be all fun and games. So overwhelmed by his horniness the captain is, that he says, "Nah fam, we are gonna hit the road for the Daedric Shrine," but Nereva insists that war with the Nords is coming and that the tribunal will be faced with a double conflict, as they will have to face both against them and the Dwemer, and Almalexia has to be ready for this. And while saying this, Nereva gives the captain all of his money in exchange for the construct and Vivec. The captain states that the payment isn't enough, and that although he is a believer of the tribunal, he is also very horny at the moment, so he will still opt to take her to the wives of Dagon. To this, Vivec finally breaks his silence and says,
"You can hear the words, so run away. Come, Hortator, unfold into a clear unknown. Stay quiet until you've slept in the yesterday, and say no elegies for the melting stone."
What Vivec asks Nereva to do now is to leave everything behind and join him. As the spirits folded themselves after their interactions with Vivec, now Vivec asks Nereva to do the same, and we will see later that Nereva does exactly that, becoming basically Vivec's student. Stay quiet until you've slept in the yesterday can mean a bunch of things. It might mean that Nereva has to return to the state of a child, the state he was before he became a caravan protector, in order to become a pupil again, so Vivec can come and teach him. Vivec might also be trying to comfort Nereva of any guilt he will feel after killing the captain of the caravan by urging him to do so quietly and with no regard of the tomorrow that such an action might bring. The next line, "Say no elegies for the melted stone," I think refers to any guilt he might feel for killing the captain, for the captain is weak of mind and heart, and he melts in accordance with his desires. Therefore Nereva should feel no guilt for him. If the captain can be a triune and a traitor to Almalexia at the same time, if his desires shape him like a stone melting in different casts, why should Nereva feel bad? And with those words, Nereva is convinced. He kills the crew and takes the caravan for himself. This, as a business move, is terrible for the Hortator. No one is going to hire a sellsword that just killed the people he was hired to protect, but from now on, he has a different mission: to serve the three and to follow Vivec. At least, that's the image that the sermons portray. Again, these documents are partially religious and historical propaganda. In reality, it was Vivec who swore himself to the service of Nereva, and it was the tribunal that advised him. This is putting things the other way around because Vivec wants to portray himself as a god. And with that, Sermon 5 closes, and we will get to see how the relationship between Vivec and Nereva unfolds in the coming sermons, as from this point on, the largest part of the sermons will be these two interacting with one another, except the Phylicite sermons. Those don't count.
Sermon 6. You have discovered the 6th sermon of Vivec, which was hidden in the words that came next to the Hortator. There is an eon within itself that, when unraveled, becomes the first sentence of the world. Mephala and Azura are the twin gates of tradition, and Boethia is the secret flame. The sun shall be eaten by lions, which cannot be found yet in Veloth. 6 are the vests and garments worn by the superstitions of men. Proceed only with the simplest terms, for all others are enemies and will confuse you. 6 are the formulas to heaven by violence, one that you have learned by studying these words. The Father is a machine and the mouth of a machine. His only mystery is an invitation to elaborate further. The Mother is active and clawed like a Nyx hound, yet she is the holiest of those that reclaim their days. The Son is myself, Vec, and I am unto free, 6, 9, and the rest that come after, glorious and sympathetic, without borders, utmost in the perfections of this world and the others, sword and symbol, pale like gold. There is a 4th kind of philosophy that uses nothing but disbelief. For by the sword I mean the sensible, by the word I mean the dead. I am Vivec, your protector and the protector of Red Mountain, until the end of days, which are numbered 3,333. Below me is the Savage, which we needed to remove ourselves from the Ultima. Above me is a challenge, which bathes itself in fire and the essence of a god. Through me you are desired, unlike the prophets that have borne your name before. 6 are the walking ways, from enigma to enemy to teacher. Boethia and Azura are the principles of the universal plot, which is begetting, which is creation, and Mafala makes of it an art form. For by the sword I mean the first night, for by the word I mean the dead. There will be a splendor in your name when it is said to be true. 6 are the guardians of Veloth, 3 before, and they are born again, and they will test you until you have the proper tendencies of the hero. There is a world that is sleeping, and you must guard against it. For by the sword I mean the dual nature, for by the word I mean animal life, for by the sword I mean preceded by a sigh, for by the word I mean preceded by a wolf. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi.
Every now and again, the plot of the sermons breaks, and Vivec starts talking directly to the Hortator. It isn't understood if this is an attempt of his to reach the Nerevarin after he got reincarnated, or him just putting his guild on paper. He might also be using Nerevar as a stand-in to reach the whole of the Dharma race. But personally, out of all of this, I buy the idea that he's trying to reach out to the Hortator in some way, either because he's feeling guilt, or because he wants to advise him on how to defeat Dagothar. The structure of this sermon is almost like a poem, with hardly any connections between each line. So let's analyze them. There is an eon within itself that, when unraveled, becomes the first sentence of the world. First of all, the sermon makes it known that we are in Gnostic country now, as eon in Gnosticism refers to a lesser divine entity that is basically an extension of the one true God, or as they would call it, the One, who is made of 3. The Eon here refers to Anu, who first thought of himself and began the process of making the world through his interactions with Parome. Mafala and Azura are the twin gates of tradition, and Boethia is the secret flame. Mafala and Azura stands for Vivec and Sothasil, who both possess at least one aspect of the truth. They still keep the traditions of the Chimer and the truth about who they are, whereas Boethia Almalexia has forgotten all about it and has thrown herself completely into the secret flame, which is fiction, since no one else must know it exists, and therefore it is secret. The sun shall be eaten by lions, which cannot be found yet in Veloth. Again, we are in Carl Jung territory. A green lion eating the sun symbolizes a young, ignorant entity being overwhelmed by its ego and resorting to instinctual violence. The sermon doesn't mention anything about the color green, which symbolizes the unripeness of the lion. So for this line, I am guessing that it refers to the ultimate outcome of the arena and the world of false violence, which is to get stomped into the ground by its ultimate creation, a massive killer robot that plays exactly by the rules of the arena. 6 are the vests and garments worn by the suppositions of men. Proceed only with the simplest terms, for all others are enemies and will confuse you. 6 are the formulas to reach the heaven by violence, one that you have learned by studying these words. And here we get to the first official mention of the 6 walking ways, and oh boy, do these 3 lines have a lot going on with them. First, it establishes the nature of the 6 walking ways, that they exist deprived of theory, for they transcend the boundaries of any theory. They are suppositions, beliefs that, when manifested fully, they come closer to an impulse than an actual path. For that, they must be approached with the simplest terms, for any other reaction brings confusion without insight. The phrase "reach the heaven by violence" is one of the most beautiful phrases in the entirety of the sermons, but I also feel like it's one of the more misunderstood part of the sermons. Originally, it is a biblical reference from the New Testament, so Jesus is talking about John the Baptist after he was captured by King Herod. John, while captured, told 2 of his followers to go see this Christ fellow and ask him if he was the one that he preached about and baptized. Christ tells the 2 followers to tell John of the miracles they saw while with him, and then he starts talking about John himself, and towards the end of what he had to say about him, he says this: "From the time of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been subject to violence, and the violent lay claim to it." Another verse says this: "The law and the prophets were proclaimed until John. Since that time, the good news of the kingdom of God is being besieged, and everyone is forcing their way into it." The way I always interpreted these verses is focused on the concept of self-violence, and the transition from the violence found in the Old Testament to a new kind of violence, violence of the self, to reach the heavens through violence. And no, this isn't your Bible study class, yet it does blend into the 6 walking ways. Think of all of the things that are good to do for everyone. If I told you to let go of your belongings and cast yourself into the desert, feeding only on roots and locusts, you would, rightfully, call me violent. But if you do it to yourself willingly, what does that make of you? Self-violent, which is the key to reach the heavens. If I told you to give up all of your money and possessions to the needy and roam the world preaching of a higher ideal, that would be a violent thing for me to ask of you. But if you did it to yourself, according to Christianity at least, you would get to reach the heavens. A bit of a side tangent, I know, but it explains what violence stands for in this instance. Hello. Once again, it seems that I forgot to mention something very important. The 6 walking ways are a direct reference to the 6 paths of pain from Buddhism. They are the 6 realms of existence where a being is reborn based on their karma. Basically, beings are reborn time and time again within these cycles until they escape them, reaching enlightenment. All 6 ways are considered paths of suffering and are within the cycle of incarnation, with the ultimate goal being to escape the cycle and reach enlightenment. Very similar to the idea of Chim. Very interesting. And they are also a Naruto reference, so I'm really happy with this. So what is the walking way that can be found within this sermon? I think, and those are important words, that it is the Prolix Tower. The Prolix Tower is a way of reaching the heavens by convincing everyone around you that you are a god. Thus the reality and metaphor mix with one another until there is no difference. And throughout not just this sermon, but the previous sermons as well, Vivec does exactly that. If everyone has the same idea about something, that idea becomes reality. Another example of this will be that during the graphic novel Cotho, the people that used to inhabit Tamriel have lost their memories of their lives in Tamriel. Thus the history of Tamriel becomes whatever the collective remembers. Another example that people might be familiar with are the Marukari Selective, who wanted to erase the memories of everyone that Saint Alicia's husband and son were both Minotaurs. You can still see Morahouse's statue in the Imperial City, where you can see that they tried depicting this guy as a human to change everyone's opinion of him. They also danced on top of a tower to erase the memory of the 8 divines. The Marukari Selective are weird. There is also an argument to be made that it might be mantling, but I don't think that that's the case, so let's move on. There is nothing said here that we haven't at least implied already. So Thassil's mystery is that he finds inquisitiveness to be a sign of intelligence.
Well, Lord Sotha Seal attributed curiosity to intellectual superiority.
Almalexia is the only one of the 3 that places a heavy emphasis on religious practices, and Vivec is the 3rd of the 3, who together are one God, and therefore infinite. Therefore he is every number that comes after it. Since God is infinite, and he is the 3, 6, 9, and all other multiples of 3 in infinites of 3. This, wait, I just got the weirdest flashback. Then he praises himself a bit more just because, you know, good measure. There is a 4th kind of philosophy that uses nothing but disbelief. For by the sword, I mean the sensible. For by the word, I mean the dead. I am Vec, your protector and the protector of Red Mountain. Below me is the savage, which we needed to remove ourselves from the Altmer. Above me is a challenge, which bathes itself in the fire and the essence of a god. These verses mostly have to do with the Sharmat, Dagothir. His is the 4th philosophy, the disbelief of the mortal world and the belief that the self is the god and all else comes from it. Swords can have several meanings, but here in particular, I choose to interpret them as the concept of violence in general, because you can argue whatever you want about violence, but above all, violence is to the violent sensible. The word here, that sounds funny to say, I think refers to theories in general, as in conscious thoughts, such as those of the Dwemer, Veloth, Nerevar, and maybe Lorcan. And what do all of these entities have in common? Exactly, they are all dead. Then Vivec says that he is the protector of the Red Mountain until the end of days, which to him are numbered 3333. I don't know why that number exactly. You could argue that 3 is the number of the Almsivi and the Good Daedra, and the 4s are the 4 corners of the House of Troubles, but it doesn't make much sense in this context. Maybe there's some math here that I'm not seeing. What I do know is that the Red Mountain didn't last for too long after Vivec lost his divinity, and the Red Year began in the 5th year of the 4th era. Huh. Okay, now I kinda see it. So was he trying to hint at the date of the disaster in a strange way? I don't know. And you know what? I don't have to know. I have to leave something for the comments to correct me. Otherwise, it's just not a proper Cotho video. What I do know is that below Vivec are the 3 Good Daedra that help them remove themselves from the Altmer, and above him is the challenge of Dagoth who is more powerful than him and has the power of the Heart of Lorkhan. Through me you are desired, unlike the prophets that have borne your name before. 6 are the working ways, from enigma to enemy to teacher. Boethia and Azura are the principles of the universal plot, which is begetting, which is creation, and Mephala makes of it an art form. For by the sword I mean the first night, for by the word I mean the dead. There will be a splendor in your name when it is said to be true. 6 are the guardians of Veloth, 3 before, and they were born again, and they will test you until you have the proper tenacities of the hero. There is a world that is sleeping, and you must guard against it. I think that here Vivec is talking directly to the Nerevarin. Before the true Nerevarin came along, there were a lot of false incarnates of Nerevar, but Vivec can tell them apart, and so the real one is desired where all others aren't. Then he states that when someone is walking the 6 walking ways, people's perception of that someone will also change. At first, they won't know what you're doing. You will be an enigma to them. Then they will vilify you, and in the end, through your actions, you will teach them something. You will be their teacher. A prime example of this is Lorkhan. At first, they thought that he just had an interesting idea, if not a bit strange. Then, during the convention, they vilified him. And finally, later on in the sermons, we will see that even Daedra like Boethia pledged themselves to him. Then he speaks about the nature of the Good Daedra a bit more, saying that Boethia and Azura know the universal plot, but Mephala makes of it an art form, which is what Vivec is doing with these sermons, by giving them as poetry and not just saying what he wants to say. For by the sword I mean the first night might be a sexual thing, referring to a married couple's first night together. I prefer the idea that it refers to the first night after the hero, the Nerevarin, is proclaimed to be the player. That would be the opening of Morrowind. The following 2 lines seem to kinda support this. For by the word I mean the dead. Guess who is dead? And there will be a splendor in your name when it is said to be true. That part flat out says it. After the Nerevarin has been declared, nothing will be the same. When Dagoth understands this, he will send nightmares and assassins after him, calling him to come back to the Red Mountain. That's how I see the first night. Then it states that the 3 Good Daedra and the Tribunal will, in their own way, test him until he shows the proper tenacities of being a hero, before foreshadowing again the coming of the Corpus Plague and the awakening of the 6th house. For by the sword, I mean the dual nature. For by the word, I mean preceded by a wolf. Dual nature refers to the 2 dimensions of violence. It can be both of the self and of others around you. Only one path, however, leads to Chim. For by the word I mean animal life means life without theory. But do not fall into the trap of falling below theory like an animal, rather ascend above the concept of theory. Animals work on impulse, not too unlike that needed for the 6 working ways. The following line supports this, as it states that the word is preceded by a wolf, which in alchemy stands for the wild spirit and the animal nature of humans. And then it closes by saying that this sermon is a sign, and it is a sign to act violently, but with the right kind of violence, which Vivec now says to the Nerevarin, and as we will see later, this isn't the first time Vivec tells to the Nerevarin to be violent, according to him at least, and he tells to him that this is a sign, and that now that he has received it, he should proceed violently, as in, follow the 6 walking ways. And that is the end of Sermon 6. How do you like the theology classes? I like this sermon. It breaks the story to tell the Nerevarin of his nature, and how he should act from this point on. It also introduces the 6 walking ways, which will be essential in future sermons, but we have broken off from the main story for too long. Let's return to the ex-Caravan Guardian and his newly obtained Dwemer construct that has something special in it.
Sermon 7. As the caravan of Nerevar now made for the capital of Veloth, Anon Almalexia, there came great rumblings from the Oblivion. A duke among scamps wandered into the House of Troubles, pausing before each scripture door to pay his respects, until finally he was met by the major domo of Mehrunes Dagon. The Duke of Scamps said, "I was summoned by Lord Dagon, master of the foul waters and fire, and I have brought the penance of my 7 legions." The major domo, whose head was a bubble of foul water and fire, bowed low, so that the head of the Duke of Scamps became enclosed in his own. He saw the first pennant, which commanded a legion of grim warriors who could die at least twice. He saw the second pennant, which commanded a legion of winged bulls and the Emperor of Color that rode upon each. He saw the third pennant, which commanded a legion of inverted gorgons, great snakes whose scales were the faces of men. He saw the fourth pennant, which commanded a legion of double-crossed lovers. He saw the fifth pennant, which commanded a legion of jumping wounds, looking to hop onto a victim. He saw the sixth pennant, which commanded a legion of abridged planets. He saw the seventh pennant, which commanded a legion of armored winning moves. To which the majordomo said, Duke Uta, your legions, while mighty, are not enough to destroy the Nerevar or the Triune Way. Look upon the Hortator and see the wisdom he takes to wife. And they looked into the middle world and saw, evaporating in a throng of thunder, of red war and chitin men, where destinies take him further from our ways, the heat that we have wanted, and pray they still remember, where destinies clothe the distance, glad in the golden east that we saw it now, instead of the war and repair of the oblivious fracture, a curse on the Hortator, and two more on his hands. And the Duke of Scamps saw the palms of the Hortator, upon which the egg had written these words of power, Gartok Padhome, Gartok Padhome. The ending of these words is Almzivi.
Sermon 7 is one of the simplest sermons out of the 36, and because we have already spent plenty of time talking about the other sermons, and rest assured we still have a lot to talk about, I will just blaze through this one. So a high-ranking scamp walks into the House of Troubles, which isn't an actual house. Dareloth called it a house as a way of symbolizing it, but Vivec here treats it as a house to refer to the place where the scamp is standing before the fort Bad Daedra. This place where the scamp is standing can be seen as a praying location inside Oblivion. The King of Scamps acts properly, paying his respects before he meets the majordomo of Mehrunes Dagon, a majordomo being a person speaking on behalf of someone else, basically a middleman. He tells the majordomo that he was summoned by Mehrunes Dagon to call upon his 7 legions. Pennant is a banner, so they enclose their heads, basically merging their consciousnesses, and from there, the legions come out. Now the legions are 7 and are composed of different troops each, ranging from winged warrior to gorgon to winged bulls. There's no explanation about what these legions are. Some say that some are more obvious than others. Winged bulls with the Emperor might be a reference to Minotaurs and Mora House, but I don't like that theory, because that would mean that a minor Daedra has command of a Cyrodiilic Emperor and his legion. I believe that these legions are actually concepts of Daedra that never made it to the light of day. Have a look at Battlespire. Look at the designs of the Daedra there. These thematically, bear a much greater resemblance to the Daedra described here than any I can come up with. It is a shame Daedra were a lot creepier prior to Morrowind. If you wanna find a flaw for Morrowind, it could very well be that the designs of the Daedra were obviously dumbed down, or at least we got way too little of them. So the majordomo looks at all these legions and goes something like this: Du Quata, nice gang you have there, but it ain't enough to kill the Hortator and the Tribunal. And he points out Nerevar's knowledge of a prophecy as proof. In the Elder Scrolls, there are few forces more powerful than prophecy. The origins of said prophecies are almost always unknown. Some Daedra are also associated with the concepts of fate and prophecy, one of them being Azura. But here, the majordomo tells the Duke of Scamps that even his legions cannot beat prophecy. Middle is a callback to the fact that Vivec is the Lord of the Middle Air, which is in the middle of I Am Stars and Sothasil Sea. The following lines display the despair of the Daedra about the Hortator being taken away from the sphere of influence and joining the Almzivi. He also despairs about him having destiny, but they will never. As a matter of fact, the Golden East will soon be fractured, and they will have no say in it. And who is at fault for all of this, according to the Duke? Well, that would be the Insider. Quite literally, the Hortator. The following is interesting. The curse doesn't work, supposedly because Vivec wrote on his hands Kartok Parome, which translates to Weapon of Parome, Weapon of Parome. Two final comments about this sermon. First of all, I am not convinced that it was Vivec who wrote those inscriptions on Nerevar's hands. Throughout the sermons, he is notorious for taking credit for stuff that other people did and saying that it was in fact he who did those actions. It's always Azura that gives prophecies, not him. Also, in reality, as in outside of these sermons, there is no shot that pre-apotheosis Vivec could protect Nerevar from the forces of Oblivion, which suggests that if any of this happened in any way, and I don't think any of it did, but if it did, it was probably Azura Azura that protected Nerevar, not him. Which brings us to the ultimate questions of this sermon, which are both answered with the same answer. Why Mehrunes Dagon and why Kartok Parome? The answer is because Nerevar also brings destruction, but it is one that Mehrunes Dagon does not like and does not benefit him. Nerevar is more like Mehrunes Dagon than either of them would care to admit. He is here to stir things up in Morrowind, and the result of this will be less Chimer worshipping the Lord of Destruction, and less distraction according to his way of destroying. We will see this later, and by that I mean way later, but the Daedra are critiques of the mortal realm, and by proxy, the ascending ways. After all, why be violent to yourself, when you can be violent towards others? And in that regard, Nerevar is to Morrowind what Parome was to Anu. He is therefore a weapon, or a hand of Parome, and Mehrunes Dagon is Paromeic. Another reason for the Red Demon to be jealous. So here's your answer. Nerevar resembles and acts like Paromei, and Mehrunes Dagon does not approve of this brand of destruction. Quick one, but we have to count those in between the comparative religion study classes and their philosophical dissertations. We may now enter into the last Genesis sermon and the beginning of Vivec's life outside the egg.
And presently, Nerevar and Vivec were within the sight of the capital, and the four corners of the House of Troubles knew that it was not time to contest them. The caravan musicians made a great song at entrance, and the 11 gates of the Morning Hold were thrown wide. Ayam was accompanied by her husband's state, a flickering image that was channeled to her ever-changing female need. Around her were the Shouts, a guild now forgotten, who carried with them the whims of the people. For the Velothi then were still mostly good at heart. The Shouts were the counselors of Ayam and the country, though they sometimes quarreled and needed set to wring them into usefulness. Ayam approached Nerevar, who was by now adorned in the flags of House Indoril. He gifted her with the simulacrum of the Netchman's wife, and the egg of Vivec inside. Ayam said to Nerevar, "Set, who is Azura, has revealed that war is come, and that the Hortator that shall deliver us will approach with a solution walking at his side." Nerevar said, "I have traveled out of my way to warn you of the deceit of our enemies, the Dwemer, but I have learned much on the journey and have changed my mind. This Netchman's wife you see at my side is a sword and a symbol, and there is prophecy inside. It tells me that, like it, we must for a while be like he is, and, as a people, cloaked in our former enemies, and to use their machines without shame." At which Vivec spoke, "Boethia, who is you, wore the skin of Trinimac to cleanse the faults of Veloth, my queen, and so it should be again. This is the walking way of the glorious." Set appeared out of a cloud of iron vapor, and his minions made of their blood a chair. He sat beside Ayam, and looked on the rebirth of mastery. Vivec said to him, his triune, "My rituals and ordeals and all the rhymes within use no other motive than the revelation of my skin." Ayam said, "I am I, Seti Avec. We are delivered and made whole. The diamond of the black hands is uncovered." Set said, "Wherever Zoe treads, there is invisible scripture," to which the Shouts were silent in sudden reading. Vivec then reached out from the egg, all his limbs and features merging with the simulacrum of his mother, gilded and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded East, under water and in fire and in metal and in ash, 6 times the wise, and he became the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, the sex death of language, and unique in all the middle world. He said, "Let us now guide the hands of the Hortator in war and its aftermath, for we go different, and in thunder. This is our destiny." The ending of the words is Almsby.
So Vivec and Nerevar walk into the capital of Resdain, Mournhold, and the Daedra know that they can't stop them, so they decide to sit this one out. As they go, Vivec portrays this image of a grand entrance, describing people waiting for them and musicians playing music, along with all the doors opening. Obviously, none of this actually happened, but in the context of the sermons, he's trying to convince people that this is part of a grand prophecy, which involves him and the Hortator. Also, I should make you aware at this point that Sermon 29 has 36 phrases, that can be found all throughout the sermons. Sometimes they're even characterized by their numerical counterparts. For example, 6 are the walking ways, which are brought up for the first time, officially, during Sermon 6. Also 6, the walking ways, are found during the 6th line of Sermon 29. Clever! So why 11 gates? Well, number 11 in this sermon is the number of the Master. This is Vivec's ascension to mastery, and it is also the beginning of Nerevar's apprenticeship under Vivec. Almalexia is guided by her husband state. This part can have a sexual connotation to it, but it can also be an anticipation of Nerevar himself, as he and Almalexia eventually got married. So it might be that part of Nerevar that has always been with Almalexia, since she's a god, and they eventually got married. Also, in What My Beloved Told Me, which is the actual events of this meeting between Nerevar and Vivec, Vivec has some really choice words when describing Almalexia. Since he's a gang member from Mournhold, and she's a rich authority figure, that makes sense, but I can't help but wonder if this is just a jab at that. Like, I know we work together now, but I just want to let you know that back then, I hated you. So there might be a more suggestive connotation to this. The Shouts are not the Thumes, but instead they are a guild of Almalexia's advisors prior and during the time of Nerevar. The Velothi then were still mostly good at heart. Probably Vivec being an older elf by this point, reminiscing of the past. It can also refer to the slow deterioration of Chimer values as they became the Dunmer. Something like that. And here we see Sothasil's rational order clashing with Almalexia's emotional response, as he had the power to make the Shouts useful again where there was infighting. Then, half a line later, Nerevar just becomes the leader of House Indoril. Again, he can't say the actual story, so I imagine him writing this and then thinking to himself, oh gee whiz, I hope no one notices. And then Nerevar gives Almalexia the simulacrum of the Netchman's wife with the egg of Vivec in it. Ayem said to Nerevar,
Set, who is Azura, has revealed that war is come, and that the Hortator that shall deliver us will approach with a solution walking at his side.
And then we get this conversation.
Nerevar said, I have traveled out of my way to warn you of the deceit of our enemies. At which Vivec spoke, Boethia, who is you, wore the skin of Trinimac to cleanse the faults of Veloth, my queen, and so it should be again. This is the walking way of the glorious.
So now we know how the prophecy of Nerevar and the tribunal was created in Vivec's sermons. Said who is Azura gave the prophecy. Again, Nerevar was the champion of Azura, so in all likelihood, it was the real Azura who gave the prophecy. If there was even a prophecy at all, that is. But we cannot say that, so Vivec has to say that it was Sothasil as Azura who spoke the prophecy into existence. To the prophecy that Nerevar will give the to other gods a solution, Nerevar responds with what he has been through so far. He admits that he changed his mind and that the Netchman's wife has elements of both Set and Ayem, while also having a prophecy inside her. Vivec tells Nerevar that they have to work with the Dwemer and use their technology to defeat the Nords. And then Vivec finally speaks and claims that Ayem should wear the skin of someone else, as Boethia once wore the skin of Trinimac, but now she has to wear the skin of the Dwemer. Is this foreshadowing about how they ended up using the tools of Kagranach to become gods, or is it just a reminder to stay adaptive and adopt new strategies? Either way, we then get Vivec's statement that this process of Boethia wearing the skin of Trinimac to cleanse the faults of Veloth is a walking way. And which walking way is it? Well, it is of course the Sieging Endeavor. No, Boethia did not mantle Trinimac, I think. Boethia did, however, use Trinimac's voice to guide Veloth and his followers to Morrowind, which is letter for letter the Sieging Endeavor. Set appeared out of a cloud of iron vapor, and his minions made of their blood a chair. He sat beside Ayem and looked on the rebirth of mastery. Vivec said to them, his triune, my rituals and ordeals, and all the rhymes within, use no other motive than the revelations of my skin. Ayem said, I am a Seti Vivec. We are delivered and made whole. The diamond of the black hands is uncovered. So Set came to look at the rebirth of mastery. As remember, a part of Set lies within Vivec ever since his conception, to which Vivec reaffirms this by saying that when they see his skin, they will know that he's a rebirth of different, conflicting elements. Ayem understood this and said that Ayem is Set is Vec. The birth of the medium that is Vivec united the other two and made them whole. Black hands refers to Vivec being the anticipation of Mafala. Sothasil said, wherever so he treads, there is invisible scripture, to which the shouts were silent in sudden reading. Vivec then reached out of the egg all his limbs and features natures, merging with the simulacrum of his mother, guild and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded east, underwater, and in fire, and in metal, and in ash, 6 times the wise, and he became the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, the sexteth of language, and unique in all the middle world. He said, "Let us now guide the hands of the Hortator in war and its aftermath, for we go different, and in thunder. This is our destiny." Here, Set understands Vivec's capacity for unknown or hard to be known knowledge. Upon hearing this, the shouts immediately become curious and begin reading. Naturally, if someone told you that there is invisible knowledge here and that that knowledge is connected to divinity, I assume you would immediately start researching it. And finally, after 7 sermons, Vivec merges with the simulacrum of his mother, becoming not only the inheritor of his chimeric heritage, but rather he becomes gilded and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded east. He is now the collective personification of Morrowind, not just the Chimera. As we saw in earlier sermons, Vivec has faced problems of chimeric origins and enigmas that would be uttered only by the Dwemer. 6 times the wise implies that he understands the 6 working ways, but what is even more interesting is the observation made by the new Whirling School, which I would have never figured out even after 10 years of researching the sermons. So, back to Sermon 29. Observe this. 3, as in the Almsivi 3, and Vivec being the third of the Almsivi, times 6, as in the 6 walking ways, equals 18. The 18th line found in Sermon 29 is the egg or 6 times the wise.
Absolute cinema.
The union of male and female doesn't need any explanation by this point. Martial axiom refers to his fundamental nature as a warrior, but also his intellect in the ways of words, thus creating an axiom with his creation. And in that regard, his birth is a revelation of the arts of war, which is something Vivec would definitely write about himself. Sexteth of language refers to him being the anticipation of Mafala, and his ability to represent her themes and ideals using words, aka language. And the uniqueness of the middle world refers to his domain, which is the middle world. Then after that, Vivec says, "Let's go team, we have a prophecy to fulfill." And the war with the Nords begins. Finally, he is born. This sermon, out of all of them so far, shows Vivec slipping up and mixing reality and fiction, almost to the point where he almost admits realities he wouldn't want to admit. From slightly insulting Almalexia and her advisors, to making a fake backstory about Azura's prophecy for Nerevar, to his first meeting with Nerevar, it's all just a mess. But we also get to see Vivec's greater appetite for duality. There are so many dual natures that lead to his creation. Dwemer and Chimera, male and female, intercourse and death. This does not mean that this is the last time we will see Vivec learning something. If anything, he's only getting started. But for now, let's go see how the Tribunal and the Hortator dealt with the Northern Men. Sermon 9. Then came the war with the Northern Men, where Vivec did guide the Hortator into swift and tricky union with the Dwemer. The greatest demon chieftains of the West were those listed below, 5 in unholy number. Huaga, who appeared as a great bearded king, had the powers of marshalling and breathing the earth. On the battlefield, this demon would often be seen in the sidelines, eating the soil ferociously. When his men fell, Huaga would feel their bodies back with it, whereupon they would rise again and fight, albeit slower. He had a secret name, Fenya, and destroyed 17 Chimeric villages and 2 Dwemeri strongholds before being turned away. Chemua, the Running Hunger, who appeared as a mounted soldier with full helm, had the powers of heart-roaring and sky-sickening. He ate the Chimeric hero Dres Kizumet E, sending the spirit back to the Hortator as an assassin. Chemua could give clouds stomach aches and turn the rain of Veloth into bile. He destroyed 6 Chimeric villages before he was slain by Vivec and the Hortator. Bak, the Two-Tongued, who appeared as a great bearded king, had the powers of Shurdi and form change. His raiders were small in number, but ran amok in the western hinterlands. He fell in a great debate with Vivec, killing many Velothi trappers and scouts, for the warrior poet alone could understand the northern man's 2-layered speech, although Almsivi had to remain invisible during the argument. Barfok, Maid of Plains, who appeared as a winged human with lig-encrusted spear, had the powers of Evendenouement. Battles fought against her would always end in victory for Barfok, because she could shape outcomes by singing. 4 Chimeric villages and 2 more Dwemeri strongholds were destroyed by her decision enforcement. Vivec had to stuff her mouth with his milk finger to keep her from singing Veloth into ruin. Ysmir, the Dragon of the North, who always appeared as a great bearded king, had powers innumerable and echoing, though when he spoke, villages were uplifted and thrown into the sea. The Hortator fought him unarmed, grabbing the dragon's roars by hand until Ysmir's power throat bled. These roars were given to Vivec to bind into an ebony listening frame, which the warrior poet placed on Izmir's face and ears to drive him mad and drive him away. The coming forth and the driving away brings all things around. What I shall say next is unpleasant to record. Hermamora Aldadun. Ae Aldadun. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. Although technically the last 8 sermons were building up to this one, there isn't much actually to it. Most of it describes the people they fought, but only like 2 of them are notable characters in any way, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but in this instance in particular, they don't serve anything. So the Khmer and the Dwemer are ready to get back their freedoms against the Nords, and there are 5 Nordic chieftains that have come to fight against the Tribunal and maintain the Nordic Empire's influence in Resdayn, and these are pre-Test 5 Skyrim shouts, meaning they are a lot more versatile and a lot more powerful. Skyrim kinda had to tone it down with the shouts because it is literally said that a shout can destroy an entire village, and I don't know how you can balance a game around that gameplay mechanic. But here they are also a lot more versatile. Rarely will we see a shout being used for brute force. Most of the time they are used kinda like a magic school. First came Hoaka, the Mouth of Mud. His actual name is Hoak Merc Killer. His power was that he could eat the ground and use it to resurrect his men. It can be just a custom shout, or it can be a nod to the Bible story that humans were created from mud, therefore Hoak is rebuilding the humans using the same material they were made with. Hoak Merkiller is an interesting character. Later on in his life, he will become the High King of Skyrim, and there is a funny event where the Emperor of Cyrodiil was holding a big coronation ceremony for him becoming the Emperor, and Hoak and his father were invited, but Indoril Nerevar and Dumak Dwarf King were also present there. And keep in mind, this coronation ceremony takes place after this war. I wonder what they said to each other, if they met outside the White Gold Tower or something. I'm gonna be honest, the other 3 after Hoaka really don't matter. They won't come up again, and as a matter of fact, the only other document that mentions them are the 500 Companions, which is another one of MK's non-canonical texts, and even there, it doesn't say much about them. TLDR, Chemoa has a shout that can make it rain acid and could also resurrect dead opponents and make them fight by her side. Bak is closely aligned with Parthenax's concept of the Thu'um, which is that there is power in the words, and that dragon shouts are closer to philosophy than actual magic.
There is nothing else but philosophy to Adova. It is no accident that we do battle with our Thu'um, our voices.
But Vivec, having undertook all those trials when he was still an egg, could defeat him in a great debate, and so he falls back as well. Barfok is the strongest one of the bunch so far. She has a shout that allows her to shape outcomes, basically fate weaving. And how does Vivec deal with her? Vivec, I cannot do this anymore, and we have 27 more sermons ahead of us. Please stop. Izmir here refers to Wolfarth, the person that will, eventually, become the warrior part of Talos. He can't speak because his voice is too powerful, and that's why he's silent, so Nerevar knows that combat won't work against him, and so he goes straight for the mouth. They manage to beat him by making a frame that makes him listen to his own shouts, which drives him mad. The sermon closes with Vivec stating that the coming forth and the driving away brings all things together. The interplay of creation and conflict is eternal, and it always resolves itself, and the world is always better off after it resolves itself. Think Anu and Parume, and although this knowledge is concealed to most, it is not for Vivec. What I shall say next is unpleasant to record. Hermamora Aldadun. Ae Aldadun. This phrase is translated as follows: forbidden or hidden knowledge is a weapon. I am a weapon. Hermamora is the Daedric god of several things, actually, but here I think it focuses on his nature as the keeper of concealed knowledge, and it's not so much a call to Hermamora directly, more so it focuses on the properties of Hermeus Mora. Before we move on from this sermon, I would like to remind everyone that although Vivec is making all of this up, and rest assured he is, there is an element of truth to this sermon. These fights, in one way or another, actually happened, and it is possible that the Thu'um users had unbelievably strong Thu'ums, but the Nordic Empire was collapsing, and the Khmer had the help of the Dwemer and the Hortator. That being said, I don't know how Vivec managed to beat Wolfarth. Fate and prophecy are the only answers I can come up with. I'm gonna come clean. I don't like this sermon that much. It is a bit underdeveloped, and some points are a bit weird, but that's okay, because following this sermon, we get 2 of the best sermons out of the whole 37. So let's not waste any more time and talk about the 10th sermon.
You have discovered the 10th sermon of Vivec, which was hidden in the words that came in the aftermath to the Hortator. The evoker shall raise his left hand empty and open to indicate he needs no weapons of his own. The coming forth is always hidden, so the evoker is always invisible, or better, in the skin of his enemies. The eyelid of the kingdom shall fill 36 folios, but the eye shall read the world. By this the Hortator needs me to understand. The sword is an impatient signature. Write no contracts on the dead. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Boethia. We pledge ourselves unto you, the frame maker, the scarab, a world for us to love you in, a cloak of dirt to cherish, betrayed by your ancestors when you were not even looking. Hoary Magnus and his ventured opinions cannot sway the understated, a trick worthy of the always satisfied. A short season of towers, a rundown absolution, and what is this? What is this but fire under your eyelid? Shift ye in your skin, I say to the Trinimac eaters. Pitch your voices into the color of bruise. Divide ye like your enemies, in houses, and lay your laws in set sequence from the center. Again, like the enemy, corners of the house of troubles. And see yourself thence as timber, or mudslats, or sheets of resin. Then do not divide, for yet is the stride of Sithisit quicker than the rush of enemies, and he will sunder the whole for the sake of a shingle. For we go different, and in thunder. Sithisit is the start of all true houses, built against stasis and lazy slaves. Turn from your predilections, broken false maps. Move and move like this. Quicken against false fathers, mothers left in corners weeping for glass and rain. Stasis asks merely for nothing, for itself, which is nothing, as you were in the 8 everlasting imperfections. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivec. Understand that Sithisit still travels. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivec. In a phosphorescent mirror of the sky. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivec. Drowned and smiling. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivec. Intermittent hopes enough. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivec. To answer all the things. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Vivec. Not yet queried. The ending of the words is Amsivi.
This sermon takes place after the battle against the Nords, therefore it is hidden in the words that came after the Hortator. This sermon is also a direct follow-up to the aftermath of the battle against the Northern men, though simply by reading it, you wouldn't be able to tell this, as it doesn't reference it at all. The Evoker shall raise his left hand empty and open, to indicate he needs no weapon of his own. The coming forth is always hidden, so the Invoker is always invisible, or better, in the skin of his enemies. The Islet of the Kingdom shall fill 30 and 6 folios. By this the Hortator needs me to understand. The sword is an impatient signature. Write no contracts on the dead. The Evoker in Thelema is a ritual maker, a caller of demons and gods via an organized ritual, and he shall raise his hand empty and open, to indicate he needs no weapon. The Evoker is Nerevar, and he is trying to perpetuate the peace with the Dwemer after the battle against the Nords, and to do that, he is trying to show them that he is no threat. However, the coming forth is always hidden, and their new project is invisible, aka the Numidium. For now they will hide it deep beneath Morrowind and play friends with the Chimer, but when the time comes, they will be enemies again. The next line is Vivec trying to say why he's writing the sermons to begin with. The sermons are the Islet of the Kingdom. They are a way to present the truth of the kingdom in a concealed way which is understandable. Think of it kind of like the prayer Vivec said to his mother before she died, which was inherently an illusion and a lie, but at that moment, it gave his mother peace. The sermons are a fiction, but they contain real knowledge that leads to peace. According to Vivec, that is. The Islet protects the eye from what it sees, and so shall the 36 protect Morrowind from its circumstances. And with the help of the sermons, they will hopefully be able to see beyond just Morrowind. They will be able to see the truth of the whole world. And for that to be achieved, Vivec has to understand the nature of said world, so he can teach it to the Hortator. The sword is an impatient signature. Write no contracts on the dead. To me, this is Vivec telling the Hortator that despite the unease of the alliance between Dwemer and Chimer, to which alliance violence might be the quick answer, as in having another war, Nerevar has to be patient, yet he must also not hold back because of their past dealings. Just because the Chimer fought beside the Dwemer, and many Dwemer died defending Chimerlands, that does not mean that Nerevar owes them anything in the present or future. And then Vivec tells the Hortator that the Dwemer and the Chimer are fundamentally different by telling him of the walking way of the scarab that transforms into the new man. Vivec says unto the Hortator, remember the words of Boethia. We pledge ourselves to you, the Framemaker, the Scarab, a world for us to love you in, a cloak of dirt to cherish, betrayed by your ancestors when you weren't even looking. Hoary Magnus and his ventured opinions cannot sway the understated, a trick worthy of the always satisfied, a short season of towers, a rundown absolution. And what is this? What is this but fire under your eyelid? The Framemaker is Lorcan, the missing god. Despite being betrayed and banished for his trick, that trick was the greatest blessing to the always satisfied. For now they all have a chance to ascend, and to that, Lorcan is worth all the love. Despite that, this was still a trick, which is why it is Boethia, out of all the Daedra, that is praising him. Remember the lines from Sermon 6, that you will go from enigma, to enemy, to teacher. Right now, to most people, Lorcan is the enemy. To some, like apparently Boethia, although this might be Vivec speaking on behalf of Boethia, he is the teacher. And by the time of the graphic novel Korra, he is the universal teacher. By that point, no one is mad at him anymore. His restoration in that graphic novel is a cause for great joy. But despite the pain he put himself through, he knows that this was all necessary, for there is no reaching the heavens without violence of the self. All of this just motivates him. If he is feeling pain, if he is self-violent, then surely that must mean that he's doing it right. This is a very positive perspective towards Lorcan. If we were to go the other way and say that he's more akin to the Gnostic Demiurge, we can easily say that he did all this because he wanted to ascend himself and was willing to push everyone else down with him. The next two paragraphs are also very cryptic. So in the simplest terms, I think that what they're trying to say is the following. They must become divided like their enemies the Dwemer and the Nods, who are divided into smaller factions fighting for control. The reason for this is to embrace change and stay adaptive. Without change, there is only stasis. Stasis asks merely for nothing, for itself, which is nothing. And to remind them of the weakness of stasis, he reminds them of the 8 Daedra. Unity in this world only takes you that far. In that, they must become a bit like the House of Troubles, but still within that, there must be an overarching unity and purpose. Otherwise, we run into the Sithis issue, where it just becomes corruption for the sake of corruption, and Sithis would destroy everything just to see the wound left in the end, when it's all destroyed and corrupted. He also makes another call to abandon previous notions of ancestry, something he already did earlier, to an extent, by urging that no one should make contracts on the dead, for their previous fathers are now false, and their mothers were weeping for things that are now long outdated. It's never exactly stated which fathers and mothers they should abandon, but given the context of the sermons, I think it's safe to say that he is referring to unifying figures, war heroes, people who wanted to see the whole of the Chimera together, and mothers who called for peace between rivaling siblings. In the Resdain of the Tribunal, there will only be strife as a result of divided houses vying for power, and I'm sorry to say this, it worked. Morrowind will be a powerhouse for the remaining of the first, second, and third era. Only the rise of Tiber Septim would possibly even come close to controlling them. And even then, it's not like the Empire can just tell the Telvanni what to do. Strife and division did make them stronger. And the sermon ends with Vivec saying different things to the Hortator. The things he says give me the idea that he's telling him to act like Lorcan. Phosphorus and mirror in the sky can be a reference to the moons, which reflects the light of the sun from its surface. The moons being the corpses of Lorcan. Drowned yet smiling is a reference to him being happy with all that he has been through. Intermediate hopes are enough, as Lorcan still hopes for ascension, which is an ascension that answers all things and has yet to be questioned by anyone. For in the beginning, he was only an enigma. So in a way, because no one ever questioned him, no one truly harmed him. And with that, the sermon ends. I really like the sermon. It's a good way to ease the Hortator into the lessons he's about to receive in the coming sermons, and find happiness in the pain that comes as a result of acquiring knowledge. It's kinda weird that after 9 sermons of rejecting the violence of the arena, Vivec is now asking the Chimera to embrace it and divide themselves so they can become stronger, which is exactly how the arena works, in part, but he emphasizes the need for power as a result of strife, and not to fall into the Sithis trap, which is strife for the sake of strife. Even the violence of the arena serves a purpose. It's not the ultimate purpose, but through it, the ultimate purpose, Chim, can emerge. We saw this also being the case in the dialogue between Jubal and the Numidium, so I guess in a way it kinda checks out. On to Sermon 11, but before we get to it, I would like to say something. Sermon 11 starts with the best one-liner in the entire Elder Scrolls franchise, that one-liner being, "The waking world is the amnesia of dream." I said it before, and I'll say it again. Absolute
These were the days of Resdania, when Chimera and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion, the Hortator. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Hortator would at times become confused. Vivec would always be there to advise him, and this is the first of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The waking world is the amnesia of dream. All motifs can be mortally wounded. Once slain, themes turn into the structure of future nostalgia. Do not abuse your powers, or they will lead you astray. They will leave you like rebellious daughters. They will lose their virtue. They will become lost and resentful, and finally become pregnant with the seed of folly. Soon you will be the grandparent of a broken state. You will be mocked. It will fall apart like a stone that recalls that it is really water. Keep nothing in your house that is neither needed or beautiful. Ordeals you should face unimpeded by the world of restriction. The splendor of stars is Iam's domain. The selfishness of the sea is Set's. I rule the middle air. All else is earth and under your temporal command. There is no bone that cannot be broken, except for the heartbone. You will see it twice in your lifetimes. Take what you can the first time, and let us do the rest. There is no true symbolism of the center. The Sharmut will believe there is. He will feel that he can cause years of exuberance from sitting in the sacred, when really no one can leave that state and cause anything more but strife. There is once more the case of the symbolic and barren. The true prince that is cursed and demonized will be adored at last with full hearts. According to the codes of Mephala, there can be no official art, only fixation points of complexity that will erase from the awe of the people given enough time. This is a secret that hides another. An impersonal survival is not the way of the ruling king. Embrace the art of the people and marry it, and by that I mean secretly have it murdered. The ruling king that sees in another his equivalent rules nothing. The secret of weapons is this: they are the mercy seat. The secret of language is this: it is immobile. The ruling king is armored head to toe in brilliant flame. He is redeemed by each act he undertakes. His death is only a diagram back to the waking world. He sleeps the second away. The Sharmut is his double, and therefore you wonder if you rule nothing. Hortator and Sharmut, 1 and 1, 11, an inelegant number. Which of the ones is the more important? Could you ever tell if they switched places? I can, and that is why you will need me. According to the codes of Mephala, there is no difference between the theorist and the terrorist. Even the most cherished desire disappears in their hands. This is why Mephala has black hands. Bring both of yours to every argument. The one-handed king finds no remedy. When you approach God, however, cut both of them off. God has no need of theory, and he is armored head to toe in terror. The ending of the words is Om CV.
The first thing to say about Sermon 11 is that it is the first sermon that discusses the 3 lessons of ruling kings, which can be found in Sermons 11, 13, and 15. These are lessons that Nerevar, or more accurately, the Nerevarin, will need to become the ruling king of the world. So I forgot to mention this, but the ruling king is, essentially, the prisoner, or someone who possesses the same traits as the prisoner, which is why Vivec can be one as well, according to him at least. These were the days of Resdania, when the Khmer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi, and their champion the Hortator. When the gods of Veloth would retreat onto their own to mold the cosmos in other matters, the Hortator would at times become confused. Vivec would always be there to advise him, and this is the first of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. Remember, we're in a made-up reality, so the 3 good Daedra and the Almsivi not only coexist at the same time, but when the 3 good Daedra leave, it is up to Vivec to guide the Hortator. The waking world is the amnesia of dream. All motifs can be mortally wounded. Once slain, themes turn into the structure of future nostalgia. Do not abuse your powers, or they will lead you astray. They will leave you like rebellious daughters, and finally become pregnant with the seed of folly. Soon, you will be the grandparent of a broken state. You will be mocked. It will fall apart like a stone that records that it is really water. I are all we. Everyone is everyone else. All are part of the Godhead. When you dream deeply, you get an amnesia of reality, and you start acting like the people you are pretending to be in your dreams, and base said dreams on those reactions. Technically, everyone is part of the same entity, but the amnesia of the dream creates perceptions. Those perceptions become the waking world. All routines, all patterns, all continuations of states of being can be mortally wounded. Let me give you an example of what I think this means. When looking back at those long-gone motifs of the past, one might see structures and create new images, which now, because they are gone, manifest themselves as nostalgia. When you were a child playing Morrowind, did you observe the motifs of your own life? Wake up, go to school, come home, play Morrowind, do homework, play around, sleep, repeat. And just like that, time wounds those motifs, and once they are gone, you become aware of what they made when they were all together, and their structure, which is now observed as a thing of the past, creates nostalgia. After that, Vivec urges Nerevar to be careful with how he uses his powers, for power without virtue may become Nerevar's folly. And he closes this paragraph by prophesizing the end of the events of Test 3 Morrowind. No matter how many lies the Tribunal and the Temple tell, the truth will come out. Morrowind will fall to ruin. The false gods will be reminded of their mortality. The the people will convert back to the three good Daedra, and they will wonder if Nerevar's coming was a blessing after all. Sure, it gave them the truth, but it also gave them a red year and a fallen rock, and it's hard to feel grateful about anything when a rock is coming down your way and a bunch of lizard people are attacking you. The splendor of the stars is Ayam's domain. The selfishness of the sea is Set's. I rule the middle air. All else is earth, and under your temporal command. There is no bone that cannot be broken, except the heart bone. You will see it twice in your lifetimes. Take what you can the first time, and let us do the rest. I have already stated earlier the domains of the tribunal, but here we also get to see Nerevar's domain, the earth, which is under his command, as he is the ruler of the Chimera. Bone refers to the ancestral spirits. All of them can be undone, except the heart of Lorcan. It doesn't break, it only disappears. This is the heart of the world. It is tied to creation. It cannot be broken. Then Vivec tells Nerevar about his eventual reincarnation as the Nerevarine, in which he will see the heart again, and that the first time he sees it during the Battle of the Red Mountain, he should take from it what he can. This is a weird line. What can he take if he's about to die? Is Vivec telling him to act as best as he can to make it easier for himself in the next life, so he can recognize that, for example, Vivec doesn't want to harm him, and Dagoth is the bad guy? Maybe the Nerevarine and Nerevar share some kind of instinctual wisdom. There is no true symbolism of the center. The Sharmat will believe there is. He will feel that he can cause years of exuberance from sitting in the sacred, when really no one can leave that state and cause anything more but strife. Here Vivec reveals the fallacy of the Sharmat. The Sharmat will believe that he's the original dreamer, that the meaning of the center is him. He will reach this point after sitting for years in the heart of Lorcan, not fully dead, but not fully alive either. And because he cannot ascend to reach Shim or despawn like the Dwemer, he can only attempt to conquer the world and cause strife. There is once more the case of the symbolic and barren. The true prince that is cursed and demonized will be adorned at last with full hearts. According to the codes of Mafala, there can be no official art, only fixation points of complexity that will erase from the awe of the people given enough time. This is a secret that hides another, and impersonal survival is not the way of the ruling king. Embrace the art of the people and marry it, and by that I mean secretly have it murdered. Here Vivec is trying to explain to the Nerevarine the interactions he will be having with the people of Morrowind after he is found to be the one true reincarnation of Nerevar. It is a big point in Morrowind that different factions have different views of the Nerevarine. He even gets the Corpus disease. Not only do several groups don't like him, he's also cursed. But as Dagoth becomes a greater issue, they will have to accept him with full hearts. Then we are shown another example of Mafala's deceit. There is no art, only perception and fixation points, which is erasable and restorable. The people will come to adore the Nerevarine, or they will grow to hate him. The secret hidden behind all of this is that their opinion really doesn't matter. Although they themselves will hold said opinion as paramount, prophecy means prophecy. If the ordinators and the temple priests don't like it, Sax to Sack should have stayed with Azura, yet Vivec still advises the Hortator to embrace the art of the people and meet their expectations of a ruler and their definitions of beauty and nobility, which will inevitably lead to them being killed because of the actions of the Nerevarine. It's also a callback to what they did with the three good Daedra. They embraced the tradition of the people, but in reality they just replaced it. Hortator and Sharmat, 1 and 1, 11. An inelegant number. Which one of the two is the more important? Could you ever tell if they switched places? I can, which is why you will need me. A ruling king that sees in another his equivalent rules nothing. The secret of weapons is this: they are the mercy seat. The secret of language is this: it is immobile. The ruling king is armored head to toe in brilliant flame. He is redeemed by each act he undertakes. His death is only a diagram back to the waking world. He sleeps the second way. The Sharmaris is double, and therefore you wonder if you rule nothing. Dagoth will try to convince the Nerevarine throughout the main quest of Morrowind that they can rule together, but with these words, Vivec is trying to tell the Nerevarine that this is not possible. Violence is a mercy to the Sharmat, for even if he conquers Tamriel, that changes nothing. You can say a wall is made out of stone, when in reality it's made out of wood, but when the fire comes, whatever your opinion might be, it won't matter. The wall will still catch fire, unless you maybe reach the Prolix Tower, but I don't think the walking ways allow you to change the Godhead, just the dream. To tell you where I'm going with this wall analogy, Dagoth can claim to be the Godhead all he wants, but when Alduin comes knocking, he will realize that he isn't the Godhead, and he will still die delusional. Thus, death in the hands of the Nerevarine is actually a mercy seat. I really like the new Whirling School's interpretation definition of the secret of language, so for once, I will let someone else cook and put the source in the description. In a more literal sense, language has a flaw, in that it is an attempt to form a structure around an abstract concept. If you like, consider that the word chair is only a symbol we have collectively agreed to use to represent an abstract concept of a shape used for sitting. The word chair itself has nothing to do with the object, but the connection is made by a social contract of language. When I say or print the word chair, we all understand that I mean a chair, and not an orangutan. Now hold on, none of you were talking about an orangutan? The brilliant flame is a reference to divine blessing, as we saw Vivec earlier using this blessing to bless his mother. But this fire is Azura's blessing, and every action that a reverend takes redeems him in the eyes of at least a party of people. This is part of the gameplay brilliance of Morrowind. You can try to be the best person you can in that game, but in doing so, you're still gonna piss off someone, and you will acquire a long list of enemies. But even if you are the worst person imaginable, you will still have a bunch of friends. Whatever action you take therefore still redeems you in the eyes of someone else, because when you first get down from the boat in Saint Anine, you are redeemed by no one. You are just an outlander. He will slip the second way. Death is a diagram back to the aligned eye. So for Nerevar, it's a portal back to the waking world, though he won't remember the process or his previous life, and that is exactly the same as the Sharmat. They are extremely similar to one another. So the question rises, will the Hortator rule anything at all if he sees the Sharmat as his double? After all, they are both altered massively, they are both part of a prophecy, and according to some theories, their new lives began at the exact same point, inside the Red Mountain where they both initially died. Vivec apparently can tell the difference, which is why the Nerevarine will need him. I mean, to me, that just sounds like someone is trying to make themselves useful to avoid the Nerevarine going with the Yagran Bagarn option. But oh well, it might also be that according to some theories, the prisoner has Chim, sees Sothasiu's monologue, and the Sharmat has anti-Chim, meaning that instead of having power over the dream, he has completely misinterpreted the dream, and in that regard, he has been completely crushed by it. Dagothr believes himself to be a living god, the god of everything, the god that is everything. And what does he do exactly with this so-called divinity? Another conquest, and another violent arena. But Vivec, since he at least seems to understand Chim, can read between the lines. According to the codes of Mafala, there is no difference between the theorist and the terrorist. Even the most cherished desire disappears in their hands. This is why Mafala has black hands. Bring both of yours to every argument. The one-handed king finds no remedy. When you approach God, however, cut both of them off. God has no need of theory, and he's armored head to toe in terror. Okay, the last paragraph has a lot going on with it. As a matter of fact, if you can't tell already, this is one of the most difficult sermons to dissect. Again, we see this idea that theory is something that is at least counterproductive in some respects, and at worst, actually harmful. Remember the true will. One must ascend above theory to reach their true will and make the right decisions. And now we know why Mafala has black hands, because hands are theory, or at least the vehicles which enable theory, and in many respects, this is a form of corruption. However, in mortal affairs, theory is useful, so you will need your hands. The king that only has one hand cannot solve the problems of the people, which is a way of saying that he will only make bad decisions, or perhaps he won't even make any decisions at all. And in this last line of the 11th sermon, we finally get an answer behind the final battle of the Coda. God, in this instance, is the Numidium, which is also a walking way. The Numidium is an anti-creation. It is trapped in an eternal grey maybe, the maybe of the arena. In Coda, the Numidium initially is being contrarian to whatever the protagonist says, because it embodies the spirit of the Dwemer, the blind, irrational rebellion that hides itself behind theory. And when the protagonist calls him out on this, the Numidium admits that he just wanted to win. Like the Dwemer, he just wanted to escape too, but he couldn't. Overcoming what the Numidium stands for is a way of reaching the heavens through violence, by overcoming the false theories and the wrong violence of the arena. It is an overcoming of a form of nihilism that possesses no love, and when the Numidium realizes its own flaw, it becomes binary again, responding with either yes or no, and so it can be defeated. And what does Jubal do before facing the Numidium? He cuts both his hands off. Playing theories with the Numidium will not work. And on this note, Sermon 11 ends. This was a chunky one, I know. Between talking about the Sharmat, another walking way, and the first lesson of ruling kings, which essentially seems to be reputation management, there was a lot to say. I sure hope that it doesn't get any weirder than this. By the way, how are you all doing so far? Have you made it far into the lands of this video? Are you enjoying the scenery and maybe the commentary? I hope so. Okay, let's keep going. Sermon 12. As the Hortator pondered the first lesson of ruling kings, Vivec wandered into the morning hold and found that AM was with a pair of lovers. Set had divided himself again. Vivec then leapt through into their likenesses to observe, but he gained no secrets that he did not already know. He left a few of his own behind to make the journey worthwhile. Then Vivec left the capital of Dareloth and wandered far into the ash. He found a span of badlands to practice his giant form. He made of his feet a less dense material than the divine to keep from falling waist deep into the earth. At this point, the first corner of the House of Troubles, the Prince Molag Bal, made his presence known. Vivec looked on the king of you-know-what and said, "How beautiful you are that you do not join us." And Molag Bal crushed the warrior poet's feet, which were not invulnerable, and had legions cleave them off. Mighty fires from the beginning place were brought like nets to hold Vivec, and he led them. "I would prefer," he said, "some kind of ceremony if we are to be married." And the legions that took the feed were summoned again in order to begin a banquet. Pomegranates sprang from the badlands and tents were raised. A throng of Velothi mystics came, reading the passages of the severed feet on the ground and weeping until the scriptures were wet. "We must love each other briefly," Vivec said. "If at all, I am needed to counsel the Hortator in more important matters, because the Dwemeri High Priest stirred up trouble. You may have my head for an hour." Molag Bal rose up and extended 6 arms to show his worth. They were decorated in runes of seduction and its reverse. They were decorated in the annotated calendars of longer worlds. When he spoke, mating monsters fell out. "Where must it go?" he said. "I told you," Vivec said. "I am meant to be the teacher of the king of the earth, Ae Aldadun Kartok Parome." With these magic words, the king of you-know-what added another, Chim, which is the secret syllable of royalty. Vivec had what he needed from the Daedroth, and so he married him that day. In the hour that Bal had his head, the king of Redacted asked for proof of love. Vivec spoke 2 poems to show him such, but only the first is known. "I am not sure just how much glass it took to make your hair. Twice as much, I am sure, as the oceans have to share. Hail, my sweet, is a fiction written by those who tell the truth. My mouth is skilled at lying, and its alibi a tooth. The sons and daughters of Vivec and Molag Bal number in the thousands. The name of the mightiest is a string of power, Gulga Mor Jil, Haet Ehum. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. I have been sitting in my room with sweat in my eyebrows and cold limbs trying to figure out how to explain this sermon. The interpretations are too many, the events are coherent and follow a clear line, but at the same time, they are utterly nonsensical. There is not exactly a correct way of reading the sermons, but in the same notion, I feel like there's a bunch of ways to misinterpret a bunch of things. After all the research I have made to cover the sermons, both prior and during the making of this video, and right now when I'm writing the script, I have come to the conclusion that the best way to approach this subject will be to approach it like an ancient Greek fable. The resemblances are far too many to ignore, and I implore you to hear me out. After all that was said in previous sermons, the Hortator ends up like a student before an exam, trying to fit as much knowledge as possible in his head. Meanwhile, Vivec is wandering around Mournhold, where he finds Set and AM getting it on, with Set splitting himself, and Vivec wandered around hoping to learn something from this, but he ends up learning nothing, so he leaves for a rough part of the Red Mountain, so he can practice his giant form, which is literally a giant form of Vivec. Molag Bal means firestone, so him being in a place full of firestones kinda makes sense. Vivec always had a thing for everything that is anti-establishment. Remember how he talked about Almalexia in front of Nerevar when he was just a caravan guardian? Also, he seems to find Molag Bal's form, very pleasing. Molag Bal, on the other hand, has absolutely not a single care in the world or oblivion about Vivec. He's not even trying to figure out if he's a man or woman. He's only trying to subordinate him, so to do so, he crushes both of his legs so he won't be able to escape. In Greek mythology, pomegranate is a symbol of fertility, but it's also interesting in a different way because it is used in the tale of Hades and Persephone, where its use is to bind Persephone to the underworld. It's also interesting how similar this act is to the interplay of Anu and Parome, as the interplay of those two gave birth to a bunch of spirits, and so does the interplay of these two fine gentlemen. So the fires of the beginning place might be a nod to that, or it might be the fires from the chamber of the heart of Lorcan. Eventually, Vivec tells Molag Bal that they can only be together for a short while, as Vivec is needed to advise Nerevar, to which Molag Bal responds with a simple, "Where must it go?" And Vivec gets mad because he already told him that he is needed to advise Nerevar. And then he says, Ae Aldadun Kartok Parome, which translates to something like this: I am the weapon of, or I am the hands of, Parome, aka change. And to that statement, Molag Bal adds this: Chim, the secret syllable of royalty. This Chim is different than the Chim I've been talking about all throughout this video. The secret syllable of royalty Chim is the idealized version of a concept. It is its paramount form. So follow me here. So once upon a time, there was this guy called Pluto, and he had an idea that the reason why words correspond to certain concepts is because there must be an ideal form of said concepts, which all other forms are lesser versions of. So Molag Bol's response with Chim here is a direct response to Vivec's statement about his nature. This is Vivec's ideal form. Ae Aldadun Kartok Parome. Every time you see Chim next to the secret syllable of royalty, it refers to this Chim. The reason why this is called the same as the other form of Chim is because Chim the power is the realization of the ideal form of reality. If you become aware of the world and your place in it, haven't you technically entered Pluto's world of ideal forms? Isn't the meaning, origin, and knowledge of everything clear in its ideal form to the knower? Therefore the power is also called Chim. This is the walking way of the secret syllable of royalty. And with that, Vivec has gotten what he wants from the Daedra, and so they got married. We know who's on top, and it ain't gonna be Vivec. The whole Molag Bol has his head for an hour obviously has some pretty heavy sexual connotations, but given that Molag Bol just told him about Chim, it kinda reminds me of the birth of Athena, in a way, as she was, literally, born from Zeus's head. Then Vivec does the Vivec thing and tells Molag Bol 2 poems, only one of which is known, and I imagine that like 10 minutes later, Molag Bol forgot both of them anyway. He doesn't seem like the poetry kinda guy, and their union is similar to the interplay of the first 2 primordial spirits, in a way, as their interplay gives birth to thousands of spirits. The name of their mightiest child is a string of power, and I think you pronounce it Gulga, Mor, Jil, Hayat, Ahum. The people of all that marries are seething over this pronunciation right now. None of these words have ever been translated, except obviously Ae, so I don't know exactly what this means. Just take it as the name of a creature that is so strong that its name is actually a string of power, as again, Alnafix phrases are usually treated as incantations or spell chants. And that was Sermon 12. This is definitely one of the more bizarre sermons out of all of them, which is a shame because it's also one of the most popular ones, and, Marayat, one of the more memed on ones. I would however like to say that the actions that happened in this sermon will haunt us all the way until Sermon 34, so keep everything here in mind, and let's move on to the second of the 3 lessons of ruling kings.
Sermon 13. These were the days of Resdania, when Kaimer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion, the Hortator, when the gods of Veleth would retreat unto their own to mold the cosmos and other matters. The Hortator would at times become confused. Vivec would always be there to advise him, and this is the second of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The secret syllable of royalty is this. You must learn this elsewhere. The temporal myth is man. The magical cross is an integration of the worth of mortals at the expense of their spirits. Surround it with the triangle, and you begin to see the triune house. It becomes divided into corners, which are ruled by our brethren. The 4 corners, Baal, Dagon, Malak, Sheog. Rotate the triangle, and you pierce the heart of the beginning place, the foul lie, the testament of the irrefutable for a span. Above them all is the horizon, where only one stands. Though no one stands there yet, it is proof of the new. It is the promise of the wise. Unfold the whole, and what you have is a star, which is not my domain, but not entirely outside my judgment. The grand design takes flight. It is transformed not only into a star, but a hornet. The center cannot hold. It becomes devoid of lines and points. It becomes devoid of anything, and so becomes a receptacle. This is its usefulness at the end. This is its promise. The sword is a cross, and Almsivi is the triune house around it. If there is to be an end, I must be removed. The ruling king must know this, and I will test him. I will murder him time and again until he knows this. I am the defender of the last and the last. To remove me is to refill the heart that lay dormant at the center that cannot hold. I am the sword. I am the star. Set the mechanism that allows the transformation of the world. Ours is the duty to keep the compromise from being filled with black sea. The Sharmat sleeps at the center. He cannot bear to see it removed. The world of reference. This is the folly of the false dreamer. This is the amnesia of dream, or its power, or its circumvention. This is the weaker magic, and it is barbed in venom. This is why I say the secret to swords is the mercy seat. It is my throne. I am become the voice of Alm Civi. The world will know me more than my sister and brother. I am the psychopomp. I am the killer of the weeds of Veloth. Veloth is the center that cannot hold. I am is the plot. Set is the ending. I am the enigma that must be removed. These are why my words are armed to the teeth. The ruling king is to stand against me and then before me. He is to learn from my punishment. I will mark him to know. He is to come as male or female. I am the form he must acquire. Because a ruling king that sees in another his equivalent rules nothing. That is what was said to the Hortator when Vivec was not whole. The ending of the words is Alm Civi.
Hello, welcome to Cotho's geometry class. I will be your tutor for this semester. The first line of this sermon obviously refers to the previous sermon where the secret syllable of royalty was shown for the first time. The temporal myth being man is an interesting quote, to say the least. The way I read it, it kinda sounds like Shogorath's monologue about time in the Elder Scrolls.
Time is an artificial construct, an arbitrary system based on the idea that events occur in a linear direction at all times. Always forward, never back. Is the concept of time correct? Is time relevant?
I interpret this myth as a product of one's former character. It's closer aligned to Yoon's concept of identity, and it is the story we tell ourselves about ourselves, which is ultimately a myth. The way I see it, we can never know who we are or why we are, unless we see beyond time and causality, beyond the myth. To the question, who are you, the proper answer would be something like this.
I am only what time and circumstance made me.
However, because we lack the proper knowledge of cause and effect to determine who exactly we are left with a linear story. Okay, on to the geometry. The magical cross is an integration of the worth of mortals at the expense of their spirits, surrounded with a triangle, and you begin to see the triune house. It becomes divided into corners, which are ruled by our brethren. The four corners, Baal, Dagon, Malak, Shiog, rotate the triangle, and you pierce the heart of the beginning place, the foul eye, the testament of the irrefutable for a span. Above them all is the horizon where only one stands, though no one stands there yet. It is proof of the new. It is the promise of the wise. Unfold the whole, and what you have is a star, which is not my domain, but not entirely outside my judgment. The grand design takes flight. It is transformed not only into a star, but a hornet. The center cannot hold. It becomes devoid of lines and points. It becomes devoid of anything, and so becomes a receptacle. This is its usefulness at the end. This is its promise. So you can imagine a cross where two lines meet at one point. These two lines are the worth of mortals at the expense of their spirit. It is a sad reality in the Elder Scrolls that many must die before the worth of mortals can shine. Simply put, as the gods cannot know joy as mortals, their creation, so mortals may understand the joy of liberty by becoming the progenitors of the mortals that can make the jump past mortal death, and so many of you give up. Think of the millions that had to be born, live oblivious to their lives, and then die before Chima and later Amaranth were achieved. So we have this cross, and we can surround it with a triangle. There are now four spaces inside the triangle, the four corners of the House of Troubles. Let me make something clear. This triangle is a metaphor for the entirety of the Elder Scrolls universe. The tribunal that engulfs everything as a triangle is the primordial void of Anu and Padome. The Daedra that exist in the corners are, obviously, Oblivion, and the cross, as per the meaning of its lines, is Mortal Death. If you were to now flip the triangle, the terms also flip. Mortal Death becomes Z, the Tribunal becomes Mundus, and Oblivion becomes the Aetherius. The following lines support this, as there is one realm where at any given time, only one person can stand there, the Z. It is the proof of something new. It is the promise of a new beginning. That promise is Chim, and later on, Amaranth. Unfold the triangle, and what you get is the Orbis, in the form of a rhombus, which looks like a star, or a very familiar piece of jewelry. This star, Vivec acknowledges, that it lies within the realm of Ayem, not his. This is such a beautiful callback to the earlier sermons, and Alistair Crowling's teachings, where he says that every human is a star, because fundamentally, every human is the Orbis. Or more accurately, the Orbis was built for every human, because they are all part of the same Godhead, and the geometry you have to do to get there, cinema, just cinema. This man has said, I'm a cook, he went into the kitchen, and the kitchen has never been the same since. It also explains why Mortal Death and Z are the final subgradiences, and how, fundamentally, this is their usefulness, as they lead back to the first subgradients. The sword is the cross, and CV is the triune house around it. If there is to be an end, I must be removed. The ruling king must know this, and I will test him. I will murder him time and time again, until he knows this. I am the defender of the last and the last. To remove me is to refuel the heart that lay dormant at the center that cannot hold. I am the sword. I am the shield. Set the mechanism that allows the transformation of the world. Ours is the duty to keep the compromise from being filled with black sea. The Sharmat sleeps at the center. He cannot bear to see it removed. This is the folly of the false dreamer. This is the amnesia of dream. Or its power. Or its circumvention. This is the weaker magic. And it is barbed in venom. Here, Vivec is stating that he will continuously test the Nerevarine until the Hortator succeeds. And he is removed as a product of that success. I will murder him over and over again refers to Vivec literally killing false incarnates and taking the Nerevarine through different challenges until he wins, because, as luck would have it, the other two triunes are in no place to do so, because one is trying to reconstruct the Heart of Lorcan, and the other one is having a schizophrenic breakdown because she no longer has access to the Heart of Lorcan. I also really appreciate the line that says, our duty is to keep the compromise from being filled with Black Sea. Vivec admits here that, we aren't the best, but at least we are a better compromise than the Daedra. I feel like the line about the Shaman's delusion is a bit redundant at this point, mostly because I explained the Shaman a bunch of times. I guess one thing I haven't explained already is that to Dagoth there is no difference between conscious existence and the dream state of the Godhead, which is why he thinks he's in the center while asleep, though at this point you can probably understand this without me telling you about it. Then Vivec says again that death is the best mercy for the Sharmat. Psychopomp is described by Carl Jung as basically a mediator between the conscious and unconscious realms of the human mind. We will learn later why he calls himself the killer of the wits of Veloth, and by later, I mean 11 sermons later. He then says that Morrowind and Mundus will not hold, and that they have to find a way out, and for that to happen, the Nerevarine must remove Vivec, and then the sermon closes. In Morrowind, the Nerevarine is first persecuted by the temple before he is granted an audience with Vivec, and by the last quest, most factions admit that the Tribunal are false gods. So in that way, the Nerevarine will learn from Vivec's punishment for defying the three good Daedra. But before even that happens, Vivec will give him his knowledge of how to use Wraithguard, one of the three tools of Kagranach, so he can stop Dagoth. He's also unsure of what form the Nerevarine will come back as, but in the end, the Nerevarine must ultimately become a bit like Vivec himself to defeat Dagoth, and by that, I mean that he has to replace him as the guardian of the Red Mountain and the hero of the Dunmer people, whilst also possessing some of Vivec's metaphysical traits, which is why the second lesson of ruling kings is Chim, the secret syllable of royalty, the ideal form of the world, if I had to guess. I really like this sermon. The whole geometry puzzle thing sold me, and there are a few other ways to interpret said puzzle, but this is how at least I, quote-unquote, solved it. I would also like to take a moment to put things into perspective. So Vivec here states that Nerevar has to replace him, and to do so, Nerevar must become just like Vivec, and moreover, Vivec wants the Nerevarine to replace him, and to do so, he starts searching for knowledge to give to Nerevar, so he can defeat Dagoth. her. So he finds Molag Bal, who gives him Chim, the secret syllable of royalty, and then he brings that knowledge back to Nerevar, presumably to help him with a future endeavor. Whether that would be the War of the First Council or the battle with Dagoth isn't clear, but if I had to put my money on something, it would be both. So is Vivec trying to say that he made Nerevar the prisoner? Fundamentally, this is true, but for a whole nother reason. But we slowly start to see the dynamics between Nerevar and Vivec emerging here. Dynamics which will keep changing until the very last sermon. And with that, let's move on to the next sermon. Vivec lay with Molag Bal for 80 days and ate, though headless. In that time, the prince placed the warrior poet's feet back and filled them with the blood of Daedra. In this way, Vivec's giant form remained forever harmless to good earth. The pomegranate banquet brought many spirits back from the dead, so that the sons and daughters of the Union had much to eat besides fruit. The Duke of Scams came while the banquet was still underway, and Molag Bal looked on the seven penance with anger. The king of Redacted had become necessary, and therefore troubled for the rest of time. His legions and quotas fell into open war, but the children of Molag Bal and Vivec were too elaborate in power and form. The Duke of Scams, therefore, became a lesser thing, as did all his own children. Molag Bal said to them, "You are the sons of liars, dogs, and wolf-headed women." The Holy One returned at last, Vec, golden with wisdom. His head found its body had been tenderly used. He mentioned this to Molag Bal, who told him that he should thank the barons of move like this, for I have yet to learn how to refine my rapture. My love is accidental and shaped like a spear. So Vivec, who had a grain of Ayem's mercy, set about to teach Molag Bal in the ways of belly magic. They took their spears out and compared them. Vivec beat new words onto the king of Redacteds so that it might give more than ruin to the uninitiated. This has since become a forbidden ritual, though people still practice it in secret. Here is why. The Velothi and demons and monsters that were watching all this took out their own spears. There was much biting, and the earth became wet, and this was the last laugh of Molag Bal. Watch as the earth shall crack, heavy with so much power, that should have been forever and alike. Then, that stretch of badlands that had been the site of the marriage, fragmented and through fire, and a race that is no more, but that was terrible at the time to behold, came forth, born of the biters. That is all they did, and they ran amok across the lands of Veloth, and even to the shores of Red Mountain. But Vivec made of his spear a more terrible thing. From a secret he had bitten off from the king of Redacted, and so he sent Molag Bal tumbling into the crack of the biters, and swore forever that he would not deem the king beautiful ever again. Vivec wept as he slew all those around him with his terrible new spear. He named it Moatra, which is Milk Taker, and even the Chimeri mystics knew his fury. Anyone struck by Vivec at this time turned barren and withered into bone shapes. The path of bones became a sentence for the stars to read, and the heavens have never known children since. Vivec hunted down the biters one by one and all their progeny, and he killed them all by means of the 9 apertures, and the wise still hide theirs from Moatra. The ending of the words is Almsivi. This is another one of the down bad ones. It kinda shows a different side of Molag Bal, and as far as narration goes, it's one of the simpler ones, and it doesn't have anything too complicated in it, mostly because it is a simpler narration. So Molag Bal and Vivec sitting under a tree for 8 days and nights. Molag Bal puts Vivec's legs back on his body, but he fills them with the blood of Daedra, making them harmless to good earth. This is because now they are Daedric legs, so they now have to abide by Akatosh's sphere of protection of the mortal realm. The sons and daughters of the Union will be a reoccurring theme throughout the rest of the sermons. For now, they are eating fruit, pomegranate, and the souls of the dead that came to see what's happening. I presume that because their dad is Molag Bal, they can just do that. Remember the Duke of Scams from the Genesis sermons? Well, now he's back with his 7 legions, and he's very much not happy about a Daedric prince spilling the beans on Daedric prince secrets. So his legions fight with Molag Bal's legions, but Cotho can win because the children of the Union are too strong. It is hinted that the children of the Union are a combination of the knowledge of the 2 parents, which in the case of some children, like the Rudiman, includes their unconscious knowledge, which is why they are untouched. Also, the fact that Molag Bal told Vivec about the secret syllable of royalty makes you question, is that how he survived the previous Kalpa? Is this Molag Bal an ideal form of Molag Bal, the god of love, but that love now plays under Paromes, or even Sithis' ideal form of love? Speculations aside, he's now useful, which makes him troubled because that's not what he wants to be. He's supposed to be this big bad evil guy, and now he's technically an informant for Vivec. So complete was Cotho's defeat that now both he and his children, presumably other scamps, became lesser things and useless to summon sense, which is a dig at the fact that scamps are one of the easiest conjuration spells in Elder Scrolls. So Vivec walks back into the scene. He is just a headless body at this point, and as he does so, he notices that his head was tenderly used. Aww. When he asks Morlock Ball, "Hey dude, what the hell? I thought you were into kinky stuff," Morlock Ball says that Vivec should thank the Barons of move like this. The mastery in weapons and battle moves that the Barons showed Vivec did not allow Morlock Ball to ravage his body. A blind rapture cannot defeat true mastery. In short, his love ends up being accidental and shaped like a spear. You don't need me to tell you what a spear is in this situation. So Vivec says, "Okay, you want mastery of the body. Let me give you mastery of the body." And he starts teaching Morlock Ball Almalexia's belly dance techniques. Just imagine the picture. Let me paint the scene for you. You are a Chimeri merchant. You are trying to make it from Nisis to Margan. You have too many goods on you to use a silk strider, so you say, "I'm just gonna grab a sword and just hit the road. Worst thing that could happen, I'll just have to defend myself against a bunch of cutthroats. Maybe even some flying lizards." So you start walking near that mountain and you see Vivec giving Morlock Ball belly dance lessons. Morlock Ball awkwardly trying to follow Vivec, but he can't, so his body just ends up looking like he's having a spasm. Anyway, so in the end, they take their spears out and start comparing them, and Vivec gives Morlock Ball new words, so he can give something else to the uninitiated besides dominating them. I would like to say what that something else that Vivec bites into Morlock Ball is, but I cannot, because we're on YouTube. So just know that that practice is outlawed and prohibited now in Morrowind, and it just keeps getting worse, because the following two sentences describe an ogre pronounced differently. Listen, I had to get very creative for this, and after this event, that stretch of badlands that had been the site of the marriage fragments and throws fire. From this fire, a bunch of demons come out that could only perform what am I reading? Last sermon was a geometry puzzle and now we have this. So Vivec is like, okay, enough is enough, and he fashions his spear into something terrible that apparently he learned from Morlock Ball, and he throws the Lord of Domination into the crack that appeared in the side of the Union, and then Vivec even says that he will never find Morlock Ball beautiful ever again. Then Vivec with his new spear slew everyone around him, including his children, and in later sermons he will go after the ones that escaped the slaughter, which includes his mightiest child as well. Then it states that the heavens have never known children since, which could mean that no Daedric prince has ever tried to have children with mortals since this. So, what did we just read? Obviously, this is a mimicry of what Anu and Parame did, and by the way, this event was designed to be a bit on the comedy side of things, but there is at least one element from it that we can't take seriously, and it is this. Anu and Parame learn of themselves and each other through their interplay, and from this knowledge, they created other things to comprehend themselves, and we will see that from here on out, Vivec will go on to track down his children and persecute them using Matra, and through this process, he learns more and more about both himself and Morlock Ball. Also, remember the whole marry the art of the people, and by that I mean secretly have it murdered? Well, here it is. Matra is the name of Vivec's spear, which means Milk Taker. Although it is obviously phallic in its presentation, Milk Taker suggests it being a reference to a different genital, which Vivec also claims to have. I also can't help but recall back to when Vivec drank the milk of the old bone of the earth during the Genesis sermons, which ties this weapon to what I am about to say next. So what did Vivec learn from Morlock Ball besides Chim? Well, it seems to me that he learned to apply dominance and take other people's or creatures' mental properties using said dominance. We will see this when he kills his children, but maybe this was done so that Vivec can learn about himself and also gain the ability to learn about others, like his children, via killing them. And those are my comments on this sermon. Let us move on and talk about the last lesson of ruling kings.
Sermon 15. These were the days of Resdania, when Chimer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almzivi and their champion the Hortator. When the gods of Aloth would retreat unto their own to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Hortator would at times become confused. Vivec would always be there to advise him, and this is the third of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The ruling king will remove me, his maker. This is the way of all children. His greatest enemy is the Sharmat, who is the false dreamer. You or he is the shingle, Hortator. Beware the wrong walking path. Beware the crime of benevolence. Behold him by his words. I am the Sharmat. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. When you sleep, you see me, dancing at the core. It is not a blight, it is my house. I put a star into the world's mouth to murder it. Tear down the pylons, my blind fish. Swim in the new phlogiston. Tear down the pylons, my deaf moons. Sing and burn and orbit me. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. You alone, though you come again and again, can unmake him. Whether I allow it is within my wisdom. Go unarmed into his den in these words of power. I Gartok Padhome. Kim I Altadun, or do not. The temporal myth is man. Reach heaven by violence. This magic I give to you. The world you rule is only an intermittent hope, and you must be the letter written in uncertainty. The ending of the words is Omzivi.
Sermon 15 is the last sermon of the 3 lessons of ruling kings, and it is entirely devoted to the Sharmat. It mostly rephrases things that we've already explained, so I will be a bit quick with it. Although it is one of the more popular and impactful sermons, it is also one of the easiest ones. It begins with Vivec saying what he has already said before, that the Nerevarin will remove him, and that his greatest enemy is the Sharmat, who is a false dreamer and goes by the wrong walking way, the way of the false dreamer. He then urges Nerevar to kill the Sharmat, as only the Mercy Seat can help Dagoth her, and to prove that death is the only option, he reminds him of his words. I'm not gonna explain every line, it's pretty simple to understand at this point. I will focus instead on the terms that maybe need some explaining. I am older than music means that he is older than magic. Magic coming from the Aetherius since the dawn of creation, meaning he is, according to himself, older than creation. When he says, what I bring is a star, my mind goes to Crowleys, all humans are stars. So what he actually brings is a chance for ascension, but in his own twisted way. It might also be a reference to the Akulakan, since stars are also gods, and the mouth of the world is presumably the heart chamber, so he's putting a god where the mouth of the world is. The following line, to murder it, seems to support this, as through this murder, a new age will come. The line after that supports these theories, as tear down the pylons is an obvious reference to destroying the towers of creation. Now, bear with me. Phlogiston is a debunked scientific theory according to which flammable materials have in them an element of fire that is released during the time of burning. So what he's saying here is that he's the initial spark that will lead everything up, as remember, he thinks that everyone is him, and he thinks that he is also the center of the world. So everything orbits around him. Finally, Vivec closes the sermon by reminding the Nerevarin that although there are false incarnates, one day the real one will come and unmake him, and that when he goes to face him, Vivec will give him these words of power. I am the hand of Parame, royalty, or true form, depending on how you see it. I am a weapon, or you can do none other. It's a free country, in a free empire. The story you tell yourself about yourself is always bathed in ignorance, and it is fundamentally tied to a string of action and consequence. Man, therefore, as in the perception of man, is a temporal myth, but within that, you can still reach the heavens through violence, and the sermon concludes again by paraphrasing that the world is only a brief hope for escape, and that you, as a prisoner, as someone who can see beyond causality, must be able to be the letter written in uncertainty. You have to be the maybe. All things considered, easy sermon. As far as sermons of Vivec go, the 3rd lesson of ruling kings is I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure that the lesson of ruling kings correlates to a single word. More so, the entire sermon is the lesson of ruling kings. But if you're looking for a single message, the enemy maybe, let's see where our characters go from here.
The Hortator wandered through the morning hold, wrestling with the lessons he had learned. They were slippery in his mind. He could not always keep the words straight and knew that this was a danger. He wandered to find Vivec, his lord and master, the glory of the image of Veloth, and found him of all places in the Temple of False Thinking. There, clockwork shears were taking off Vivec's hair. A beggar king had brought his loom and was making of the hair an incomplete map of adulthood and death. Nerevar said, "Why are you doing this, my lord?" Vivec said, "To make room for the fire." And the Hortator could see that Vivec was out of sorts, though not because of the impending new power to come. The Golden Warrior poet had been exercising his water face as well, learned from the dregs before he was born. Nerevar said, "Is this to keep you from the fire?" Vivec said, "It is so I may see with truth. It and my place here at the altar of Padhome, in the house of false thinking, serve so that I may see beyond my own secrets. The water face cannot lie. It comes from the ocean, which is too busy to think, much less lie. Moving water resembles truth by its trembling." Nerevar said, "I am afraid to become slipshod in my thinking. Vivec said, "Reach heaven by violence then." So to quiet his mind, the Hortator chose from the fight racks an axe. He named it and moved on to the first moon. There, Nerevar was greeted by the Parliament of Craters, who knew him by title and resented his presence, for he was to be a ruling king of Earth, and this was the lunar realm. They shifted around him in a pattern of entrapment. "The moon does not recognize crowns or scepters," they said, "nor the representatives of kingdoms below, lion or serpent or mathematician. We are the graves of those that have migrated and become ancient countries. We seek no queens or thrones. Your appearance is decidedly solar, which is to say, a library of stolen ideas. We are neither terror nor sorrow. Our revolution succeeded in the manner that it was written. You are the Hortator, and unwelcome here." And so Nerevar carved at the grave ghosts until he was out of breath, and their parliament could make no new laws. He said, "I am not of the slaves that perish." Of the members of parliament, only a few survived the Hortator's attack. A surviving Crater said, "Appropriation is nothing new. Everything happens of itself. This motif is by no means unassociated with hero myths. You have not acted with creative impulse. You fall below the weight of destiny. We are graves, but not coffins. Know the difference. You have only dug more and supplied no ghost to reside within. Central to your claim is the predominance of frail events. To be judged by the earth is to sit on a throne of wonder why. Damage us more and you will find naught but the absence of our dead." The ending of the words is Almsavy.
You know, it was nice while it lasted. We got an entire simple sermon, back to the complicated again. So the Hortator is confused again, and he goes to find Vivec, and he finds him, of all places, in a place called the Temple of False Thinking. If this is meant to be taken literally, then Temple of False Thinking would be a Daedric shrine. It might be that Vivec is giving himself false thoughts, so he can decipher if or why exactly they are false. I am inclined to also believe that it might be both, because obviously, if you gotta pray at the Daedric shrine, you are partaking and uttering false thoughts. The outcome of being there is that Vivec has to rethink himself and the terms he thought he knew. So he cuts his hair, and a beggar king makes of it an incomplete map of death and adulthood. A beggar king was a government job in some countries, whose job it was to supervise the poor. In this case, he's supervising Vivec's obliviousness. Guys, I need to state the obvious. Vivec is clearly, in his own way, immature. We just went through 2 sermons of whatever the pomegranate banquet was. Is Vivec smart, knowledgeable, and cunning? Yes, but the same can still be said about a child. Is he also an egomaniac with a childish perception of concepts such as lust and respecting authority? Also yes, and unlike Dagother and Nerevarin, he has never experienced death before. So in that regard, unlike those two, he's also incomplete. And when Nerevar asks him why he's doing this, he says that he's doing it to make room for the fire, which is a different kind of knowledge. In the context of the sermons, it may have been a while since Vivec hatched, but he's still hunting for more knowledge and self-fathoming. The Hortator understands that Vivec is after new power, and that he is also exercising his waterface, which was apparently taught to him by the dregs in the days before his birth, and while wearing said waterface, he cannot lie. The waterface kinda brings Sothasil to mind. Vivec has his own explanation about why he cannot lie while wearing the waterface, but I can't help but wonder if, because the sea is Set's realm, maybe it also gives him some of Set's honesty, since, let's be honest, Sothasil is the most logical and honest of the Almsivi. And here is where we get to see how Vivec's character exactly changed after the banquet. Nerevar asks him if he is doing this to keep this knowledge away from him, since Vivec is very much associated with deceit per the whole Mafala thing, but Vivec instead says, no, it's so that I may see beyond my own secrets. This takes us back to the Union concept of the shadow. Shadow, for Carl Jung, is the part of the unconscious mind that contains all the repressed parts of the psyche to protect the ego from any undesirable realizations. Realizing the shadow and bringing it forth to the conscious mind is an essential step to what he referred to as the process of individuation, which is the process of completing one's character and creating the true, complete self, a process which, among other things, requires honesty above all else. To the idea that honesty will be needed to gain more power, Nerevar is afraid, because with such a task comes self-doubt, and he may yet become slipshod in his thinking. So Vivec outright tells him, okay, you have to look deeper into yourself, so reach the heavens through violence. What he means by this is ascend to a higher state of being via self-growth, which is characterized by self-violence. To this, Nerevar completely misses the mark and instead picks up an axe, names it, presumably to give his violence a transcended ideal, which is false, and then heads for the first moon. Is this literal? No. But yet again, are most things in the sermons literal outside the context of the sermons themselves? To most things, the answer is no. Here's the deal. Understanding that you have to harm yourself to help yourself is a disquieting ordeal, to say the least. It will be much easier, consciously or unconsciously so, to misinterpret things and lash out at the world around you. Many do. One might even say that it is easier to kiss the lover than to become one, and so it is only with the purpose of quieting his mind that Nerevar decides to attack the moon. It is not clearly stated which one of the two moons it is, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that, as you will see, this was a huge blunder on Nerevar's behalf. For refusing to understand what reaching the heavens through violence truly means, he will be mocked for the rest of the sermon. When he makes it to the moon, he is greeted by the Parliament of Craters, who know who he is, but resent his presence on the moon, for he was to be a ruling king of the earth, and this was the lunar realm. They shifted around him in a pattern of entrapment. The moon does not recognize crowns or scepters, nor the representatives of kingdoms below, lion or serpent or mathematician. We are the graves of those that migrated and become ancient countries. We seek no queens or thrones. Your appearance is decidingly solar, which is to say, a library of stolen ideas. We are neither tear nor sorrow. Our revelation succeeded in the manner that it was written. You are the Hortator, and unwelcome here. Okay, who is the Parliament of Craters? Well, as the craters are product of comets, aka crashing stars, so it would seem that these are the remnants of Magna G that fled creation and crashed on the moon, and after being betrayed and abandoned, they have no sympathy for the world that they helped make, and eventually had to flee from, nor for the kings of it. Lion represents the people that indulge in the violence of the arena. Serpent represents Lorcan, the trickster, and Mathematician may be referring to the uniqueness of the Dwemer. They are the only ones I can think of in this instance. The Parliament of Craters are the graves of the Magna G that came before, after the convention, whose essence is still stuck on Nirn, and have become the earth itself, and therefore ancient countries by now. Then they call Nerevar's appearance decidingly solar, which is a callback to what happened between Magnus and Lorcan, as now the same is happening with Vivec and Nerevar seems to fit the role of Magnus, just blindly going about with whatever Vivec tells him, deception or truthful, harmful or useful, but above all, without actually understanding it, just how Magnus didn't actually understand what Lorcan was making him do. Neither does Nerevar now understand what Vivec is telling him what to do. Nerevar is in many ways carrying around stolen ideas, but the Craters know about Lorcan's game, or so they claim. Therefore, they are not sorrowful about it. They are maybe a bit bitter that they didn't learn the truth early enough to make an educated call about it, but fundamentally, they are sure that their revolution against the pre-Lorcan status quo, which is an endless void full of spirits, will succeed in the way that Lorcan intended. But since the Hortator didn't get the right message about reaching the heavens through violence, and since he's a representative of the kingdom they made while they weren't aware of what they were making, he's unwelcome here. And so Nerevar carved at the grave ghosts until he was out of breath, and the Parliament could make no new laws. He said, I am not of the slaves that perish. Of the members of Parliament, only a few survived the Hortator's attack. This is the first of two entities that acted like a child on top of the moon. And you guessed it, they both did so because they missed the point. He doesn't want to face the reality of what Vivec said. Why would he? Who would? So he starts carving through the graves of the Magna G until he's tired and their Parliament can no longer trap him, nor can they make new laws about their creation, which is the mortal realm. He states that he's not like all the other people who lived and died without learning what their lives was truly all about. It's also another callback to the Book of the Law, where Hadid says the exact same thing line for line. The surviving Crater said, appropriation is nothing new. Everything happens of itself. This motif is by no means unassociated with hero myths. You have not acted with the creative impulse. You fall below the weight of destiny. We are graves, but not coffins. Know the difference. You have only dug more and supplied no ghosts to reside within. Central to your claim is the predominance of real events. To be judged by the earth is to sit on a throne of wonder why. Damage us more, and you find not, but the absence of our debt. Nerevar is appropriating what Vivec told him, which is nothing new, but still, he is doing it wrong. Everything happens because we act based on our own interpretations of the events we witness, just like the hero myth, which is the myth of a person rising above their adversaries and struggles and becoming something more. But here, Nerevar acted with no creative impulse. He falls below the weight of the hero myth. What is the difference between a grave and a coffin? A coffin only houses a corpse. A grave only houses the coffin. Technically, both can house a corpse, but only the grave can truly say something about the corpse. A grave can have a description about who the person was while they were alive, their name, their identity, or even have some of their belongings. A coffin has none of that. It just has a corpse. The Parliament of Creators still has the memories of the ghosts that left Nirn after the convention. They are not mere coffins. They are something more. They are graves. Nerevar, in his attempts to reach the heavens through violence, has not only defiled graves, but in doing so, he hasn't even supplied new ideas, new spirits, to reside within the graves. He has shown no growth so far, and has only claimed to be a hero based on the events that have happened and will happen later, and the fact that he will have the hero's role in them. But to be judged on those events alone is to wonder, why me? The only real way to answer this question is to reach the heavens through violence, and Nerevar hasn't done that. And the sermon closes with the Parliament stating that these graves don't even have any dead in them. The spirits that came here, whose graves these are, have long found peace and have left. All that is left here is the proof of who they were, their graves. All that Nerevar has done so far has been to kill ghosts of empty, soulless graves. Essentially, what this ghost is telling Nerevar right now is that he's throwing a temper tantrum. Pretty good sermon. As with all the sermons, I will say that I am giving my own interpretation, and all disagreements are still welcome. There's nothing else to say because the following sermon just catches up with this one, so let's keep going.
I am an Atlas of smoke. With this, Vivec became greater than he had been. These were the days of Resdania, when Keimer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almcivi and their champion, the Hortator. Seek me without effort, for I take many shapes. The Hortator was still trying to subdue the heavens with an axe. He was thrown out of the Library of the Sun by the power of Magnus. Vivec found him in a grub field outside the swamps of Deshaun Plain. They walked for a span in silence, for Nerevar had been humbled and Vivec still had mercy in his hand. Soon they were walking across the eastern sea to the land of snakes and snow demons. Vivec wanted to show the Hortator the fighting styles of foreign tongues. They learned the idiom stroke from the pillow book of the Saci King. It is shaped like the inside of this page. The Saci serpents vowed to have their vengeance on the west at least 3 times. They walked farther and saw the spiked waters at the edge of the map. Here, the spirit of limitation gifted them with a spoke and bade them to find the rest of the wheel. The Hortator said, "The edge of the world is made of swords." Vivec corrected him. "They are the bottom row of the world's teeth." They walked to the north to the Elder Wood and found nothing but frozen bearded kings. They came to the west where the black men dwelt. For a year they studied under their sword saints, and then for another Vivec taught them the virtue of the little reward. Vivec chose a king for a wife and made another race of monsters which ended up destroying the west completely. To a warrior chief, Vivec said, "We must not act and speak as if asleep." Nerevar wondered if there was anything to learn in the south, but Vivec remained silent and only led them back to Red Mountain. "Here," Vivec said, "is the last of the last. Within it, the Sharmat awaits." But they both knew that the time was not ready to contest the Sharmat, and so they engaged in combat with each other. Vivec marked the Hortator in this way for all the Velothi to see. He sealed the wound with the blessing of Aam Azura. At the end of the battle, the Hortator found that he had gathered 7 more spokes. He attempted to attach them and form a staff, but Vivec would not let him, saying, "It is not the time for that." Nerevar said, "Where did I find these?" Vivec said that they had collected them from around the world, though some had come invisibly. "I am the wheel," he said, and took that shape. Before the emptiness at the center could live too long, Nerevar put in the spokes. The ending of the words is Almcivi.
We call Sermon 17 the Nirn Geography Sermon. I am an Atlas of Smoke is a reference to a real-life event that happened in the Bethesda office where a map of Nirn was torn because of a smoke alarm. It's a fun story, and you can read it via the link in the description. It also explains the origins of League. In this sermon, we will travel all over Nirn because Vivec realized that Nerevar hasn't figured out the whole violence thing just yet. Seek me without effort refers to Vivec becoming more of a force than just a living god, and maybe something else. So Nerevar is still in the moon, trying to make the Parliament of Creators shut up by chasing after them with an axe, until he reaches the sun, where the sheer power of Magnus throws him back to Nirn, in the fields of Deshaun, where Vivec finds him humbled, presumably because he has been catching strays for 2 sermons at this point. So Vivec is like, "Listen kid, you need to learn about violence a bit more." So they go around the world, learning the different fighting styles of different tongues. This might seem a bit odd, given that Nerevar is already pretty violent. I'd like to imagine this interaction by picturing Nerevar as a violent child. Children can be violent, they can be bullies, they can throw temper tantrums. Moreover, a child's violence is devoid of both mastery and good intentions, and Vivec here is basically a good dad signing up his child for karate classes. And again we see the theme of brute force being unmatched compared to true mastery. The first place they go is Akavir. It seems that along the way, Vivec wants to also teach Nerevar about words, not just about swords, hence why they are learning something called the idiom stroke, which was like the inside of a page, folded or curved. I'm not sure, but the Sayesi king really didn't like this, so he vowed revenge on Tamriel at least 3 times. Now, the sermons do this a lot, where Vivec tries to explain realities or events that occur in Tamriel through the made-up reality of the sermons. This refers to the 2 Akaviri invasions that have happened so far. Here, I would like to please say that I have... Here, is this thing on? It's on. I would like to say that I have an altar to Ithelia in my room, and every night I pray that for test 6 we get the 3rd Akaviri invasion and not the end of the Great War, or at the very least, both. If I have to deal with another Thalmoplot that defeats itself, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna turn this channel into a League of Legends lore podcast, or Warhammer 40k if you prefer. Anyway, they walked further and saw the spiked waters of the edge of the map. Here, the Spirit of Limitation gifted them with a spoke and bade them to find the rest of the wheel. The Hortator said, "The edge of the world is made of swords." Vivec corrected him. They are the bottom row of the world's teeth. Now the whole spiked water thing might be a reference to the edge of the map bag found in the Elder Scrolls Redguard. It's a fun little Easter egg, but that's not the entirety of what it is, because there the Spirit of Limitation gifts them with a spoke, and it also baits them to find the rest of the wheel. Keep this event in mind. Right now, Nerevar has 1 spoke. The whole "they aren't swords, they are teeth" kinda reminds me of the Anandid Anuat, which is to suggest that all this takes place in a giant corpse, and that they are now located on the mouth of a dead god. But it can also be the case that Nerevar still has only violence in his mind, and Vivec is trying to guide him to see things from a different perspective. Then they go to Atmora, but it's too late, and the land has frozen, and nothing can be found there except the corpses of frozen kings. Then they go to Yokura, and Vivec describes this place before it sank, and stuff gets really weird in Yokura. They study sword singing for a year there, and then for another year, Vivec teaches them about the virtue of little reward, meaning that, essentially, Vivec is trying to take credit for the quiet life of meditation that sword saints like Fredar Hunting were known for. Then he does a Vivec thing and marries a Yokuran king by making him his wife, and they end up making another race of monsters which ends up blowing the continent. So he's also trying to take credit for creating the left-handed elves that, according to one retelling, ended up sinking Yokura. The way I read this quote, "We must not act and speak as if asleep," is Vivec telling the sword saints to not become transfixed by their meditation, similar to how Fredar Hunting almost refused to fight during the War of the Sword Saints, choosing a life of meditation instead. There is an entire different layer of commentary that can be made about Vivec going to Yokura, because it blends in with another text called Lord Vivec's Sword Meeting with Saras the Restless, but I've already talked about that in a previous video, and I don't want to get too off topic, so let's keep going. Nerevar wondered if there was something to learn in the south, but Vivec remained silent and only led them back to Red Mountain. South can refer to Otmeris, but I think Vivec realized that Altmeris was long gone, or that it never existed to begin with, so he just takes Nerevar back to that mountain and tells him that one day he'll have to fight the Sharmat there. Outside that mountain, they begin to fight, where Vivec marks the Hortator. The following is the most important part of this entire sermon. So, to conceptualize what is happening right now, Nerevar has 8 spokes in total, 7 he discovered he had right now, and 1 that he found whilst at the limitation of the world. He tries to put them all on top of another, forming a really long stick, or alternatively, a tower of spokes, but Vivec tells him that this is not the time for that, just how it wasn't the time to face the Sharmat yet. To this, Nerevar is puzzled, saying that he doesn't recall the other 7 appearing, and Vivec tells him that some came invisibly while they were wandering around the world, and Vivec gives him an alternative. Instead of making a tower, Vivec calls himself the wheel and takes that shape, and Nerevar, to stop the emptiness at the center from living too long, places the spokes in the center. The way I interpret this scene is that Nerevar, with his new gained knowledge, is trying to recreate Tower Zero and give the land new laws. Vivec tells him that the time for that will come after he faces the Sharmat. For now, he just shows him the components of the world, the spokes, and he makes Nerevar combine them together. and together they make that which lies in the center, Mundus, and Vivec, being immersed in the idea of being Paramaic, sees himself as the void, which Nerevar then fills with the spokes. Thus Nerevar gets a vision of Nirn. This can be seen as a simulacrum of the Orbis, and this scene can be seen as Vivec giving Nerevar a version of Chim, or at least a substitute, which leads to the original. Nerevar now sees existence, and can now also see beyond causality. In other words, he is now the prisoner. And with that, another sermon closes. From here on out, we will see a new Nerevar, and Vivec's attitude towards him will also change. They are still gonna be like tutor and student, but previously they were more akin to toddler and dad, and we will see this transition early on with Sermon 18.
Now Vivec felt that he had taught the Hortator as much as he could before the war with the Dwemer came. The warrior poet decided he had to begin his Book of Hours at that point, because the world was about to bend with its age. Vivec entered the Morning Hold and announced to Ayam that he was going to fight 9 monsters that had escaped the Moatra. "I will return," he said, "to deal the last blow to the Grand Architect of the Dwemer." Ayam said, "Out of 9 you will fight only 8, though they may be mighty. The last is already destroyed by your decision to create the Book of Hours." Vivec understood that Ayam meant himself. "Why?" she asked. "Are you in doubt?" Vivec knew that his doubt made him the sword of the Triune, and so he did not feel shame or fear. Instead, he explained, and these are the words: "Can a member of the Invisible Gate become so archaic that its successor is not so much an improvement of the exact model, but rather a related model that is just needed more because of the currency of the world's condition? As the mother, you do not have to worry, unless things in the future are so strange that even Set cannot understand. Neither does the executioner or the fool, but I am neither. These ideals are not going to change in nature, even though they may change in representation. But even in the West, the Rainmaker vanishes. No one needs him anymore. Can one oust the model, not because the model is set according to an ideal, but because it is tied to an ever-changing, unconscious, mortal agenda? This is what was said to Ayam when Vivec was whole. The wise shall not mistake this. Ayam said, "This is why you were born of a Netchman's wife, and destined to merge with the simulacrum of your mother, gilled and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded East, under water and in fire and in metal and in ash, 6 times the wise, to become the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, the sex-death of language, and unique in all the middle world." Vivec knew then why he would record his Book of Hours. This sermon is forbidden. In this world and others, 18 less 1. The victor is the magical disc, hurled to reach heaven by violence. This sermon is untrue. The ending of the world is Omsivi.
If I had to rank them, I think Sermon 18 would probably be the 3rd best sermon, and it directly continues the story from the point where we left off during the end of Sermon 17. It's again one of the more coherent sermons, in the way that the events that happen make sense, but it's also one of the most impactful ones, and dare I say, one of the more profound ones as well. Everything said in this sermon will be important for each and every sermon up until Sermon 36. It also reminds me a lot of Sermon 4, in that we're gonna deal with real-life philosophies, so let's not waste any more time. So at this point, Vivec believes that he has given both enough physical power and knowledge to Nerevar to prepare him for the war against the Dwemer, and so he leaves Nerevar to rule, and he goes to create the Book of Hours, because apparently the world is about to bend with its age. I also forgot to mention that Vivec has a lot of the traits of Shiva. Obviously you have the body, but it goes beyond that. Vivec's water face is a direct reference to Shiva's water face, which symbolizes beauty, love, and the arts. It also represents preservation and sustenance, something we see Vivec clearly pursuing in Sermon 18. Another big trait of Vivec that is ripped straight from Shiva is the giant form, which is the ability to turn into a giant form of yourself. The Book of Hours is a real-life Christian book that contains prayers for different times of the day, hence why the name. The world is about to bend means 2 different things for me. First of all, it refers to the change of the Chimera to Dunmer, which will forever change the whole of Morrowind. After the Chimera become the Dunmer, after the Battle of Red Mountain, they will have a new race, a new identity, new gods, and no ruler. Thus new traditions and systems of belief, new prayers are needed. Thus a new book for spiritual guidance is needed. However, because these books have contemporary meaning for the Nerevarine, they are also a reference to the change that is taking place in Tamriel during the time of Morrowind, the game, as we're only 7 years away from the year of Akatosh and the last days of Uriel VII's life, and therefore the end of an era with the death of Martin Septim. And the Red Year is also very close. But Vivec won't be gone forever. I will return, he said, to do the last blow to the Grand Architect of the Dwemer. I am said, out of 9 you will find only 8, though they be mighty. The last is already destroyed by your decision to create the Book of Hours. Vivec understood that Ian meant himself. Vivec knew that his doubt made him the sword of the Triune, and so he did not feel shame or fear. Instead, he explained, and these are the words: can a member of the Invisible Gate become so archaic that its successor is not so much an improvement of the exact model, but rather a related model that is just needed more because of the currency of the world's condition? As the mother, you do not have to worry, unless things in the future are so strange that even Set cannot understand. Neither does the executioner or the fool, but I am neither. These ideals are not going to change in nature, even though they may change in representation. But even in the West, the Rainmaker vanishes. No one needs him anymore. Hello, this is Cotho, your political science tutor for the semester. In this class, we shall examine the utilitarian principles that determine whether the adherence or rebellion against the system might constitute a benefit or negative for a society as a whole, and what fundamentally causes systems such as governments or religions to change. So Vivec states that he'll be back to help the Hortator fight against the Dwemer, and to the statement that he's going to hunt down the remaining children that he had with Molag Bal, I am responds by saying that one of them is already dead because Vivec decided to make the Book of Hours. As I said during that sermon, the children of the Union, in some respects, are spirits Vivec made to fathom himself. Like Anu made Anuiel, and Anuiel made Oriel, so by deciding to make the Book of Hours, Vivec has already destroyed one of them, that one being himself. Why is that? Vivec knows that that is within the realm of violence, as only through that of existing conditions can one make new and better ones. There can be certainty towards a flawed system, but that does not mean that the system isn't flawed. It only means that people are certain of a flawed system, thus only granting it a false sense of security. Vivec knows this. His violence, therefore, is of the right kind, so he explains himself. And his explanation is absolute theater. His explanation is absolute theater. Let me ask you some questions about the Tribunal and the Good Daedra and their relationship with the Chimera and later on the Dunmer. All along, have they really been gods that present themselves to the people, or have they simply been tools for a system that exists because it is needed and derives its power from the people that deem it necessary? When the disillusioned Altmer and Dareloth left Somerset, did the Daedra tell them what to do because they simply had power over them? Or was it only because some Altmer had grown disillusioned with Altmeri society, therefore using the Daedra as tools for an escape? And when they let go of the worship of the Good Daedra and embraced the Tribunal, did they do so because the Tribunal brainwashed them, or were they simply looking for a new system to comfort them after the change of their race and Nerevar's death? And finally, when the Tribunal lost its powers and the 3 Good Daedra were restored, does that mean that the Tribunal was really debunked as false gods, or does it actually mean that they were just no longer cut for the job they were hired to do? The answers to all these questions are obvious, and Vivec knows this. He will be replaced. Mafala isn't even that different from him, but the currency of the world's conditions is now different. Therefore, one is needed more than the other. Maybe someday things will become so strange that no one will be able to tell what people want anymore, but that point won't come for a while. But then again, even during those days, the fundamental desires of the people will remain unchanged. Only the representation of those desires will change.
In desperation, all things consume one another. Is this a sign of imperfection? Or is this the fundamental truth of creations? Is it separate from the morality of the mortal world?
To solidify what was just said, Vivec brings up the example of the Rainmaker, Talos, who is Shazari born. Maybe, if you see the events of Oblivion and Skyrim, you might disagree with this, but you know who definitely agrees with Vivec? Tiber Septim. After the Nerevarine acquires Wraithguard and is tasked with killing the Sharmat, he must pass through the Ghost Gate and reach the Sharmat's lair in Red Mountain. During that quest only, there will be a strange, old legionnaire inside the Ghost Gate who gives the Nerevarine a lucky coin before saying this when commenting on the current state of the Empire. The Emperor is getting old. Don't know how much longer he'll hang on. So is the whole Empire, for that matter. Getting old, that is. The Emperor and the legions have held the Empire together for hundreds of years. It's been a good thing, by and large, but maybe it's time for a change. Time for something young and new. What? No idea, because I'm old. Old dog doesn't get new ideas, but maybe young folks like you should try some new ideas. I don't know. Could be messy, but change is never pretty. This Legionnaire is called Wolf. And this is an avatar of Talos. An NPC of the Imperial cult even reveals this later. It seems that for all the good the Empire has done, it also created stagnation. Nothing new is being made. There is no strife. Peace is good, don't get me wrong, but after one point, you start to lose the lines between peace and the false comfort of the arena. To make something happen on Mundus, you need to be a letter written in uncertainty. And right here, right now, maybe the Empire has kept things too certain for too long. Which brings us to the ultimate point. Can one oust the model? Not because the model is set according to an ideal, but because it is tied to an ever-changing, unconscious mortal agenda? The answer to this question, as Tiber just said, is yes. During the Interregnum, people wanted nothing more than peace. Now that they have it, they're almost dismissive of the very concept of peace. They commit crimes, form cults, and mind you, there are still wars going on. Not too long ago, the Imperial Legion had to help the orcs escape the 11th billionth sacking of Orsinium. It's almost as if, right after their needs were met, it's business as usual. To this, Almalexia is astonished that Vivec is now self-aware enough that despite his ego, which, rest assured it's still there, he can see beyond himself as a god and see himself as just another tool, because now he's guided by his true will, and that true will, which is guided by love, right now is compelling him that he has to make the Book of Hours. The ending of this sermon is a direct reference to the Book of the Law by saying that this sermon is forbidden, because if you're a god, you obviously don't want people to know that you have all along been just a tool for them. That would kill the point of fiction, the temple, and, to an extent, the sermons. Here we also have a mention of the hurling disc, as it is number 17 in Sermon 29, meaning it is 18 less 1, also because it's right here. The hurling disc is a state of the wheel, hence why disc, while in a dragon break or a severe time distortion. It can go anywhere. It is hurled into untimeliness. We see this happening in Korra, where because Akatosh's laws of time are severely weakened, spirits of the past can come and talk to Jubal and give him the knowledge needed to defeat the Numidium. This is my take on it. It might also be foreshadowing to a future event that got abandoned after MK stopped working at Bethesda, like an alternative ending to the Tribunal DLC, similar to how in a previous sermon we talked about 3 Akaviri invasions, when, as of the time of Skyrim, there have only been 2, but we have to make do with what we got in the end. And that was the end of Sermon 18. And we're now officially halfway through. And what a way to enter the second half. We even got a Talos cameo. On a closing note, I think that this sermon is untrue is Vivec trying to comfort any poor Dunmer that stumbles upon this sermon and starts putting things together. That, or it might just be another random Book of the Law reference. Either way, I'm happy with it. Let us move on to Sermon 19. Hey, editing me is back. The problem people might have with Talos being the Rainmaker is that Talos, at the time of the sermons, isn't a thing for the next era or so. And to that argument, I can say that the timeline of the sermons is already messed up enough, and that Rainmaker can also refer to Akatosh, as after the death of Saint Alicia and the rise of the Marukadi Selective, the Elysian doctrines were altered, and the Amulet of Kings was lost. So the Rainmaker that vanishes because people don't need him anymore might also be Akatosh, but I think Talos makes for a better conversation. Also, Talos is a Dragonborn, so technically he has the soul of Akatosh in him anyway. Just thought I should mention this. Back to our original program.
Sermon 19. Vivec put on his armor and stepped into a non-spatial space, filling to capacity with mortal interaction and information. A canvas less cartography of every single mind it has ever known. An event that had developed some semblance of a divine spark. He said, "From here I shall launch my attack on the 8 monsters." Vivec then saw the moths that would come from the starry heart, bringing with them dust more horrible than the ash of Red Mountain. He saw the twin head of a ruling king who had no equivalent, and 8 imperfections wrapped into precious stones, set into a crown that looked like shackles, which he understood to be the twin crowns of the 2-headed king, and a river that fed into the mouth of the 2-headed king because he contained multitudes. Vivec then built the provisional house at the center of the secret door. From here, he could watch the age to come. Of the house is written, Cornerstone 1 has a finger buried under, pointing through, dirt slow low in the ground. North cannot be guessed, and yet it is spirit-free. Cornerstone 2 has a tongue, and even dust can be talkative. Listen and you will see the love the ancient libraries need. Cornerstone 3 has a bit of string, shaped like your favorite color. A girl remembers who left it there, but she is afraid to dig it out and see what it is attached to. Cornerstone 4 has 9 bones, removed carefully from a black cat, arranged in the fashion of this word, protecting us from our enemies. Your house is safe now, so why is it? Your house is safe now, so why is it? The ending of the words is Alm Civi.
Sermon 19 is the preparation for the sermons that will follow, which take the form of mostly 2 different written structures. They will either be a scripture about a topic, or they will be Vivec facing his own children. And this sermon is Vivec's preparation before he faces his children. Vivec put on his armor and stepped into a non-spatial space, filled to capacity with mortal interaction and information, a canvasless cartography of every single mind it had ever known, an event that had developed a semblance of a divine spark. From here I shall launch my attack on the 8 monsters. There is a huge commentary that can be made about this small paragraph. As a matter of fact, the new Whirling School provides an entire small essay about the points presented here, but I can simply summarize it by saying that Vivec is simply meditating within a state of chim. He is undertaking this meditation as a way of further fathoming himself. He is recalling all the people he has interacted with so far, and the mortal interactions and informations he has gathered so far in his journey, which, to him, have developed a sense of divine spark, as through those interactions, he is able to ascend above himself. That is the divine spark. Through the contemplation of everything that has led up to this point, he will attempt to defeat the 8 powerful spirits that were born as a result of his union with Molak Bal. Vivec then saw the moths that would come from the starry heart, bringing with them dust more horrible than the ash of Red Mountain. He saw the twin head of a ruling king who had no equivalent, and 8 imperfections that wrapped into precious stones, set into a crown that looked like shackles, which he understood to be the twin crowns of the 2-headed king, and a river that fed into the mouth of the 2-headed king, because she contained multitudes. Vivec here again heavily references Tiber Septim. The moths are legions coming from Cyrodiil after the Moth Rebellion, in which Tiber Septim was briefly driven out of the Imperial city, and after Tiber Septim dealt with the rebellion, he used said moths, now legions, to conquer all the provinces, except the Somerset Isles. He had to use a giant mecha to get that one. Twin-headed ruling king might be a reference to him being Dragonborn and therefore aligned with Akatosh, but also being Lorcan Reborn, therefore having dual natures. 8 imperfections into 1 precious stone is the Amulet of Kings, that by the time Uriel VII is holding it, resembles more of a shackle, according to his own admission.
Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour. In this I am blessed to see the hour of my death, to face my apportioned fate, then fall. I go to my grave. This burden is now yours alone.
And the paragraph closes by focusing on Tiber's hunger for conquest. The following line is one that will be of vital importance from this point onward. Think about Vivec and everything he has been through so far.
Vivec then built the provisional house at the center of the secret door. From here, he could watch the age to come.
The secret door is a gateway to the first state of existence, from before the interplay of Anu and Parame, and him making this state the place of his meditation means that now he has knowledge of all that will come and all that has come before him. Right now, he doesn't just have the power of Chim, he's in the state of Chim. But even here, even in this state, it is still a long road ahead until you reach Amaranth. Just look at Talos. He has got the exact same powers and he's crying in a tavern. People in the community, I feel, have the the idea that once you have the power of Chim, you are basically relieved of everything and are essentially a super god. And well, you can be that, but again, going back to the idea that Chim is basically the power of realizing that you are asleep while in a dream, say you find yourself in one such dream. What would you do if you were lucid but couldn't wake up? Maybe for a few moments you would have some fun, going on conquests, reshaping lands, flexing on the other characters of the dream, and even changing their memories. But then what? You're still stuck. This is just a side observation to understand why characters like Talos and Vivec still keep going even after achieving Chim. And then we get Vivec's observations about what's to come, and they present themselves as 4 cornerstones. I cannot decipher them. As in, at all. Honestly, especially the first 2, I have no idea what they're talking about. The third one refers to the Amulet of Kings and the rise of the Riemann Empire, I think. MK said in a post that it relates to black cat bones from real-life Hundu practices, but I can't put 1 and 2 together to see how this makes sense in this situation. Moreover, there could be some weird metaphor for the 4 corners of the House of Troubles. But again, every theory I put together is too ludicrous, even for my standards, which says a lot. Whatever they may be, Vivec is sure of one thing: his house is safe now. He understands everything. He knows his destiny. He also knows the destiny of Mundus and beyond, which is also a problem now. See, even in Korra, it is his child that becomes a new man and reaches Amaranth. Not him, at least according to most theories. But that doesn't mean that he's unsafe. It only means that he's stuck. Your house is safe now, so why is it you? Your house is safe now, so why is it you doubt? In this moment, Vivec is in doubt, and there are so many things to be doubtful of. Is any of this worth it? Will we make it? How am I sure that what I'm seeing is true, and not just a self-imposed delusion? And how do I know that I'm strong enough? Vivec needs to answer these questions, and to do so, he needs to hunt down his own children. Out of all the sermons that I have covered so far, and all the sermons that I will cover, I am sure that this one will be the one that will have people split about what it actually means the most. Let it be known, again, that I welcome all opinions, as long as they are written in the form of a 5-page dissertation presented in my comment section. Thank you for understanding. Let's move on. Sermon 20. The first monster was actually 2, having been born twice, like his mother-father, Vivec. He was not the mightiest of the 8 to escape Moatra, but his actions were the most worrisome. He was known as Moonaxle, and he harvested the leftovers foibles of nature. This he did twice, as was said, and the second harvest always brought ruin or unwritten law. His aspect was faceted like a polyhedron. No perils are mentioned in the finding of Moonax, but it was known that he was immune to spears, so Vivec had to use the sword not held against him. Before he took issue with the monster, the warrior poet said, "How come you're immune to spears?" To which Moonaxle replied, "Mine is a dual nature and protean. I am, in fact, made of many straight lines, though none last too long. In this way, I have learned to ignore all true segments. Luckily, the sword not held was curved and therefore could cut into Moonaxle, and before the sun was up, he was bleeding from many wounds. Vivec did not slay him outright, for to do so would keep the foibles of nature within him, and not back where they belonged. Soon, Vivec had traced geography right again, and Moonaxle was ready to be slain. Vivec rose up in his giant form to be terrible to look upon. He reached into the west and pulled out a canyon, holding it like a horn. He reached east and ate a handful of Nyx hounds. Blowing their spirits through the canyon made a terrible wail, not unlike an unsolved woman. He said, "Let this overtake you." And Moonaxle was overtaken by the curvatures of stolen souls. They wrapped about the monster like resin, until finally he could not move, nor could his dual nature. Vivec said, "Now you are solved," and pierced his child with Moatra. Moonaxle had been reduced to something static, and therefore shattered. The lines of Moonaxle were collected by Velothi philosophers and taken into caves. There, and for a year, Vivec taught the philosophers how to turn the lines of his son into the spokes of the mystery wheel. This was the birth of the first whirling school. Before, there had only been the surface thought of fire. Vivec looked at his first willing students and observed, "Alike the egg-layered universe is the morbid possession of 3 distant coverage, soul-wrecked and alive, like my name is alive. In this cloister, you have discovered one walking path, held like a sword, but more quiescent. So edged it is that it has to be whispered to keep the tongue from bleeding, where its signs evacuate from former meaning, like empires that tarry too long. The sword is estrangement from statesmanship. Look on the estimable lines of my son, now crafted starwise, his every limb equidistant from the center. Is he solved because I will it so? Think on the theory that my existence promulgates the 5 elements, and unlike the egg-layered universe, I am cause for great destiny. Here is a thought that can break the wagon's axle. Here is another that can soar. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. As I said, the monsters that were born from Vivec's union with Morlach Ball are representations of Vivec's flaws, and one of them even represents one of Morlach Ball's flaws. The first monster is called Munaxol, and it had this ability. He harvested the leftover foibles of nature. This he did twice, as was said, and the second harvest always brought ruin and unwritten law. His aspect was faceted, like a polyhedron. There is a concept in psychology that relates to how children interact with the world around them and objects they see for the first time. The first response is to look at something and then interact with it, at which point perception towards that object is born. If it hurts them, for example, they stay away from it. If it feels good, they keep interacting with it. And you see the same attitude in animals interacting with new items as well. This is the vibe that I get from this monster. It's Vivec's biases and the unwritten laws given to him by his perception. An example of this would be his attitude towards AM in earlier sermons, as well as his general despise for authority figures. Munaxol is also an interesting name. Axle is a line that connects two or more wheels to the same axis. In reference to my amateur psychological analysis, it unites the two perceptions of Vivec. This child, as it turns out, is immune to spears. No, not those spears. Not this time at least. I mean actual spears. So Vivec decides to use the sword not held to battle it. And when Vivec asks it how come it's immune to spears, the child responds, mine is a dual nature, a protean. I am, in fact, made of many straight lines, though none last for too long. This is an additional layer of depth to the pre-established notion of initial perceptions, and perception as a product of observation and interaction. Here, the child is essentially saying to Vivec, perception can change all the time. Each and every one of the perceptions don't last for too long, and all are ignorant to the true segments of an object. The objects are described as nature's weaknesses, which is also interesting. It's like Vivec isn't bothered with the fair parts of nature and misunderstanding those. His only worry is misappropriation of the flaws of nature, which I think is logical. Things that seem flawed bother us a lot more than things that seem to be ideal, though fundamentally they are both determined by perception. Both, however, are products of nature, so their ideal form is the same. So Vivec manages to cut it with the sword not held, but doesn't kill it, because if he were to do so, he wouldn't have corrected anything. He has to return those perceptions back to where they belong, back to their original states. By throwing land and souls on it, Munaxol is overtaken, like a reality check, reminding it that all those perceptions, either dual or multiples, are still grounded in reality. You can call this a return to Pluto's world of ideal forms, and now that it is solved, Vivec can pierce it with Moatra, which makes it static, meaning it's unable to perceive anything. Thus, it shatters. The lines it contained prior to being solved are picked up by Velothi philosophers and are taken into caves, where Vivec taught them how to make the lines of his son into the spokes of the wheel. Since they were made of perceptions of the earth, they carry the essence of the creators of the world. Before, there had only been the surface thought of fire. I think this is Vivec taking credit for the creation of the branch of philosophy that concerns itself with the definitions of matter. Before Vivec, there had only been utilitarian perceptions of emotions. Something hurts, something bad, something feels good, that something is good. Here, Vivec is essentially trying to say that he is the reason why people look at objects and then go, but what is this really? AKA, Vivec is the founder of the Elder Scrolls version of ontology. All things considered, this is one of his more tamed boasts. Unlike the Eclaid universe, is this morbid possession of three distant coverage, Sorect and alive, like my name is alive. In this cloister, you have discovered one walking path, healed like a sword, but more quiescent. So etched it is that it has to be whispered to keep the tongue from bleeding, where its signs evacuate from their former meaning, like empires that tarry too long. The sword is estrangement from statesmanship. So what is the walking path found while doing all this? It's the Prolix Tower. Perception defines reality. Signs evacuating their former meanings and redefining perception also redefines reality. The sword is an estrangement from statesmanship, might be Vivec trying to explain why he isn't so much involved with Dunmeri or Kemeri politics, instead letting himself be an idea in everyone's mind and letting that idea be shaped through priests and lesser governors. Hello, editing me here again. So I think that here I have overemphasized the importance of pure perception. It is an aspect and an important one, to be sure, but the Prolix Tower is also knowledge of the tower, which leads to Chim. Awareness is a good way to put it, as within awareness lies perception. Thank you, until we meet again. And in the last paragraph, Vivec addresses his followers by trying to make them think about his actions, and about how there cannot be anything beyond the true state of understanding. All else is perception, and therefore false, which, in and of itself, is a statement that carries perception, and therefore false. But it's Vivec, so let's keep going. And then he establishes to them that thought can break perception. The I redefines the ego, and places things in accordance with their true meaning. If you know yourself truly, you can know everything else around you a lot more easily, and thus, you can soar above it. You may have noticed at this point that my commentary can be a bit disjointed at times. To that I can only say that at this point, it's a part of the experience. Anyway, let us keep going with the first sermon that is actually a scripture.
Sermon 21. The scripture of the wheel. First, the spokes are the 8 components of chaos, and yet solidified by the law of time. Static change, if you will, something the lizard gods refer to as striking. That is the reptile wheel, coiled potential, ever preamble to the never action. Second, there are the lent bones of the Aedra, the 8 gift limbs to Sithicit, the wet earth of the new star our home. Outside them is the orbis, and not within. Like most things inexplicable, it is a circle. Circles are confused serpents, striking and never given leave to bite. The Aedra would have you believe different, but they were givers before liars. Liars have turned them into biters. Their teeth are the proselytizers. To convert is to place oneself in the mouth of falsehood. Even to propitiate is to be swallowed. Third, the enlightened are those uneaten by the world. Fourth, the spaces between the gift limbs, number 16. The signal shapes of the demon princedoms. It is the key and the lock, Ceres and Manticore. Fifth, look at the majesty sideways, and all you see is the tower, which our ancestors made idols from. Look at its center, and all you see is the begotten whole, second serpent, womb ready for the right reaching, exact and without enchantment. Sixth, the heart of the second serpent holds the second triangular gate. Seventh, look at the secret triangular gate sideways, and you see the secret tower. Eighth, the secret tower within the tower is the shape of the only name of God, I. The ending of the words is Omzivi.
The spokes are the Aedra, and describing them as components of chaos might seem a bit weird, but let me remind you that according to the undated Anuat, the Aedra are made of the mixed blood of Anu and Parame, and so they have the potential for both good and evil, hence why chaos, and their nature is solidified by Akatosh, aka time. What follows next is a bit of a weird thing to explain, so bear with me. The striking refers to the first action ever taken by Anu as a result of his interaction with Parame, which results in the creation of a third entity. It's probably not referring to this, but it reminds me a lot of the tale of Sadakal and Agyal, the Yokuran myth of creation. In it, Sadak is a giant serpent upon which rests the entirety of existence, but his nature is that of eternal stagnation, until Agyal, Sadak's hungry stomach, makes him hungry, so Sadak begins to eat himself, which results in Sadak eating his own heart and dying. But even in death, the serpent sheds his skin, creating Sadakal, the god of everything. That's what it reminds me of. The second note refers to the creation of Mundus and the Aedra. As we already said, Mundus is an arena. Despite what the Aedra say about love and compassion, only a handful of millions of people born in Tamriel will ever not die, and the Aedra will tell them that the ideal place to go is Aetherius, which will only happen when you align Ae are the god planet Aedra, but as the love letter from the 5th era says, Mundus to mortal death is from center point of Orbis to the soon recycled, meaning it's actually a cycle. To me, what these lines say is this: if you listen to the Aedra, you will fail. You will not reach Chim. They will lie to you that they can give you eternal bliss, but that's only because they themselves are confused serpents, eternal biters that can never strike because of their own weaknesses after creating the world and resenting it. They too were lied to and turned into biters. Therefore, you have to look elsewhere for the truth. As the next line notes, the enlightened are those uneaten by the world. And as the line after that says, the space between where the Aedra are, Aetherius, and Mundus is number 16, meaning the Daedra, meaning oblivion, or, as Sermon 29 calls them, the acceptable blasphemies. Lines 5 through 8 all play around with the same concept, so I will address them all at once, and that concept is the towers. Initially, there was only one of them, Adamantia, found here, but in time, either through acts of gods or divine actions, more came to exist. Mainly though, they were made by elves, as a way of mimicking the original tower. Every tower represents an objective view of reality. We can get into the specifics, like which tower is which aspect of reality. Some are definitely more obvious than others, like Adamantia is the law of the Aedra, Crystal Tower is transparent law, Red Mountain is the law of Lorcan. Every tower has a stone in it, and when the stone is deactivated, the tower no longer upholds the reality that it's supposed to uphold. The simplest example of this that I can give is White Gold Tower. When Martin Septim destroyed the Amulet of Kings to destroy Mehrunes Dagon during the events of Oblivion, Akatosh's law of protecting the Dragonborn dynasty was also broken. Now for the metaphysical part. Okay, maybe the more metaphysical part. One who understands fully the reality of the world around them, as well as the point they are in, while also maintaining a sense of individuality, can achieve the secret tower, the I. Only the one who masters the world can see beyond it. The towers are made for this purpose. They are made to provide a simulacrum of the objective truths of the cosmos, and through observing those truths, one might reach the tower. There is a weird fusion of ideas happening here. In Alistair Crowley's The Book of the Law, Hadid calls himself, or Alistair calls Hadid, depending on whether you are a Thelemite or not, I am the secret serpent, coiled about to spring. In my coils, there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my Nuit are one. If I drop down mine head, I shoot forth venom. Then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. Hadid, as mentioned earlier, is the infinity that lies in the smallest point. So I'm gonna try to make this analogy abundantly clear. You have this huge world called Nirn, the biggest possible point that has infinity inside it. And within that point, you have a tower, which is an incredibly small structure within a limited place. The towers of creation are to Nirn what an atom is to a Honda Civic. And even within that smallest point, there is still the same infinity that exists in the highest point. Which is to say that to master that smallest point, to see its true nature, one must have the same letter as the letter that would be needed to conquer the state before Anu and Padome, that letter being the eternal I, the world of Anu and Padome, and the third, Ner, Sadagal, Anuil, whatever you want to call it, hence why it's called the Triangular Truth, and that was my interpretation of Sermon 21. Oh boy, it never gets easier. How about you take a small break here, dear viewer? I won't be going anywhere. The road ahead is still long. Vivec still has a lot of Felicites to commit. Let's keep going and see how he deals with his next child. Sermon 22. Then Vivec left the first whirling school and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked onto the middle world and found the second monster, which was called the Treasure Woodsword. Within years of the Pomegranate Banquet, it had become a lessoning tune to the lower Velothi houses. They preached of its power. The Treasure Woodsword splinters scintilla of the high and glorious. He who wields it becomes self-known. The warrior poet appeared as a visitation in the ancestral alcove of House Mora, whose rose-worn prince of the Garlands was a hero against the northern demons. Vivec congregated with the bones. He said, a scavenger cannot acquire a silk sash and expect to discover the greater systems of its predecessor. Perfect happiness is embraced only by the weeping. Give me back, and do so freely, what is barren of my marriage, and I will not erase you from the thought realm of God. Your line has a notable enchantress that my sister Am is fond of, and from her murky wisdom alone do I condescend to ask. A bone walker emerged from the wall. It had 3 precious stones set in its lower jaw, a magical practice of old. One was opal, the color of opal. The bone walker bowed to the prince of the middle air and said, the treasure woodsword will not leave our house. Bargains were made with the black hands Mafala, the greater shade. Vivec kissed the first precious stone and said, Anima picture, rude walker, go back to the lamp that stays lit in water and store no more messages of useless noise. Down. He kissed the second precious stone and said, proud residue, soon dispersed, serve no guarantees made of my forimage, and demand nothing of its underskin. I am master evermore. Down. He kissed the opal and said, down I take thee. And then Vivec withdrew into the hidden places and found the darkest mothers of the Morak tongue, taking them all to wife and filling them with undusted loyalty that tasted of summer salt. They became as black queens, screaming life with 100 murderous sons, 1,000 murderous arms, and 100,000 murderous hands. One fast-moving event of thrusting and kill laughter in alleys, palaces, workshops, cities, and sacred halls. Their movements among the holdings of the Rathim were as rippled endings, heaving between times, with all fates leading to swallowed knives, murderous moaning, God's holy, redacted, erasure of wet death. The King of Assassins presented to Vivec the treasure woodsword. "Milord," the King of Assassins said, "the Prince of House Mora is fond of you as well. I placed him in the corner of Dagon. His eyes I set into a fire prayer for the wicked. His mouth I stuffed with birds." The ending of the words is Almsivi. The next child is called Treasure Woodsword, and the flaw of Vivec that it carries with it, that the warrior poet will now have to overcome, is false glamour, false ego. It seeks to make itself known and to be adored, hence the name. Treasure, wood sword. People who wield it become self-known. Is this statement true? No. It only gives them the idea that they are self-known, but fundamentally, this ego is false. It's a wooden sword. Here we also get a mention from another character from Morrowind, the rose-worn Prince of Ebonheart, Morolin. He was a big figure in the fight against the Nords during the Nordic War of Succession. Remember that thing? From Sermon 9? Seems like ages ago now. He was of House Mora, which has nothing to do with Hermaeus Mora, but it was a minor political house in Morrowind that later merged with House Lalu. So Vivec goes to the tomb of this defunct house and asks the bones to give him his sword back, and by bones I mean the undead, which, as anyone who's ever been to a Dunmeri tomb will tell you, there's plenty of them there. Vivec hits them with the cold truth. Hey, you can't just gain self-awareness from holding a sword. You have been lied to. Please give me back my sword. My sister knows a girl from here, so we should be chill. I also really like the thing he tells them to point out the absurdity of the idea that a sword can give you perfect self-knowledge, and he does so by telling them perfect happiness is embraced only by the weeping. It's him basically telling them the heavens can only be reached through violence, hence why only the weeping can be happy. A Bonewalker, this is what a Bonewalker is, bows before Vivec and tells him that he cannot give him the sword because he has already made a deal with Mephala to keep the sword in the tomb of House Mora. The reason why the Bonewalker has opals in his mouth is because in many cultures, placing precious stones in the mouth of the deceased is seen as an easy passage to a good afterlife. Vivec tries to calm the Bonewalker down, or persuade him. It's not really clear, and he does so by kissing Set Opals and essentially saying to the Walker that he shouldn't be making bargains with the Daedra. That doesn't seem to work, so Vivec withdraws into a place where he finds the darkest mothers of the Morak Tong. Now I have to explain something. In an Ask Me Anything on Reddit, MK said that Sermon 22 speaks to the nature of the Night Mother and the Dark Brotherhood. This is that point, so Vivec cannot get past the Bonewalker. I'm not sure why, but the Velothi do have very strict rules when it comes to the treatment of their dead, and I'm guessing that he didn't have the Nerevarin get out of jail free card for grave robbing, so he has to go through all this. So he tries to enlist the help of the Morak Tong, taking them as wives in the process to make them loyal to him and to him only, and not any other structure or law. Does this sound familiar? They became as Black Queens, screaming life with 100 murderous sons, 1,000 murderous arms, and 100,000 murderous hands. So yeah, Vivec is taking credit for creating the Dark Brotherhood, so this new organization wreaks havoc in the holdings of the Rathim clan. For the learned, this is also the realm of Queen Berenzaya, and by the end of this, the King of the Assassins, which I assume to be the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, the Listener, says to Vivec that the Prince of House Mora is fond of him, and gives him the Treasure Woodsword. I evaluate the claim that the Prince is now fond of him as dark humor, because the following line says that the Listener placed him in the corner of the House of Dagon, meaning that he sent him to oblivion, which means he killed him. His eyes I set into a fire prayer for the wicked, his mouth I stuffed with birds. That must have been fun. Notice that Vivec doesn't pierce the sword with Matra, as if he either plans to use it in the future, or simply doesn't see the need to do so. He just wants it back. I will say it again, it's Vivec. Even the worst parts of his ego are still treasure to him. That is how I look at it. And that was the end of Sermon 22. And now we go from chasing after a sword to talking about swords, as Sermon 23 is the scripture of the sword.
The scripture of the sword. First, the sword, treated as a delicate meal, is the symbolic collage. It serves you well in the first half of life. Name one dynasty that knows this not. Second, the unity of my approach is understood by the immobile warrior. True eyes are acquired. Rejoice as my own subjects and realms. I build for you a city of swords, by which I mean laws that cut the people who live there into better shapes. Third, girls burn their dresses on my arrival if I am armored. They crawl to me as blood pilgrims. Minor spirits die without trace. Follow me of all the Almsivi if you are to mark your days with killing. I El Tadun, the third law of weaponry. Fourth, the immobile warrior is never fatigued. He cuts sleep holes in the middle of a battle to regain his strength. Fifth, instinct is not reflex action, but many miracles held in reserve. I am the welfare that decides which warrior will emerge. Beg not for luck, serve me to win. Sixth, the span of the apparently inactivated is your love of the absolute. The birth of God from the Netchman's wife is the abortion of kindness from love. Seventh, the true sword is able to cut chains of generations, which is to say, the creation myths of your enemies. Look on me as the exiled garden. All else is uncut weed. Eighth, I give you an ancient road tempered by the second walking way. Your hands must be huge to wield any sword the size of an ancient road, and yet he is who of right stature may irritate the sun with only a stick. The ending of the words is Almsivi.
The meaning of the word sword here is different to the sword that we saw in previous sermons, which stood for violence. Sword here stands for that which comes from the treasure wood sword, false ego, and we get to see that in the very first note of the scripture of the sword. Notice the term here, it's not the scripture of the swords, it is singular, adding to the theory that we're talking about a specific sword here.
It serves you well in the first half of life.
Carl Jung popularized the idea that spiritual life is split into two smaller parts. The first half is spent building the false self, or the ego self, which is born out of the need to create a sense of identity for oneself. It isn't exactly wrong per se, rather it's shallow, devoid of full understanding. It is the you that you describe yourself as while on a dating app. Who are you? I am an age, an appearance, a profession, a name, and a consumer habit. The second half Jung describes as one where the ego isn't out of the picture, but it is used now to achieve a true self, understanding and wanting to understand as much about the psyche as possible and uniting those aspects with said ego. Important note, in this context, the false ego is not an unwanted thing. It is necessary to develop a strong sense of it and can help a person navigate the second half of their lives. This is what the first line of the scripture of the sword is trying to say. Actually, I think they might be called verses. It's been a long recording session. The second verse refers to Vivec's creation of Vivec City to help guide people through social norms and thus folding the ego self through laws and punishment and their interactions with other people, thus cutting people into better versions of themselves. The third line is Vivec focusing on that aspect of himself as someone who causes evolution to occur during the second part of someone's life. And then he says, I am a weapon. Similar to how the treasure wood sword is a weapon that shapes ego, Vivec describes himself as someone who can also change someone's ego, which might be part of the explanation about why he didn't pierce the sword with Matra. The fourth statement confuses me a little. If the mobile warrior is a warrior that seeks to develop himself, as implied by the second line, then I guess it could be saying that the immobile warrior knows that the truest form of rest lies only within himself, similar to how happiness can only be known by the weeping. Am I overanalyzing things? Yes, it is only a reference to pausing the game mid-fight. Then there is another verse of Vivec glazing himself. The span of the apparently inactivated is your love of the absolute. The birth of God from the Netchman's wife is the abortion of kindness from love. This might seem a bit out of character, but it says something important, because in it we see Vivec for the first time making an argument against a kind of love. If you love something truly, then you want what is good for it, not what is absolute to its image. Good is defined as the opposite of harmful. Something harmful is defined as the conscious affliction of suffering on another, where that suffering is not necessary. So, by flipping the terms, what is good is the conscious alleviation of suffering from someone where that suffering is not necessary. Kindness has no place in this equation. Kindness was the way of the treasure wood sword, which is why people praised it, and all the lessons it taught people could never make them happy. It could only forge them into something that could possibly become happy, which is the first stage of life. The true sword is able to cut chains of generations, which is to say, the creation myth of your enemies, which means that the true sword severs you from the story given to you by your ancestors. You can think of it like DNA inheritance, or maybe Sothasiu's unconscious obedience to a chain of cause and effect that is far older than the individual experiencing its outcomes. Look on me as the exiled garden. All else is uncut weed. Look at Vivec as the one who has already done all this. Aborted kindness, cut himself with the true sword, formed a better ego. All else is uncut weed. All else is false ego, who has yet to enter the second stage of life. Still not the most egotistical thing that Vivec has ever said. And finally, what all this has been leading up to, and trust me, I didn't go through an entire sermon talking about psychoanalysis not to get to something important in the end, I give you an ancient road tempered by the second walking way. Your hands must be huge to wield any sword the size of an ancient road, and yet he who is of right stature may irritate the sun with only a stick. This is the Sigic endeavor. Dareloth, who looked outside the ego of the Altmer at the time, as they were stuck in the first half of their lives, focusing on social classes, titles, riches, and what have you, found himself able to walk any road and irritate even the heavens with his appearance, which resulted in Trinamak becoming Malakath and the three good Daedra establishing themselves as the guardians of the Chimera, Anon Danmer. You mentioned that the common way to enter the second half of your life is through failure or significant loss. Dareloth and the Altmer that followed him escaped to Morrowind. They experienced loss. They became the Chimera, the changed ones, essentially entering the second half of their lives. That's my take on it. And that was the end of Sermon 23. Heavy on the psychology on this one. Anyway, back to killing children. Anyway, back to killing spirits.
Then Vivec left the House of Assassins and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the third monster, called Horde Mountain. It was made of modular warriors running free but spaced according to pattern, and from the highest warrior, who could cut clouds, they spread out beneath him like a tree, a skirt whose bottom circle was an army that ran through the ash. Vivec admired the cone shape of his child, and remembered the joy of the whirlwind of fighting styles that instructed him during the days before life. Vivec moved into Dareloth, saying Onus. But before he could even get within sword span of the monster, a trio of lower houses had trapped Horde Mountain in a net of doubtful doctrine. When they saw their lord, the Velothi cheered. "We are happy to serve you and win," they said. Vivec smiled at those brave souls around him and summoned celebration demons to cleave unto the victors. There was a great display of love and duty around the netted monster, and Vivec was at the center with a headdress made of mating bones. He laughed and told mystical jokes and made the heads of the three houses merry and become a new order. "You shall forever be now my buoyant armigers," he said. Then Vivec pierced Horde Mountain with Muatra, and made of it all a big bag of bones. At the touch of his right hand, the net became right scripture, and he threw it all northeasterly. The contents spread out like sugar globes, and Vivec and the buoyant armigers ran under it laughing. Finally, the bones of Horde Mountain landed and became the foundation stones for the City of Swords, which Vivec named after his own sigil, and the net fell across it all in between, or became as bridges between bones, and since its segments had been touched by his holy wisdom, they became the most perfect of all city streets in the known worlds. Throngs of Velothi came to the new city, and Iam and Set gave it their blessing. The streets were filled with laughter and love and the strength of tree-shaped enemy children. Iam said, "To my sister-brother's city I give the holy protection of House Indoril, whose powers and thrones know no equal under heaven," wherefrom came the Hortator. Set said, "To my sister-brother's city I give safe passage through the dark corners still left of Molag Bal, and I give it this spell as well. So, Sil, which is my name to the mighty. It will protect the lost unless their flight is on purpose, and fill all the roads and alleys with the mystery paths of civilization, and give the city a mind and make of it a conduit to the full concentrate of the Almsivi. Thus was founded the city of Vivec in the days of Resdania. The ending of the words is Almsivi."
Sermon 24 is one of the easiest sermons of the Vivec versus his children arc, and I think that after the previous sermon, we deserve it. It's basically a story about how Vivec built his city, and while I'm saying all this, I will remind people that he's making all of this up. We saw him constructing the city with his blessing stones that hold his power during the events of ESO.
Take these recharged stones and finish building my city, after relaxing with your patient wife.
So he leaves the House of Assassins and goes back to the Provisional House, where from there he sees his third child. It was made of modular warriors running free, but spaced according to pattern, and from the highest warrior who could cut clouds, they spread out beneath him like a tree, a skirt whose bottom cycle was an army that ran through the ash. Vivec admired the cone shape of his child, and remembered with joy the whirling of fighting styles that instructed him during the days before life. I can't decipher exactly which flaw of Vivec this is supposed to symbolize. Love of martial arts maybe? Military conquest? Or territorialism? Or maybe the pointless obsession with martial arts? Something like that. Whatever it is, it matters way less than the other monsters, so I won't push too hard on it. When Vivec goes to meet it, he simply says responsibility, which might mean that it has something to do with pointless fighting, but out of all the monsters, this one is the most short-lived one. A tree of lower houses trapped Horde Mountain in a net of doubtful doctrine. This paints the idea that the monster stands for some kind of military fanaticism, which the trio weaken with their doubtful doctrine, so they gather around the trapped drop creature, and they laugh and cheer, and Vivec does a Vivec thing and unites the three houses into one, and he calls that one the Boy and Armagers, Vivec's own military group. The following part goes a bit into game design. The reason why Vivec City looks so outlandish, according to the sermon, is because the city is built on top of the bones of Hort Mountain after it was killed by Vivec using Moatra, which is still not the most bizarre thing that Vivec claims to have done. If you have never played Morrowind, first of all, oh boy, you're missing out. But more relevant to the video, Vivec City is built on top of small islands, all connected through bridges, and they all have one huge canton placed on them. An additional canton can be found in Molak Mar, which is northeast of Vivec City, and Vivec here is saying that this is because of the right scripture of the monster. So Vivec is essentially replacing the doctrine of conquest that Hort Mountain had with a better doctrine, and this results in the monster exploding and becoming the foundations for the cantons. As if to say, after the conquest is done and we capture Esdain, we need to actually start building stuff. So everyone is happy with this, the city is built, even Ayam and Sothasil come to visit. Ayam gives the city some of her guardians from House Indoril. I think this refers to the Ordinators. And Sothasil casts a protection spell for the city by turning his name into an Elnefek spell. I think this is actually Vivec hinting at the blessing stones he placed on the foundations of the city, and they all just laugh, it's a grand old time, and the sermon closes by saying that this is how Vivec City was founded. And that's the sermon. Finally, a quick one. It took only 23 sermons.
It only took 40 years.
I'm gonna move on before I ruin it by making things more complicated, so let's go ahead and talk about the scripture of the city.
Sermon 25. The scripture of the city. All cities are born of solid light. Such is my city, his city. But then the light subsides, revealing the bright and terrible angel of Veleth. He is in his pre-chimerical form, demonic Vec, gaunt and pale and beautiful, skin stretched painfully thin on birds' bones, feathered serpents encircling his arms. His wings are spread out behind him, their red and yellow ends like razors in the sun. The wispy mass of his fire hair floats as if under water, milky in the nimbus of light that crowns his head. His presence is undeniable, the awe too much to bear. This is God's city, different from others. Cities from foreign countries put their denizens to sleep and walk to the star-wounded east to pay homage to me, the capital of the northern men, crusty with eons ice, bows before Vivec the city, me, it together. Self-fought streets rush through tunnel blood. I have rebuilt myself. Hyper-eyed signposts along my traffic arm, soon to be an inner sea. My body is crawling, with all gathered to see me rising up like a monolithic instrument of pleasure. My spine is the main road to the city that I am. Countless transactions are taking place in veins and catwalks, and the roaming, as they roam over and through and add to me. There are temples erected along the hollow of my skull, and I will ever wear them as a crown. Walk across the lips of God. They add new doors to me, and I become effortlessly transimmortal with the comings and goings, and the stride heat of the market where I am traded for. Yell of the children, hear them play, scoffed at, amused, desired, paid for in native coin, new minted, with my face on one side and my city body on the other. I stir with each new window. Soon I am a million-eyed insect dreaming. Red sparking war trumpets sound like cattle in the ribcage of shuffling transit. The heretics are destroyed on the plaza knees. I flood over into the hills, houses rising like a rash, and I never scratch. Cities are the antidotes to hunting. I raise lanterns to light my hollows, lend wax to the thousands the candlesticks that bear my name again and again. The name innumerable, shutting in mantra, and priest, god, city, filling every corner with the naming name. Wheeled, circling, running river, language giggling with footfalls mating, selling, stealing, searching, and worry not ye who walk with me. This is the flowering scheme of the Albus. This is the promise of the sage. Egg, image, man, god, city, state. I serve and am served. I am made of wire and string and mortar, and I exceed my own precedent. World without am. The ending of the words is Alm Civi.
Sermon 25 is one of the most important sermons, or at least the end of Sermon 25 is one of the most important endings of any sermon. The rest is kinda take it or leave it. First of all, a quick history lesson. In ancient Greece and Rome, it was custom for a city to have a patron god that blesses the city and its inhabitants with protection. This custom kinda survived into the Middle Ages, but instead of gods, cities and countries now have patron saints. When someone is within such a city, it could be said that they are within the presence of the city's patron god. The first 3 verses of Sermon 25 speak exactly of Vivec's nature as the patron god of Vivec city, and he describes in great detail that the city is his city body. In other words, Vivec is the city, and the following verse explains how can that be.
This is the flowering scheme of the Albus. This is the promise of the sage. Egg, image, man, god, city, state. I serve and am served. I am made of wire and string and mortar, and I exceed my own precedent. World without am.
Okay, the following once again needs IRL explanation. When MK was asked what the siege was referring to, he responded by saying this: siege is my contribution, and as a riff on YHWH in its aspect as the unknowable name of God. YHWH is the 4-letter name of the Hebrew God, spelled this way in Hebrew and pronounced, wait a minute.
Yahweh. 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 Did you get it?
Yahweh, Yahweh. Okay, we're not even gonna try this today. Listen, it's been a long recording session, and I know when to wave a white flag. You may recall this as the original word that Jehovah's Witnesses use to refer to God now. Most people agree that siege refers to Parome, and it is also one of the names associated with the Sigic order, as in, it is also called the Order of Siege. This is the established stuff. But what about egg, image, man, god, city, and state? Well, that is what Parome did to Anu, and it is what Vivec also claims that he has been through. From a mere potential that something might become something, as in an egg, which contains within it all the total sum of possibilities that might become of it. That egg becomes an image. The idea has taken form and can at least be imagined, though it is not manifested in reality yet. It is only imagined. It is more so something painted on a canvas, a potential now drawn, but still only a potential. Then, through its interactions with the world, it becomes a man, flawed, bound to time and space, but conscious and still possessing potential. The man that realizes the ideal form of a man and becomes a god. That ideal form is also known as the secret syllable of royalty, Chim, and it was taught to Vivec by Molech Baal. From that point, God is worshipped. He becomes the patron god of a city, and many seek to be guided by him. He becomes, in many ways, one of the forces that predated him in the days before his birth, or as Sermon 1 puts it, a revival of vanished forms. Finally, he unites with others that are like him, Sotha Silan al-Malexia, and he becomes above even a mere city, or more accurately to the metaphor, they become a conglomeration of cities, a state, and we will see Amsivi doing exactly that during Sermon 36. Two quick sermons back to back, and they both have interesting ideas as well, and aren't just a bunch of penis references. I must be dreaming. Maybe I am the Godhead after all. Anyway, next sermon please.
Sermon 26. Then Vivec left his architectural rapture and went back to the space that was not a space, From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the fourth monster called the Pocket Cabal. The monster hid itself in the spell list of the great chimera wizards of the extreme east, where the emperor parasols grow wild. Vivec disguised himself as a simple traveler, but radiated a tenuous sense fabric so that the wizards would seek him out. Of Muatra, he made a simple walking dwarf. Before long, the Invisible One was among the libraries of the east, feeding the essential words of the Pocket Cabal to his walking dwarf, and then running when the magic would fail. After a year or two of this thievery, Muatra was sick to its stomach, and the walking dwarf exploded near the slave pens of the wizard's tower. The Pocket Cabal then slipped itself into the mouths of the slaves and hid again. Vivec then watched as the slaves erupted into babble and breaking magic. They rattled their cages and sung out half-hymns that formed into forbidden and arcane knowledge. Litany fiends appeared and drank from the excess. Grabbers from the adjacent place came into the world sideways, the slave talking having disrupted the normal non-cardinal points. So of course a giant bug appeared, with the greatest eastern wizard inside it. He could see past Vivec's disguise and knew of the warrior poet's divinity, but he thought himself so powerful that he talked harshly. "See what you have wrought, silly triune. Columns of nonsense and litany fiends. I cannot believe how reason or temperance can be made whole again due to your eating. Consort with more demons, why don't you?" Vivec stabbed the wizard through his soul. The giant bug harness fell on the slave cages, and the slaves ran about free and reckless. Too reckless, more with pregnant words. Colors bent into the earth. Vivec created a dome-head demon to contain it all. The Pocket Cabal is therefore entered here forever. Let this be a curse land where sorcery is broken and maligned. Then he picked up Muatra by the beard and left the ghostly hemisphere of the dome-head demon. On its boundaries, Vivec placed a warning and a song of entrance that contained errors in it. With mock bones of half-dead Muatra, he created the tent poles of a fortress theory, and fatal languages were imprisoned for all time. Sate appeared and looked on what his brother's sister had created. The Clockwork King said, "Of the 8 monsters, this is the most confusing. May I treasure it?" Vivec gave Set leave to do so, but told him never to release the Pocket Cabal into the middle world. He said, "I have hidden secrets in my travels here and made a likeness of Muatra to ward against the unwise. Under this dome, the temporal myth is no longer man. The ending of the words is Almsivi."
The Pocket Cabal is false hope, or more accurately, false mysticism. Let me give you an example of what I mean by this. So in Korra the graphic novel, there is a scene where the main character has an interaction with Talos, and upon seeing Talos, the main character eyes him up for a few minutes as Kain walks closer to him, and then he says this about Talos: faker, half-breed, borrower, virus. Talos and Kain are really bothered by the fact that Jubal called Talos a virus, and way later on, Jubal understands that, and he says this: "I'm sorry I called you virus. You're not. You're a preacher. Good night." Let me put it to you this way. One day, a person you know figures out something and becomes a god. After witnessing something like this, what thoughts would the remainder of your life be filled with? Personally, mine would be, how did they do it? And can I do it too? And that is exactly what happened after Tiber Septums and Vivec's ascensions. Yet how exactly is the rest of the population gonna make it? Talos is Lorcan reborn, and Vivec used the heart of Lorcan. Their ideas are mysterious and powerful, to be sure, but they apply to barely anyone who's not them. So what's the point of plaguing people with the idea? What's the point of giving them the hope? This is false mysticism, holding a secret that is both powerful and also useless because the people can't use it. And this is what the Pocket Cabal seems to be. Let me show you why I think this. So the Pocket Cabal hid itself in the spell lists of the great Chimera wizards of the extreme east, meaning the clans that will one day become the Kara noble house, Talvani. Emperor parasols are the mushrooms they live in. Vivec, to find the Cabal, takes the form of a traveler and gives himself a magical aura so that the wizards seek him out, and he also turns Muatra into a small dwarf. When he makes it to the libraries of these wizards, he starts feeding Muatra the essential words of the Pocket Cabal. Again, see the theme that the Pocket Cabal is a knowledge that, although can be known, is best left unknown, something that Muatra learns quickly, because after some time of doing this, Muatra gets sick and exploded near the slave pens of the Talvani, or the wizards that will go on to become the Talvani. The timeline doesn't say for sure if they are the Talvani yet. The Pocket Cabal, to escape, hid itself in the mouths of the slaves to hide itself. For those of you that never played Morrowind, these are the slave pens. No, they don't have a toilet in them. Vivec then watched the slaves erupt in a bubble of breaking magic. They rattled their cages and sang out half hymns. that formed into forbidden and arcane knowledge. Litany fiends appeared and drank from the excess. Grabbers from the adjacent place came into the world sideways, the slave token having disrupted the normal, non-cardinal points. Again, we see this cabal giving people ideas and powers that maybe they shouldn't have had, and those powers turning them insane. The adjacent place is a realm of the Orbis that can only be accessed through magical anomalies. To be honest, very little is known about this place. What we do know is that creatures known as grabbers live there, and when the portals from the adjacent place open to Tamriel, they hop right in. Seeing all this, a mage riding on a bug comes by and says to Vivec, "See what you have wrought, silly Triune. Columns of nonsense and litany fiends. I cannot believe how reason or temperance can be made whole again due to your eating. Consort with more demons, why don't you?" As if to say to him, why give them knowledge that is beyond their grasp? Even reason for hope such as this is inherently unreasonable to them. Litany fiends are just an allegory for the slaves' proclivity to worship what they just experienced. From what I gather, it is as if to say that now, with the knowledge they have, they seek to create a ritual. Vivec doesn't want to hear about this, and so he stops the wizard and sets the slaves free, and so they run away reckless, bearing pregnant words, meaning their words can give birth to outcomes that are not wanted. To contain them, Vivec makes a domehead demon to contain them all inside. This causes the Pocket Cabal to be trapped there forever, and curses the land with broken, maligned sorcery. In other words, Vivec is claiming here that the unwanted parts of his mysticism and sorcery created the Telvanni. Then he tries harder to contain it by doing the following. Then he picked up Moatra by the beard and left the ghostly hemisphere of the Domehead Demon. On its boundaries, Vivec placed a warning and a song of entrance that contain arrows in it. With mockbones of half-dead Moatra, he created the 10 poles of a fortress theory, and fatal languages were imprisoned for all time. Moatra is still a dwarf by this point, which is why it's been grabbed by the beer. To prevent people from getting to the bottom of the Pocket Cabal, he misinforms them, in order to throw would-be researchers off so they won't be able to find the truth. And with the bones of the exploded Moatra, he creates a 10-pole of fortress theory so that fatal languages can be imprisoned there for all time. In other words, first he throws wrong information into the truth, and then he throws other, random information on top of that, just to make sure that no one will figure anything out. And mind you, he isn't doing all this because he wants to harm people, he only wants to keep them safe. Because A, that knowledge is useless to them, and B, it can even be harmful to them. Because even if they realize it, they have nothing to do with it. So what's the point? If it can be preached, and it can be acted upon, then it's just gonna be a virus in people's minds. Why bother? Someone who disagrees with Vivec in this is Sothasil. So he comes and asks Vivec if he has his permission to treasure the Pocket Cabal, and Vivec agrees to this, as long as Sothasil never releases it into the middle world. So basically, Vivec is also taking credit for Sothasil's mystical teachings and his hopeful nature towards teaching mortals. Okay, this is the worst thing he has ever boasted about. If Vivec wants to take credit for creating the Dark Brotherhood, I can live with that. If he wants to boast about creating the Telvanni, I can still exist with that. But taking credit for Sothasil's mysticism? No. Nah, I'm putting my foot down. I'm gonna say it. He's just making stuff up. I have hidden secrets in my travels here, and made a likeness of Moatra to ward off against the unwise. Under this dome, the temporal myth is no longer man. In other words, Vivec's dangerous secrets lie under this dome. Those who think they can take them are unwise, and so they must be prevented from accessing them. Under this dome, the temporal myth is no longer man. In other words, the stories people tell themselves about themselves no longer apply when they access the Pocket Cabal. They will realize the truth, and they will undo their existence. The myth they created about themselves will be shattered, and the myth of man will be replaced with a cosmic horror, and no new myth will be put in its place. Instead, the myth of man will be replaced by a horrific realization of the cosmic game that they found themselves to be unwilling observers of. We see this concept of cosmic pessimism coming up time and time again throughout the sermons. We will see it again later, but now that Vivec has tamed the flaws of his words, he has uncovered the scripture of the word, which is what the following sermon is. But as we will see, it's not just Vivec's word. Sermon 27. The scripture of the word. First, all language is based on meat. Do not let the sophists fool you. Second, the third walking way explores hysteria without fear. The efforts of madmen are a society of itself, but only if they are written. The wise may substitute one law for another, even into incoherence, and still say that he is working within a method. This is true of speech, and extends to all scripture. Third, Do not go to the realm of apology for absolution. Beyond articulation, there is no fault. The adjacent place, where the grabbers live, is the illusion of the vocal or the middle realm of thought, by which I mean the constructed. This is how I stole the certainty of the Chancellor of Exactitude, perfect to look upon from every angle. When you come out of the vocal, you can never be certain. Fourth, the truest body of work is made up of silence, as in the silence that results from no reference. By the word, I mean the dead. Fifth, the first meaning is always hidden. Sixth, the realm of apology is perfection and impossible to attack, thus the wise avoid it. Trinity in unity is the world and word of action, the third walking path. Seventh, the sage who suppresses his best aphorism, cut off his hands, he's a thief. Eighth, the clothes of a broken map are worn only by fools and heretics. The map is an exit for laziness. It is the dusty tongue, which is to say, the given chart that most take as a story that is complete. No word is true until it is eaten. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. This sermon is another doozy one, and it's also one of the most philosophical sermons. We have to take this one line by line. All language is based on meat. Do not let the sophist fool you. There are many ways to interpret these two sentences, so I will go with the one that makes sense to me. But before that, what is a sophist? Well, back in ye good old days, they were paid teachers that would teach their pupils stuff like rhetoric, philosophy, politics, and writing. Noble people would usually hire these guys to teach their children on how to become good politicians or inheritors of the family estates. One of their main selling points was that they could make someone talk their way out of any situation, or give them the tools to convince people to make them believe whatever they wanted them to believe. Through doing so, they earn a bit of a bad reputation, being compared to as teachers of sleaziness that give tutorials on how to be a demagogue or a flat-out scammer. They essentially would argue that the truth is a bendable concept that is relative only to the thoughts of the people and can be altered. If you read Pluto, then I am guessing that you have at least seen some arguments between Socrates and a sophist throwing shade at each other. So this is the simplest interpretation of this phrase. Don't let someone who reasons cleverly about false arguments fool you. Vivec urges against this by saying that all language contains essential truths. There is another interpretation for this line that I want to mention, but I will do so later down the sermon, when we get some more information about the concept of language. The third walking path explores hysteria without fear. The efforts of madmen are a society of itself, but only if they are written. The wise may substitute one law for another, even into incoherence, and still say that he is working within a method. This is true of speech, and extends to all scripture. The third walking way is the medium, and hysteria without fear is the best way that anyone has ever described the Dwemer. By the end of their civilization, the Dwemer had become fully transfixed in the idea that they were gods. That idea had become, by all means, a hysteria, and it had also become the motivating factor behind their entire society. It had become, in a sense, the society itself, but even within that, they are still smart people. They just substituted one law of the world for another, that being that they were actually gods trapped on Nirn all along, and they did so within a rational method and a structure. This is possible to do even when it comes to speech. You can gaslight someone, you can tell them lies, you can even write them down as scriptures. Just don't go around poking at any hearts with this mentality. You might just despawn. Do not go to the realm of apology for absolution. Beyond articulation, there is no fault. The adjacent place, where the grabbers live, is the illusion of the vocal, or the middle realm of thought, by which I mean the constructed. This is how I stole the certainty of the Chancellor of Exactitude, perfect to look upon from every angle. When you come out of the vocal, you can never be certain. Here Vivec is saying that apology does not lead to absolution. The ability to articulate images into people's heads through words is what causes faults to emerge, which means that there is no fault beyond wrongful articulation. This might seem that it's making an argument for lying, and it's Vivec, so I wouldn't put it way past him, but it could also mean that Vivec places the fault for most arguments on the narrowness of the mind. If you remember Pluto's idea of perfect forms, everything spoken exists within the realm of limitation, as it is subject to an ideal item that ultimately defines its existence. This is a book. This is also a book. Are these two items the same? Which one of the two is more book than the other? With one term, I can call out to multiple objects that adhere to the same principal form. If you asked me for a book, and I gave you a bunch of pages stacked on one another, stitched together loosely with string, can you then complain that the thing I gave you just wasn't book enough? If after you complain I agree with you that this wasn't book enough, do I owe you an apology afterwards? According to Vivec, no. no, beyond articulation, there is no fault. Here it also brings an interesting idea about what the adjacent place is. Maybe it's a realm which closely resembles the ideal form, but isn't quite it. Similar to the book stack of pages example I gave earlier, it's the illusion created by the vocals. This is how Vivec won against the Chancellor of Exactitude in the Genesis sermons. There is no certainty in the spoken word. Ideal forms do exist, but they do so both in the collective and personal unconscious mind. Therefore, certainty is inherently a flawed concept. Also, keep in mind the whole maybe thing, and the letter written in uncertainty. Here, we get another part of that equation. Even if the world of Nirn is a huge yes or no, then whose yes or no is it? Is it the Godhead's? Is the Godhead the progenitor of ideal forms? No, it's not. And even if it is, then that is only the case to an extent, since the ideal form exists in the personal unconsciousness as well. Therefore, the existence of the concept of ideal forms creates the origins of personal ideal forms, thus creating the basis for doubtfulness, aka maybe. The truest body of work is made up of silence, as in the silence that results from no reference. By the word, I mean the dead. Here Vivec speaks about the origins of words. Before the world existed, there was no point nor need to reference anything. Therefore that silence, which was the origins of all language due to its primordialness, is also the truest body of work, with reference to the cosmos. To say this in a way that doesn't give people headaches, what is the best way to describe the state of Anu and Parume before their interplay? Exactly. The best way to describe it is with silence. Which brings us to the question, how did that silence end up becoming language? Here we get to the origins of language after it transcended from silence. Language is a graveyard. Every word you say with the intention of making someone understand something once had meaning beyond what is being said right now. This is another way to understand the whole all language is based on meat part from earlier. Let me take you through a small example of what I mean by this. The word pneuma in Greek means spirit. In Latin Stoic circles, pneuma means the creative force originating from the self. This definition lives on in modern day philosophy as well. Why is that? Pneumon means lungs. In many myths, and later on Christianity, gods breathe life into the first humans. Therefore the pneuma, the soul, originates from the pneumon, the lungs, meaning that the creativity of the spirit originates from the divine soul that was given to humans by their creators. The word is still used because of that, because of this meaning. It's also used in cases like pneumonia, the disease that infects the lungs, and all these terms, which we deem as simple to understand, once meant something completely different to the people that came up with them. In many ways, we are channeling their understanding of the world around them when we speak, and we speak as they did without knowing it. So what I'm trying to say is, by the word, I mean the dead. The first meaning is always hidden. I think this refers to the fact that the first meaning, the ideal meaning, is hidden to every human, and what we're left with is imitations. The realm of apology is perfection and impossible to attack, thus the wise avoid it. Trinity in unity is the world and word of action. The third walking path. As we said earlier, apology is unnecessary because it emerges from linear perspective. The realm of apology is the understanding that there is an ultimate misunderstood form. That form is impossible to attack. So what's the point of the apology? Which brings us back to the Numidium. What is the Numidium? The Numidium is a statement made by the Dwemer. We are gods. We are trapped on Nirn and we won out. The word therefore becomes an action and it bends the world around it. This too is a trinity, though it might also refer to the Amsivi. The sage who suppresses his best aphorism, cut off his hands, for he is a thief. This reminds me of the way Jubal cut the Numidium's head off without having hands himself during the Coda. Did I give a spoiler warning for the Coda before starting this video? Ah sheesh. Jubal did so by stealing the aphorisms from Talos/Lorcan, and to an extent, so did Vivec, but the person they are stealing from may have wanted to get robbed. The clothes of the broken map are worn only by fools and heretics. The map is an exit for laziness. It is the dusty tank, which is to say the given chart that most take as a story that is complete. No word is true until it is eaten. Here Vivec looks down upon those who underestimate or ignore the power and history of language and words. Those who merely seek terms and definitions for simple verbal communication do so only as a lazy man's exit. A dusty tank is by no means a complete language. We keep adding new words to languages every day, so some parts are inherently more dusty than others. A linguist might study the past of a language, yet yesterday and right now are as much of an altering force to a language as a conversation that happened 1,000 years ago. Maybe this isn't true for all speakers of a language, but that doesn't seem to matter. Only when a word is spoken and comprehended can it become true, which means that no word is true until it is eaten by the listener and successfully communicated by the speaker. I think that more than any other sermon, this is the one that I went off the deep end the most and started going on my own rants. I hope you found this philosophy and linguistics session interesting, brought to you by the Cotho channel. Let's keep going.
Then Vivec left Set to look after the Dome-head demon, and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the fifth monster, called the Ruddy Man. When the dregs ruled the world, the Dareloth Prince Molag Bal had been their chief. He took a different shape then, spiny and armored and made for the sea. Vivec, in giving birth to the many spawn of his marriage, had dropped an old image of Molag Bal into the world, a dead carapace of memory. It would not have been a monster if a Velothi child had not wanted to impress his village by wearing it. The Ruddy Man of the 8 monsters was the least complicated. He made those who wore him into mighty killers and nothing more. He existed in the physical, only geography makes him special. When Vivec found him near the boy's village, Anonnesis, there was a violent clash of arms and an upheaval of the earth. Their battle created the West Gash. Wanderers that still go here hear the sounds of it. Sword across the crust, the grunt of God, the snapping of his monster child's splintered legs. After his victory, Vivec took the shell of the Ruddy Man to the dregs that had modified his mother. The Queen of Dregs, whose name is not easy to spell, was in a period of self-incubation. Her wardens took the gift from Vivec and promised to guard it from the surface world. This is the first account of dregs being liars. In 10 years, the Ruddy Man appeared again, this time near Tyr, worn by a wayward shaman who followed the House of Troubles. Instead of guarding it, the dregs had imbued the living armor with mythic inflexibility. It molted soon after skill draping the shaman and stretched his bones to the 5 corners. When Vivec met the monster in battle again, he saw the remains of 3 villages dripping from its feet. He took on the giant form and slew the Ruddy Man by way of the symbolic collage. Since he no longer trusted the Altmer of the Sea, Vivec gave the carapace of the monster to the devout and loyal mystics of the Number Room. He told them, "You may make of the Ruddy Man a philosopher's armor." The mystics began by wrapping one of their sages in the shells, a series of flourishes by the 2 supernumerates, one hormonally tall and the other just under his arms. They ran around the carapace and through each other, applying holy resin drawn from the carapaces of the now useless numbers between 12 and 13. Golden straws were quickly struck through the epidural, so the sage could breathe. After the ceremonial etchings were drawn into hardening resin, long lists of dead names and equations, whose solutions were to be found in the mouth of the chimer inside. There came the illuminations, inscribed by the bright, terrible fingernail of Vivec. From the nail's tip flowed a searing liquid, filling the grooves of the ceremonial etchings. They bled out to form veined patterns about the sage shell that theologians would decipher forever after. The ending of the words is Almsvi.
The Ruddy Man, out of all the children of Vivec, is the most basic one. He is just a carapace that can turn someone who puts it on into a mighty killer. This is because, out of all of Vivec's children that were shown, this one takes after its papa. When the dregs ruled the world, the Dareloth Prince Molag Bal had been their chief. He took a different shape then, spiny and armored, and made for the ocean. Vivec, in giving birth to the many spawns of his marriage, had dropped an old image of Molag Bal into the world, a dead carapace of memory. So how did Molag Bal end up like this? Well, knowing that Molag Bal has awareness of the secret syllable of royalty chim, the ideal form, my personal theory is that upon Alduin vacuuming the world, Molag Bal came into contact with Parme or Sithis, and they made him into their ideal image of the god of love, which is what he was in the previous Kalpa. That form is what we see now. This explains why now he's 100% Paramaic to the tooth, why he has knowledge of Chim, and why he is this twisted. Alternative explanations are always welcome. So Vivec gives birth to an old image of Molag Bal in the form of a dead carapace of memory. A child picks it up and wears it. Vivec finds this child, now turned Rudiman, and fights it. A fight so powerful that it created the West Gash in Vardenfell, this area. I have been in this area 1,000 times and I haven't heard anyone throwing hands with a child, so the second part is misinformation. Vivec lied to us. I cannot believe it. So Vivec's like, okay, I should give this back to the Dregs, because people can wear it and the Dregs aren't people. Vivec cannot pronounce the name of the Dreg Queen because nothing that comes out of a mouth that looks like this can be pronounceable to a creature with lips. The guards of the Queen promise to keep it safe, but they lie, and this is apparently the first time in recorded history that the Dregs are caught lying. This strikes me as odd, or more accurately, it strikes me as a comedic note. Dregs can talk, so saying that this is the first time one of them has lied is like saying that this is the first time that a crab has ever lied in recorded history. Here I want to note something else. According to sources that are more credible than Vivec, courtesy of Vivec being extremely untrustworthy, Vivec did fight the Rudiman, but he was not his child. He was instead the father of the Dreg. Now this is interesting. All along we have been going through this journey of Vivec killing his children, and this is the first case where one of those children is an actual thing, but it isn't a child of Vivec. So all along, who has Vivec really been after? If the Rudiman isn't really his child, but he is real, and isn't just some weird metaphor or allegory about a state of mind. Were all other children real in some way? We know that Vivec takes credit for stuff all the time, and that he likes to insert himself in situations. But who are all the other children really, if they also turn out to be real? Either way, the cave Vivec fought the Rudiman in is real. It's outside Nisys. There is a shrine of valor and a bunch of dregs in it. So the dregs lie, and 10 years later, the Rudiman comes again, this time being worn by a Daedra worshipping shaman, and it is also imbued with the power of mythic inflexibility, meaning it's a lot larger now, having villages dripping from it. Vivec defeats it again using his giant form, and he kills it by way of the symbolic college. We will get to that. So he doesn't trust the Drakes anymore, so he ends up giving the carapace to the devout and loyal mystics of the number room, and he tells them,
"You may make of the ruddy man a philosopher's armor." The mystics began by wrapping one of their sages in the shells, a series of flourishes by the two supernumerates, one hormonally tall and the other just under his arms. They ran around the carapace and through each other, applying holy resin drawn from the carapaces of the now useless numbers between 12 and 13.
Now we get to the cryptic part of the sermon. Well, the more cryptic part of the sermon. I'm not very confident in any one theory about what all this means, so I will do the usual thing I do when I'm not confident about something. I will just show my own research theories and methodology and let people make up their own mind, taking things one at a time. Defeating the Rudiman by ways of the symbolic college means that Vivec defeated the Rudiman by giving him symbols of combat that he could not overpower, not too unlike the encounter he had with the Old Born of the Earth during the Genesis sermons. Again, we see the concept of raw strength, this time in the form of a Rudiman, not being able to overpower, true mastery or mysticism. In this state, the Rudiman, the Carabas that is worn by a sage of the number room, aka a numerologist. Vivec tells of the other numerologists to make of the Rudiman a philosopher's armor, and they do exactly that. So Vivec here essentially takes credit for giving birth to the Elder Scrolls branch of numerology, as the Rudiman becomes a source from which veined patterns will flow for theologians to decipher forever after. Technically they aren't numerologists until Vivec makes them using the Rudiman. This to me means that the Rudiman's ability to turn someone into a mighty warrior who has been defeated using symbols, when combined with a sage from the numbers room, creates a person who strives for numerical understanding and who also wants to understand the relation between numbers, events, people, and the universe, which is a pretty accurate way to refer to a numerologist. Again, no difference between the theorist and the terrorist. I have been trying to figure out what the relation is with the now useless numbers between 12 and 13, but honestly I don't know. Another way to look at this event, which explains this quote, is that Vivec, with his deed of first defeating the Rudiman using the symbolic college and then giving him to a bunch of numerologists, created patterns under which numbers and mathematics have a relation with the symbolisms of the cosmos. If this is the more likely theory, then that would mean that the whole useless numbers between 12 and 13 refers to the constellations that are between the heavens and the Serpent constellation, as those are what is in between Sermon 12 and 13 on Sermon 29, which is the scripture of the numbers, which we have unlocked through this sermon. So is he trying to say that nothing stands between the Void Ghost and the heavens now? Or that, through his actions, nothing matters beyond these two? The Serpent constellation, as we will see later, houses something called the Void Ghost in it, which is a small fraction of the Spirit of Lorcan. Vivec once created the Whirling School using Munax. Maybe this is him creating a new school of thought using what has become of the Rudiman. I don't know which one of these theories is the true one, if any at all. I do think that there is something with the whole Serpent and Heavens thing, as it comes up again later. However, what we're left with after this sermon is the scripture of the numbers. So TLDR, something happened with math and symbols, and now they're both mixed. So let us explore that connection using the scripture of the numbers.
The scripture of the numbers. 1. The dragon break or the tower. 1. 2. The enantiomorph. 68. 3. The invisible gate, Elm Civi, 112. 4. The corner of the House of Troubles, 242. 5. The corners of the world, 100. 6. The walking ways, 266. 7. The sword at the center, 39. 8. The wheel, or the 8 givers, 484. 9. The missing, 11. 10. The tribes of the Altmer, 140. 11. The number of the Master, 102. 12. The heavens, 379. 13. The serpent, 36. 14. The king's cough, 32. 15. The redeeming force, 110. 16. The acceptable blasphemies, 12. 17. The hurling disc, 283. 18. The egg, or the 6 times the wise. 19. The provisional house, 258. 20. The lunar lattice, 425. 21. The womb, 13. 22. Unknown, 453. 23. The hollow prophet, 54. 24. The star wound, 44. 25. The emperor, 239. 26. The rogue plane, 81. 27. The secret fire, 120. 28. The drowned lamp, 8. 29. The captive sage, 217. 30. The scarab, 10. 31. The listening frame, 473. 32. The false call, 7. 33. The anticipations, 234. 34. The lawless grammar, 2. 35. The prison shirt, 191. 36. The hours, 364. The presence of deaf witness. This is what the numbers are. They hang onto the Arbus as the last nostalgia of their godhood. The effigies of the numbers are their current applications. This is folly, as the above. To be affixed to a symbol is too certain. The ending of the words is Elm Civi.
As I said way earlier, the numbers found in the end of every one of the 36 terms found in this scripture correspond to a word found in every sermon, and when you add all of them up, you get this sentence: he was not born a god, his destiny did not lead him to this crime, he chose this path of his own free will, he stole the godhood and murdered the Hortator. Vivec wrote this. If you're asking, but did he write this referring to himself or Degother? Then I will let Azura explain.
That murderer.
Guilty. The way I will go about explaining the sermon will be by going through every term and explaining it, or providing additional information to any term we already encountered. I will not cover something that we also analyzed extensively, which is a lot of stuff, and I will also not cover something that we will analyze extensively. Dragon breaks refer to points in time where where Akatosh's laws of time are undone, and time branches into different, contradicting outcomes, which in the end of the Dragon Break unite to a final outcome, which is the total sum of all the actions that took place within the Dragon Break, combined. This might seem difficult, but it's pretty easy. Akatosh is linear time. When Akatosh breaks, the line that is linear time breaks, and then it unites with its broken parts at the end of the Dragon Break, and all the broken parts are equally true outcomes. You can look at the end of Test 2 Daggerfall if you want a more concrete example. The Enantiomorph will be discussed at a later sermon. 3 through 8 we already talked about already. The Missing God refers to Lorcan. 10 to 13 are either pretty easy or we already explained. The King's Cough is the Thum. I'm pretty sure Redeeming Force is either Alduin or the Aedra. I like the vibe of it being Alduin Modo, so I will go with that. The acceptable blasphemies are, again, the Daedra. The origins of this term will also be discussed later, and we already talked about 17 through 19. The Luna Lattice is a god to the Khajiit that represents the current position of the moons, and also protects Nirn from the Khajiit god of anger, as he cannot overcome the lattice. The Khajiit believe that the moons existed before Lorcan, and that Lorcan's corpse is behind the moons, so this is why they don't view the moons directly as him. The womb is some variable of Ner, not Nirn, Ner. Maybe it is a nod to the unundead Anuat, something like that. Number 22 is the unknown. The Hollowed Prophet might be Dareloth, but you didn't hear such blasphemies from me. The Rogue Plane might be the adjacent place or league. Not sure which one of the two, if any of the two at all. Honestly, there are a lot of rogue planets throughout these games. We talked about the Secret Fire already. The Drowned Lamp is a callback to the scripture of the city, and we saw the Captive Sage in the last sermon. The Scarab is referring to Lorcan's walking way, the Scarab that transforms into the new man. The Listening Way might be a callback to how Nerevar and Vivec won against Izmir in Sermon 9. False Call might be a nod to the false reincarnations before the true Nerevarin came. We talked a lot about the anticipations and about lawless grammar during the Sermon of the Word. Prison Shirt might be a nod to how the Nerevarin arrived in Morrowind, and the Hours are a callback to Vivec's Book of Hours. The presence of Deaf Witness. This is what the numbers are. They hung on to the Orbis as the last nostalgia of their godhood. The effigies of numbers are their current application. This is folly, as above. To be affixed to a symbol is too certain. Then Vivec finishes all of this by stating that all these numbers lack application, and it is the facts that the numbers represent that make them useful. Yet right in the next sentence, Vivec claims that these two is wrong. For numbers to be attached to symbols is too certain of an explanation. Questions. Are all these numerical connections with different terms and concepts present here, present because they are genuine connections, or because the brain seeks to find patterns to guide its thoughts to a rational conclusion? Are we fooling ourselves in the pursuit of certainty, or is there a real connection between symbols and numbers? Vivec's answer is that the connection between symbols and numbers is too certain for it also not to be worth suspicion. Would these observations make sense to anyone who isn't currently watching a huge video about the 36 sermons of Vivec? No. So maybe our minds are filling the gaps with pretty affixations at some places here. Okay, and with all that gaslighting out of the way, let's go hunt for some more children.
Then Vivec left the mystics of the number room and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house he looked into the middle world to find the sixth monster, called City Face. He was vexed when he could not find it and went back to the Morning Hold, in secret anger, killing a mystic that asked about higher order. Nerevar, the Hortator, witnessed this and said, "Why do this, my lord? The mystics look to you for guidance. They work to make your temple better stoned." Vivec said, "No one knows what I am." The Hortator nodded and went back to his studies. Here is how Cityface hid from his mother-father. It had been born named as Ha-Note, a bare urge of power, an esoteric wind nerve tuned to the frequency of huddled masses. It found root in villages and multiplied, finding in the minds of the settled a veiled astrology, the star charts of culture, and this reason made its head swim. Ha-Note moved sideways into the adjacent place, growing and unbeknownst. Above the vocal, it trembled with new emotions, immortal ones, absorbing more than the 30 known to exist in the middle world. When Ha-Note became gravely homesick, the grabbers took it. A grabber said, "New emotions to the lonely occur only of madness. This thing is gone. It is ours now." Grabbers had never made a city of their own, and their glimpse of Vivec's, which shone with holiness through all the spheres, had taken their attention. Under this reason did the issue of Vec slide into our realm, drawn by our coveting, hidden in loss. We shall build our tower hope upon its face. Now many years had passed in Resdania, and the high priests of the Dwemer were building something alike as Vivec, and alike as the new Hanote of the Grabbers. The Hortator was engaged with an army of theirs that had become too brave, talking foolish words, and Nerevar helped destroy them with the help of the Orphan Legion of Iam. When he went to give trophy to Vivec, he saw his lord under attack by the city face. The monster was saying this:
"Here we are to replace your city, Vec and Vec. We are from the place of the more than known emotions, and our citizenry has died from it. 2 things we came for, but we can stay for only one. Either we ask you to correct our error of culture, or merely take yours by dint of force. The second is easiest, we think."
Vivec sighed. "You would replace my direction," he said. "I weary of this, though I wanted to kill you an age before. Resdania is fallen ill, and I have no time for one more imaginary analogy of an unknown incident. Here, take this." At which he touched the tower hope of the city face and corrected the errors of the Grabbers. "And this." At which he stabbed the heart of the city face with the ethos knife, which is to say, Rukt I e Altadun I, the short blade of proper commerce. The ending of the words is Almsivi.
In the following sermons, we will see Vivec facing the worst parts of his consciousness and insecurities, starting with Sermon 30. Initially, Vivec cannot find Cityface when he is within the provisional house. Let me make it clear. When Vivec is within the provisional house, he is meditating in a state of chim. He understands everything that has happened and that will happen. And even there, he cannot find Cityface. So angry he is that he can cheat his way out of this problem that he goes to Mournhold, where a priest, puzzled by this, asks Vivec if there is anything higher than him. Vivec, angry at this, kills the priest, and when Nerevar sees this, he asks Vivec, why did he do this? Sure, the priest may have been slightly out of line, but he could just dismiss him or give him a made-up excuse. He has shown that he can clearly do that. No, Vivec was angry and was going through it. No one knows what I am, he tells the Hortator, as if to say that the priest asked for knowledge that he had no right to know. And here is where we get to the essence of Cityface. It had been born named Hanud, a pure urge for power, an esoteric wind nerve tuned to the frequency of Harald masses. It found root in villages and multiplied, finding in the minds of the settled a veiled astrology, the star charts of cultures, and this resonance made its head swim. He even moved into the adjacent realm, again, the place that can only be accessed via magical anomalies. That is a parallel realm to whatever it is adjacent to. There it grew even more by observing emotions, until it grew homesick and wanted to return back to Nirn, at which point the Grabbers, the inhabitants of the adjacent place, took it and made of it a city, similar to Vivec City. So what is Hanud? Hanud, in my opinion, is false dogma, the false dogma that came about as a product of Vivec's teachings, and how these teachings were altered by the Velothi, creating a religion whose goals are, to say the least, confused, different than those of its own founder, but still powerful in its madness. If you played Morrowind, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. The Velothi at this point aren't even hiding that their adherence to Vivec's teachings are shady at best. How do dogmas begin? They crawl their way in communities and live inside the masses. They are bare urges of power, making people feel powerful, evolving and growing stronger alongside the communities themselves and their traditions, their understandings of the world, and their culture. Not one person who follows a dogma follows it for the exact same reason as another person, and the dogma feeds off of this. So does Hanud, and when it finds itself into the adjacent place, it keeps going. Only when weakened by the emotion of homesickness is it captured. Why homesick? Because it craved the adoration of its followers. A dogma can evolve, but in the end it needs to exist within people to perpetuate itself. That is why it is homesick. Then the Grabbers take it and make of it a city. New emotions, to the lonely, occur only of madness, meaning this dogma has lost its original purpose. It has deteriorated, sort of a way of Vivec saying that his religion has lost its essence, without blaming the Khmer for it. Rather, it is the emotions of the Khmer that ruin the religion. He's sort of trying to have his cake and eat it too. Oh, don't worry guys, it wasn't your fault. It was your emotions that ruined everything. So they make a city on top of Hanud's face, making it Cityface. The images are pretty intense with this one, as if to say that a city is built upon the foundations of the dogma of its citizens. Is this a good dogma though? And what is its purpose? Well, to answer these questions, we have to look upon a different dogma and its outcomes and compare them. It is no accident or narrative coincidence that right after we see Hanud becoming Cityface, we also read about the Dwemer making a Numidium, almost a nod to the outcomes of her dogma. The sermon seems to agree with this. The High high priests of the Dwemer were building something alike as Vivec and alike as the new Hanut of the Grabbers. Here, I think it is good to think of the adjacent place and the Grabbers as the emotions that interacted with Vivec's teachings, thus altering them. I guess you could also make an argument that it is the false understanding of the secret syllable of kings, that version of Chim, but instead of being Pluto's ideal form of something, it is the false conclusion of a confused dogma, overcrowded with emotions and false hopes that lead nowhere. Just like the Dwemer, so Nerevar and a bunch of Ordinators are fighting against some Dwemer that got a bit too brave a bit too early, and when Nerevar destroys them, he goes to give Vivec a trophy for his victory. Again, insert Vivec boasting about himself in his own writings, but in doing so, he catches Vivec finally fighting Cityface, and Cityface says to Vivec,
"Here we are to replace your city, Vec and Vec. We are from the place of the more than known emotions, and our citizenry has died from it. Two things we came for, but we can stay for only one. Either we ask you to correct our error of culture, or merely take yours by dint of force. The second is easiest, we think."
Essentially, Cityface is saying that the false dogma has come to replace not Vivec the person, not Vivec the tribune, but Vec and Vec, which is the symbol of Vivec, what Vivec stands for, and what is placed on his banner, as we see in the first paragraph of the Coda. Essentially, after Vivec's beliefs were twisted through new emotions, desires, and attitudes, those twisted beliefs now seek to replace the very image of Vivec, and Vivec says that those perversions have destroyed the original citizens. Again, recall how in the beginning of the sermon, he killed a priest that asked for higher order, almost foreshadowing the attitude he warns against throughout the rest of the sermon. From this point, there are two options. Only one can be chosen. Either Vivec corrects the errors of culture, or he enforces the original vision by force. The second one being more straightforward, because it doesn't require any spiritual growth. "You would replace my direction," he said. "I weary of this, though I wanted to kill you an age before. Resdania is fallen ill, and I have no time for one more imaginary analogy of an unknown incident. Here, take this." So in other words, Vivec is worried about what his dogma ended up being. Though he did realize that it might come to this when it was only Hanut, Vivec lost control of the way his teachings were understood, for they infiltrated the very minds of his followers and were, from that point, beyond his grasp, so he couldn't kill it. Though he would if he could. Trouble is coming to Morrowind in the form of screaming brass, and Vivec has no more time to deal with the misinterpretations of his work, so he fixes it.
"Here, take this." At which he touched the tower hope of the city face and corrected the errors of the grabbers. "And this." At which he stabbed the heart of the city face with the ethos knife, which is to say, Rukt I e Altadun I, the short blade of proper commerce.
This is an allegory to how Nerevar stabbed the heart of Lorkhan to destroy the Numidium, but here Vivec stabs the heart of the city face instead with the ethos knife. I have heard it being said that the ethos knife is keening, one of the three tools of Kagrenak, and although there is some evidence for that, it's shaky at best. Let me give you what I think is a better theory. Ethos in ancient Greek means a bunch of stuff actually, but predominantly it means character, as in someone's character. So the ethos knife is the knife of character because of the following lines that attempt to explain the ethos knife. Rkat I Aldadun I, the short blade of commerce, meaning something like Arcade is a weapon. We don't know what I means. It would be really funny if it just meant I, as in I, but I am too cautious or oblivious to put one and two together. If that's what it means, then the translation should be something like Arcade is I, and I am a weapon. Both translations meaning the same thing. Arcade is the god of the cycle of life and death, and referring to the ethos knife as the blade of proper commerce with a connection to Arcade might seem a bit strange. But let me explain. Lunar currency is the process by which Vivec refers to the reappropriation of spirit towards its aligned eye, either to the god planet Adra or the principalities of Oblivion, meaning soul reappropriation takes the form of currency exchange, aka commerce, the proper form of commerce, which is why Arcade is referenced. Death leads to the soul becoming currency to the gods that it served while alive, a sort of soul transaction, if you will. So by Vivec stabbing Cityface with the knife, it aligned it to its proper character. Its function is restored. It dies, but it goes where it's supposed to go, where it was originally supposed to go, to its aligned eye. As we said earlier, another way to align someone's eye is through sacrifice. Sacrifice, which is usually carried out by a knife. This is another way to look at the ethos knife. It is a sacrificial knife which aligns the eye of the sacrificed according to the will of the person making the sacrifice. And with that, the sermon ends. You will notice with the next sermon that unlike Unlike all other acts where Vivec kills his children, this one does not produce a scripture, as Vivec did not defeat a flaw of his, he defeated something that came about as a result of him, that ended up becoming flawed. That's a different thing. Also, after this sermon, we will see Vivec not going to the provisional house, but instead going to the hall of forced thinking, meaning he's once again giving himself false thoughts to experiment with. It seems that after his encounter with Cityface, he's more cautious of his actions, and he needs to rethink a few things. So, let's go rethink with him.
Sermon 31. Many more years passed in Resdania, and the high priests of the Dwemer were almost ready to make war on the rulers of Veleth. The Hortador had become the husband of Iam during this time, and the first saint of the Triune Way. Vivec had tired of fighting his sons and daughters, and so took a respite from trying to find them. The Hortador said to his wife, "Where is Vivec, my teacher? I love him still, though he grows cold. His lamentations, if I may call them that, have changed the skin of the whole country. He is hardly to be found anywhere in Veleth of late. The people grow dark because of it." And Iam took mercy on her troubled husband, and told him that the sword of the Triune had been fighting minor monsters stirred up by the Dwemer as they worked on their brass siege machines. She took the Hortador inside her and showed him where his master was. Alm Civi, or at least that aspect that chose to be Vivec, sat in the litany hall of the false thinking temple. After his battle with the flute and pipe ogres of the West Gash, he began writing again in his Book of Hours. He had put on his water face first. That way he could separate the bronze of the old temple from the blue of the new and write with happiness. Second, he had to take another feather from the big moon, further rendering it dead. That way he could write about mortals with truth. Third, he recalled the pomegranate banquet, where he was forced to marry Molak Baal, with wet scriptures to cement his likeness as Mafala, and write with black hands. He wrote, "The last time I heard his voice, showing the slightest sign of impatience, I learned to control myself and submit to the will of others. Afterwards, I dared to take on the sacred fire and realized there was no equilibrium with the Et Ada. There were liars, lost roots, and the most I can do is to be an interpreter into the rational. Even that fails the needs of the people. I sit on the mercy seat and pass judgment, the waking state, and the phase aspect of the innate urge. Only here can I doubt in this book, written in water, broadened to include evil." Then Vivec threw his ink on the passage to cover it up for the lay reader, and wrote instead, "Find me in the blackened paper, unarmored in final scenery. Truth is like my husband, instructed to smash, filled with procedure and noise, hammering weighty heaviness made schematic, lessons learned only by a mace. Let those that hear me then be buffeted, and let some die in the ash from the striking. Let those that find him murdered by illumination, pummeled like a traitorous house, because if an hour is golden, then immortal I am a secret code. I am the partaker of the doom drum, chosen of all those that dwell in the middle world to wear this crown, which reverberates with truth, and I am the mangling Messiah. The ending of the words is Alm Civi."
Here we get a flash forward in time. Years have passed. The Dwemer are preparing for war with the Chimera, as they are constructing the Numidium, the war being the war of the First Council. Nerevar by this point has married Ayem, and according to Vivec, he has become the first saint of the Triune Way. But as we all know, only one of those things is actually true. Nerevar was never a saint of the Tribunal. He outranked all of them. But in this version of events, Nerevar asks his wife where Vivec is, and she responds by showing him what Vivec has been up to. Vivec sat in the Litany Hall of False Thinking after a battle with a clan of ogres that threatened Vardenfell. Sensing that his teachings can be misinterpreted and that the time for war is near, he's once again writing in his Book of Hours, using his water face so he can be truthful. This sermon also proposes that in Vivec's absence, the Chimera are growing darker, giving an alternative explanation about the transition from Chimera to Dunmer. That way, they can rejoice in the new and the potential given to them by the evolution of their race, as with this change comes new potential, which we will discuss in the next sermon. Then he takes a feather from the moon so he can write about mortals with truth, meaning that as Lorcan lowered himself to give mortals a chance to learn about themselves, so will he take a page from Lorcan's book and give mortals a shot and let them know about themselves. Remember, the moons are the corpses of Lorcan. Finally, he recalls his marriage with Molag Bal, which he describes as forceful but necessary to cement his likeness as Mafala and ride with black hands. He cemented his likeness as Mafala through the marriage because Mafala is the Daedra of sex and murder, both things Vivec has done with and to Molag Bal. In this state, he assumes Mafala's black hands, meaning whatever he's about to write right now, he will do so free of theory and guided by true will, as you remember from the many Alistair Crowley sections all throughout this video. What we will hear from Vivec right now is the truth beyond all theory, and he writes the following.
The last time I heard his voice, showing the slightest sign of impatience, I learned to control myself and submit to the will of others. Afterwards, I dared to take on the sacred fire and realized there was no equilibrium with the Et Ada. There were liars, lost roots, and the most I can do is to be an interpreter into the rational. Even that fails the needs of the people. I sit on the mercy seat and pass judgment, the waking state, and the phase aspect of the innate urge. Only here can I doubt in this book, written in water, broadened to include evil.
Vivec speaks truthfully about how the events he has been through have impacted him, saying that through Molag Bal, he has learned to submit to the will of others. Afterwards, however, he picked up the sacred fire, aka Chem, the power, and realized that there is no equilibrium with the Edada. Vivec knows what's going on. He knows the actual condition of existence. The Edada, both Adra and Daedra, are liars, lost roots, shallow and irrational perspectives of a greater truth that exists beyond even them. The most Vivec can do is interpret their nature, basically becoming a scholar of their nature. However, even that is not enough. You see, the full understanding of a shallow concept only gives you insight into a shallow concept. Maybe this insight can lead to something greater, but alone, it is a shortcoming. But with being an interpreter of the Edada, Vivec is also casting judgment on them. He can only interpret them based on his own biases towards them. Thus, in being an interpreter, he also, inevitably, becomes a judge. Despite that, he feels the urge to keep going. Remember, he's in the Litany Hall of False Thinking. He's willing to give himself wrong lessons to gain a greater realization about a greater truth. Maybe this is a product of his encounter with Cityface. As we will see in the next line, he has become very doubtful if his teachings will ever matter, as in at all. He writes his doubt in the Book of Hours while wearing his water face. The book now includes the analysis of the Edada, and thus knowledge of Vivec, and thus knowledge of evil. Or rather, it contains knowledge that Vivec deems as evil. Then Vivec threw his ink on this passage to cover it up for the lay reader and wrote this instead. So many times, doubt brings forth an energy that is almost irrational. When you transcend above your doubt, you immediately gain an ego and a new will. You almost rebel against what gave you doubt in the first place, and you are overcome with certainty. Your mentality almost does a 180. This is exactly what is happening to Vivec right now. He erases the narrow insights given to him by studying the Edada, and he writes instead with true will, because now he has refound his confidence in love. So love under will once again applies to him. He will now speak as Vivec proper, guided by ego, true will, and love. Mostly ego though. Find me in the blackened paper, unarmored, a final scenery. The truth is like my husband, instructed to smash. Filled with procedure and noise, hammering, weighty, heaviness made schematic, lessons learned by a mace. Let those that hear me then be buffeted, and let some die in the ash from the striking. Let those that find him murdered by illumination, pummeled like a traitorous house. Because if an hour is golden, then immortal I am a secret code. I am the partaker of the doom drum, chosen of all those who dwell in the middle world to wear this crown, which reverberates with truth, and I am the Mangaline Messiah. Okay class, say it with me.
cinema.
The blackened paper are his thoughts while he's in doubt, when he is not guided by true will. The truth, like Moloch Ball, is violent, hammering, and heavy on the mind, instructed to smash. It is a call to action. It is a call for the self-violent. From now on, and from this realization forth, this violence, as a product of the desire and the process of acquiring the truth, will be referred to and symbolized by the mace. Those that hear Vivec's words will be troubled, and some of them, most of them, will fail. Vivec will now describe himself as a partaker of the doom drum, describing it as a crown which reverberates the truth. If you remember from the introduction section, this truth is referred to as Gnosis. Lorcan, of course, being murdered by the Azura, those who claim to be Illuminators, while in reality, they are nothing but traitorous houses. Vivec also realizes that in this process, he's a very poor messiah. Mangling messiah might refer to a bunch of stuff. It might be him finally admitting that he's just confusing people at this point. It might also be him finally understanding that he's writing nonsense about fictitious points in history where he's the creator and instigator of the following, among other things: ontology, numerology, the Dark Brotherhood, Sothasius mysticism, the scam conjuration spell, a school called the Whirling School, the destruction of Yakura, the Akaviri invasions of Tamriel, as well as the sole builder of the foundations of Vivec City. And those are just the ones that I came up with from the top of my head. Whichever the case, one thing is for sure: he's preaching for the salvation of everyone, and in doing so, he's mangling people. Therefore, he's the mangling messiah. And this was Sermon 31. It only gets more difficult from here. I understand that you're all probably tired by this point. Back to the mental grinder.
Sermon 32. The scripture of the mace first. The pleasure of annihilation is the pleasure of disappearing into the unreal. All those that would challenge the sleeping world will seek membership in this movement. I denounce the alienation of the cloven duality with a hammer. Second, take from me the lessons as a punishment for being mortal. To be made of dirt is to be treated as such by your jailers. This is the key and lock of the Daedra. Why do you think they escaped the compromise? Third, Velothi, your skin has become the pregnant darkness. My brooding has brought this on. Remember that Boethia asked you to become the color of bruise. How else to show yourselves people of the Exodus into the vital? Pain. Fourth, the sage who is not an anvil, a conventional sentence and nothing more, by which I mean dead, the fourth walking way. Fifth, a proper comprehension of the virtues, stage managed and to be murdered. Sixth, in the end, rejoice as a hostage released from drumming torment, but that savors his wound. The drum breaks and you find it to be a nest of hornets, which is to say, your sleep is over. Seventh, the suspicious is spectacle, and the lie is only a theoretical inspiration. Eighth, but then why, you ask, did the Daedra wish to meddle with the Orbis? It is because they are the radical critique, essential as all martyrs. That some are more evil than others is not an illusion, or rather, it is a necessary illusion. The ending of the words is Almzivi.
Sermon 32. The scripture of the mace. Mace, as we said in the last sermon, being the violence required to achieve the truth of the world. And we're gonna pick this one apart, one line at a time. Also, this sermon references the Luna Lorcan book a lot, so I think we should read some of it here, just to get an idea of what's happening here. The moons were and are the two halves of Lorcan's flesh divinity. Like the rest of the gods, Lorcan was a planet that participated in the Great Construction, except where the 8 lent portions of their heavenly bodies to create the mortal planet, Lorcan was cracked asunder, and his divine spark fell to Nirn as a shooting star to impregnate it with the measure of its existence and a reasonable amount of selfishness. Maser and Secunta, therefore, are the personifications of the dichotomy, the cloven duality, according to Artaeum, that Lorcan legends often rail against. Ideas of the anima animus, good, evil, being, nothingness, the poetry of the body, throat, and moan, silence as the abortive, and so on. With that, let's start going through the sermon. The pleasure of annihilation is the pleasure of disappearing into the unreal. All those that would challenge the sleeping world will seek membership in this movement. I denounce the alienation of the cloven duality with a hammer. This is a direct follow-up to the last words of the previous sermon. Lorcan disappeared into the unreal, but that was done only because of his own pleasure for annihilation. Again, the path to the truth is paved depraved in violence, self-violence. All those who seek to learn these truths thus challenge the sleeping world, and they will seek membership in this movement. The word sleeping alludes back to the Godhead, as if to say that the truth only comes to those who seek the original sleeper's truth. Only kinda though. Sleeping in general has a lot of different meanings throughout the sermons. It might just be talking about an unknown truth that seeks someone to wake them up, as in to acquire them. And in the last line, we see Vivec denouncing the duality of Lorcan, saying that what the Cloven duality ultimately did was alienate Lorcan from himself, therefore losing himself to the very world he made. Vivec has the ego to say no to that. I should also note that this sermon is filled with alchemical symbols. In alchemy, the hammer is a symbol of action and proactivity, and as we will see in the coming lines when the anvil is referenced, an anvil is a symbol of a passive attitude and reactivity. Vivec's ego is vehemently refusing the loss of the self to the world around it. As a side note, this is a unique perspective into Talos. Keep this idea in mind for now. Take from me the lessons as a punishment for being mortal. To be made of dirt is to be treated as such by your jailers. This is the key and the lock of the Daedra. Why do you think they escaped the compromise? This verse speaks about the relationship between mortal and divine. Those who are born divine have no chance at ascending, and moreover, they have no such interests. As far as they are concerned, they are already mortal. Death isn't chasing after them. Few are even able to overpower death. Sure, one day, Alduin is gonna come knocking. Some of them have even come to terms with Alduin's eventual arrival. Here, Vivec mimics that exact mentality. The sermons of Vivec are the lessons of Vivec, and to read them and attempt to understand them is a cause for great strife, which can lead to the truth, aka the mace. This mace is the punishment for being mortal. That mortals must torture themselves to gain a small spark of divinity is no secret, but that they also can, with those sparks, overpower even Daedra is also something that we have seen time and time again. The Daedra, however, still treat them like dirt. To close this line, Vivec explains what separated the Daedra from the Aedra during the construction of the world. The spirits that would become the Daedra did not know compromise. The next line further elaborates on this by giving the example of the Chimer becoming the Dharmer. Velothi, your skin has become the pregnant darkness. My brooding has brought this on. Remember that Boethia asked you to become the color of bruise. How else to show yourselves as people of the Exodus into the vital pain? Again, we see the same theme of pain being necessary for evolution. This time, by example of the Velothi, Vivec calls this new color of the Dharmer, the Dark Elves, the pregnant darkness, as if to suggest that this evolution is necessary to achieve something more. And then he talks about how in the previous sermon it was his absence to write the Book of Hours that caused this. Then he reminds them that as he did this to them now, Boethia once asked them to do the same after their exodus from the Samoset Isles, an exodus necessary to reach what is already stated to be vital, pain. Through the Sigic endeavor this time, the sage who is not an anvil, a conventional sentence and nothing more, by which I mean the dead, the fourth walking way. This is the first and only time we will encounter the fourth walking way. Sage is one of the archetypes described by Carl Jung. It is that which takes the form of a wise, older person. This sage is not an anvil. He is not passive in observing the world around him. In one way or another, he is actively pursuing something. This is a reference to another MK text. Well, technically, the MK text is a reference to this sermon. Either way, the text is called Nuhada. In this text, Tiber Septim explains his nature, and then a bunch of other characters react to his explanation. The explanation is the only part we care about. The storm crowd mandate by the way of the fourth. Mantling and incarnation are separate roads. Do not mistake this. The latter is built from the cobbles of drawn-bone destiny. The former walk like them until they must walk like you. This is the death children bring as the sons of Mora. Similar to how chimp can mean two different things, this is also the case with the enantiomorph. Enantiomorph roughly translates to oppositional appearances, and there are two ways this can happen: the steps of the dead and mantling. The steps of the dead is the easier one of the two to explain, so we'll start with that one. Throughout these sermons, we have seen time and time again that Vivec talks about a lot of Nerevarins that came before the true Nerevarin. These are called false incarnates. They are false because they don't follow the path set in motion for the true Nerevarin to walk upon, so that he may, through this path, become the Nerevarin, and yet they still claim that they are Nerevarines. When the Imperials release the player character in Saint Anin, they do so because they believe that he matches the criteria and can accurately follow that path, not because he is that person from the start. Even the player character, Dareloth and Vivec know this. To enantiomorph by the way of incarnation, you need to walk on a road of destiny and perform certain actions. This is one way to walk like the dead, walk like them after they have died, and in doing so, you end up becoming a new version of them, from Nerevar to Nerevarine, from Shazar to Shazarine. The second way is called Mantling, and although Tess Oblivion takes place after Tess Morrowind, here I will use the Champion of Citadel because he's a clear example of Mantling. The Champion of Citadel picked up the mantle of the God of Madness after said god became Jigalag, and in doing so, he became the new God of Madness. Mantling has an interesting origin in the Old Testament that may help us understand how it works. In one of the stories of the Old Testament, Prophet Elijah is about to ascend to the heavens by striking at a river with his mantle, which divides the river and makes a flaming chariot appear to pick him up and take him to the heavens. As he ascends, his mantle falls, and it is picked up by his apprentice, Elisha. In doing so, the apprentice picks up the duties and the authority of the prophet. In other words, he picks up the mantle. So when the Champion of Citadel acts like Sheogorath, does whatever Sheogorath tells him, and guards the Islands of Madness just like Sheogorath would, and when the original Sheogorath dies, he becomes Sheogorath. Thus, the Champion of Citadel is walking the steps of a dead Daedra. This can also be the case for Talos, who becomes Lorkhan Reborn after he behaved like Lorkhan and had the same end goals as him. But in case it hasn't been made obvious, Talos is kinda speedrunning the walking ways, so I'm trying to avoid using him as an example for this kind of stuff. Small mistake. Steps of the Dead seems to be the walking way itself, with Incarnation and Mantling being the two different branches. Next line please. A proper comprehension of the virtues. State managed and to be murdered. This is the simplest one out of all of them. It follows the marry it and then murder it pattern. You can comprehend a virtue, but do so only to have it killed, to get something out of it. In the end, rejoice, as a hostage released the drum in torment, but that savors his wound. The drum breaks, and you find it to be a nest of hornets, which is to say, your sleep is over. This line sort of gives a prophecy about the future. At some point, the hostage, Lorkhan, will be released, and his wound will be healed. Mundus will be outdone by his healing, and then the sleep is over. And we see these events taking shape in the graphic novel Korra, where everything goes exactly as planned. Alternatively, you could also see it as talking about Dagoth and the sleepers of his house. I'm putting 7 and 8 together because 8 follows up on 7. The suspicious is spectacle, and the lie is only a theoretical inspiration. But then why, you ask, do the Daedra wish to meddle with the Orbis? It is because they are the radical critique, essential as all martyrs. That some are more evil than others is not an illusion, or rather, it is a necessary illusion. The Daedra are spectacles to the mortals who watch them from the night sky, and the lying, aka the Daedra, are inspirations to the theoretical. So why do lies meddle with the Orbis and the affairs of mortals? Because they are critiques of Lorkhan's plan. They are inability to seek compromise isn't irrational. If anything, it might be too rational after seeing what became of the Daedra. They are weak, drained, and in hiding, and those are just the lucky ones that escaped. The Elnafei are still trapped in their creation. Martyr here does not stand for a person who voluntarily suffers death because of a belief. Here, it refers to its original meaning a witness, as they witnessed the mangling of the Daedra. They are therefore critiques of all that they witnessed, and therefore they are necessary in overcoming those ideas. Remember, false thinking is necessary to reach a greater revelation. Time and time again, Vivec has shown this, that some like Molag Bal and Mehrunes Dagon are more evil than others, like say Hersin or Azura, is only a necessary illusion. Fundamentally, in the end, they are all critiques, and do the same mental damage to mortals. Molag Bal and Hersin are critiques of the Orbis in their own way. However, meeting one of them is interesting, and meeting the other is game over. And that was Sermon 32. What have we learned today, class? Many things. Too many for me to want to give a rundown, but this is the second to last scripture sermon. Let us see what leads up to the last scripture.
Then Vivec left the litany hall of the false thinking temple, where he had brooded for so long, creating the scripture of the pounding light, and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the seventh monster, called Lyrock. Lyrock was born of Vivec's second aperture, and was thrown out of the pomegranate banquet by a member of the Sweeps, another forgotten guild. The sweep did not take it for the monster that it was, and so he did not expect it to fly from his hand and into the heavens. I am born of golden wisdom and powers that should have forever been unalike. With this nature I am invited into the hidden heaven, by which he meant the scaled blanket, made of knot stars, whose number is 13. Lyrock became full of foolishness, haggling with the Void Ghost, who hides in the religions of all men. The Void Ghost said, "Stay with me a full 100 years, and I will give you a power that no divinity will dare disobey." But before the 100 years was up, Vivec was already looking for Lyrock, and found him. "Stupid stone," Vivec said. "To hide in the scaled blanket is to make a mark on nothing. His bargains are only for ruling kings." So Vivec sent the Hortitor to the heavens to shave Lyrock asunder by the named axe. Nerevar made peace with the South Pole of Thieving, and the North Pole Star of Warriors, and the Third Pole Star, which existed only in the ether, which was governed by the apprentice of Magnus the Sun. They gave him leave to wander among their charges, and gave him red sight by which to find Lyrock in the hidden heaven. By chance, Nerevar met the Void Ghost first, who told him that he was in the wrong place, to which the Hortitor said, "Me or you?" And the Void Ghost said both. This sermon does not tell what else was said between these masters. Lyrock, however, used the confusion to launch his own attack on the city god Vivec. He was hastened by all three of the Black Guardians, who wanted him swiftly gone, though they meant no hostility to the Lord of the Middle Air. The citizenry of Vivec screamed as they saw a shooting star come down out of the sky hole, like a toll road of hell. But Vivec merely raised his hand and froze Lyrock just above the city, and then he pierced the monster with Muatra. The practice of piercing the second aperture is now forbidden. When Nerevar returned, he saw the frozen comet above the Lord's city. He asked whether or not Vivec wanted it removed. "I would have done so myself if I wanted, silly Hortitor. I shall keep it there, with its last intention intact, so that if the love of the people of this city for me ever disappear, so shall the power that holds back their destruction." Nerevar said, "Love is under your will only." Vivec smiled and told the Hortitor that he had become a minister of truth. The ending of the words is Almsvy.
So Vivec is done with the Temple of False Thinking. He's had enough. He goes back to the provisional house to find the 7th child, and its name is Lyrock. Lyrock was born from Vivec's second aperture and was dusted off by a guild of sweepers, which is exactly that. They sweep dust or other garbage that falls from Red Mountain, and when the sweepers did not realize that Lyrock can fly, it escaped from them and flew to the heavens. Essentially, Lyrock is Vivec's tongue. So what flow of Vivec is the Lyrock? Does the exactitude matter? It says what it is in great detail. I am born of golden wisdom and powers that should have forever been unalike. With this nature, I am invited into the hidden heaven. It's very simple. Lyrock is Vivec's lies. Not only the lies that he tells to his people, but also the lies he tells himself about himself. We all tell ourselves lies in pursuit of maintaining our own definitions of who we are, and we perpetuate those lies within our heads, and from there we spread them to the people around us. I am beautiful, says who? I am smart, under whose definition of intelligence? That kind of thing. With the lies Lyrock has told itself, it deems itself able to reach the heavens. Again, missing the whole point, and instead of going to reach Chim, it instead decided to go to space.
I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot.
And he goes to the Serpent constellation, as its number is 13, and in Sermon 29, number 13 is the Serpent. There it finds the Void Ghost, aka a small fragment of Lorcan's soul. The Void Ghost said, "Stay with me a full 100 years, and I will give you a power that no divinity will dare disobey." This power might be Chim, it might be the Cloven Duality, it doesn't matter, because before the 100 years are up, Vivec found the Lyrock and said to it, "Stupid stone, to hide in the skilled blanket is to make a mark on nothing. His bargains are only for ruling kings." To paraphrase, dude, What are you doing here? You're shooting way above your league. This knowledge wasn't meant for you. Again, the Lyrock tells it of lies, of grandeur, and self-importance. It is clearly missing the point. So Vivec tells Nerevar to go and deal with the stone, using his own brand of violence, his named axe. As you remember from previous sermons, Nerevar has done this before. On the way there, Nerevar meets and makes peace with the other constellations and planets. He meets the warrior, mage, and thief constellation, and they give him the right vision to go find the hidden constellation, the Serpent. There is a huge commentary that can be made about the relationship between the constellations. If you played the Kraglon Zone DLC from the Elder Scrolls Online, then you know what I'm talking about. A brief summary: the Serpent is a trickster. This constellation can go anywhere at any time. His movements do not follow a pattern. So the three constellations help Nerevar to find the Serpent, and by chance he finds the Void Ghost before the Lyrock. Here we get this almost comedic dialogue where the Void Ghost tries to tell Nerevar that he's in the wrong place, because obviously he's looking for Lyrock and it isn't here, but Nerevar decides to throw some shade towards Lorcan, and so he tells him this: me or you? As in, am I lost or are you even more lost than I am? Then I imagine the ghost kicking a rock, sighing, and then saying, fine, we're both lost. We don't know what else was said between them. While Nerevar and Lorcan are chatting it up, Lyrock decides to launch an attack on Vivec City. The three constellations hasten him, not because they wanted to harm the world, but rather because they didn't want a flying pile of sentient poop wandering in space. I can see where they were coming from. So Lyrock is about to crash in Vivec City, but Vivec simply freezes it into place. Then he pierces it with Moatra, thus turning Lyrock into just rock. When Nerevar comes back after talking with the Void Ghost, he sees the rock and asks Vivec if he intends to remove it or not, to which Vivec gives us a token Vivec response by saying, I would have done so if I wanted, silly Hortator. I shall keep it there with its last intention intact, so that if the love of the people of this city for me ever disappear, so shall the power that holds back their destruction. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Nerevar said, love is under your will only. Vivec smiled and told the Hortator that he had become a minister of truth. Now Vivec has taken possession of the love his people have for him, and with the cleansing of Lyrock, it becomes the Ministry of Truth, which is a maximum security prison for dissidents and religious criminals. There is a thin line of allegory here. The Lyrock, Bardao, is kinda like hell, or the noble lie that is hell. You know, God loves you and all, but just to make sure, in case love isn't enough to earn the adoration of the people, there is also hell, punishment for lacking in the requirements set on by the religion. In the case of Vivec, not loving him enough. Love is under his will only. As he once found true will through love, he now asks his people to do the same and focus the will created by their love to him. The punishment for disobeying the religion's truth for the individual is going to hell, but if everyone fails to meet the requirements of the religion, it collapses, which is exactly what happened to Morrowind after the fall of the Tribunal. And that was Sermon 33. Nothing too noteworthy, but this was one of the few times that we actually heard Lorcan talking, at least within the sermons, and I am curious about what was said between him and Nerevar, but we will never know. And now let's go face the mightiest of Vivec's children, found in Sermon 34. Okay, enough of that for today. How do you even enforce this one?
Then Vivec left the Ministry of Truth and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle of the world to find the eighth and final mightiest monster, called Gulgamor Jill, and more. The wise must look elsewhere for this string of power. Vivec called to his side the Hortator, and this was the first time that Nerevar had ever been to the provisional house. He had the same vision that Vivec had so many years ago, that of the two-headed ruling king. Who is that, he wondered. Vivec said, the red jewel of conquest. Nerevar, perhaps because he was frightened, became vexed at his lord's answer. Why are you always so evasive? Vivec told the Hortator to be otherwise was to betray his nature. Together they moved into a middle world, to a village near where Vivec had been found by Am and Set. The eighth monster was there, but he did not act much like a monster. He sat with his legs in the ocean and with a troubled look on his face. When he saw his mother-father, he asked why he should have to die and return to oblivion. Vivec told the eighth monster that to be otherwise was to betray his nature. Since this did not seem to satisfy the monster, and Vivec still had a touch of Am's mercy, he said, the fire is mine, let it consume thee, and make a secret door at the altar of Padham, at the house of Boethia, where we become safe and looked after. The monster accepted Muatra with a peaceful look, and his bones became the foundations for the city of the dead, Anon Narcissus. Nerevar put away his axe, which he had at the ready, and frowned. "Why," he said, "did you ask me to come if you knew that the 8th monster would give in so easily?" Vivec looked at the Hortator for a long time. Nerevar understood. "Do not betray your nature. Answer as you will." Vivec said, "I brought you here because I knew the mightiest of my issues would succumb to Muatra without argument, if only I gave him consolation first." Nerevar looked at Vivec for a long time. Vivec understood. "Say the words, Hortator." Nerevar said, "Now I am the mightiest of your children. Let this sermon be consolation to those who read it that are destined to die." The ending of the words is Amsivi.
Sermon 34 is Vivec's last mercy to all those who will die having never reached, achieved, or even have come remotely close to understanding anything of love, true will, Chim, walking ways, or Amaranth. It is his way of comforting all those souls that played by the rules of the arena and have done so unconsciously, without seeing any other options, without having any other options, and with no actual hope of ascending. Vivec leaves the Ministry of Truth to find his 8th child, Gulga Morgil, whose full name can be found on Sermon 12, and is Gulga Morgil Her Aihun. Again, my Alnafex is shaky at best. Vivec calls the Hortator, and they both go together to find the child. But before that, Vivec takes the Hortator to the provisional house, meaning he takes him in a state of Chim. There he has the same vision as Vivec had, that of a king with 2 heads, the red jewel of conquest, Talos, who is both a Dragonborn, meaning he has the soul of Akatosh, and Lorcan, as he is Lorcan reborn. Nerevar understands none of this because Talos happens in the future, and asks Vivec why he is always so evasive, to which Vivec responds that this is his nature. They follow their nature because they have no other options. They live in a binary existence. Together they go where the monster is, near the Netchman's village, where it all started 33 sermons ago. There the two find the monster, sitting with its feet in water. Despite it being the most powerful, it's also passive, questioning why it has to die and return to oblivion. To this, Vivec tells the 8th monster that to do otherwise would be an act of betraying its own nature, but that does not satisfy it. So to comfort it, Vivec gives the monster the same prayer that he once told his mother before she was killed by the Dwemer. Vivec essentially gives the monster a false state of Chim. It takes it to the time before time, to the original nothingness of Anu and Parome, peacefully accepting its ending via the Muatra. Now, something very annoying about this line, his bones become the foundation for the city of the dead, Anon Narcissus. But the city of the dead is Necrom, and Narcissus is nowhere near Necrom. Did they originally intend the two cities to be sister cities? Or was it more so the case that one city was supposed to be built on top of the ruins of the other city? I'm pretty sure someone got something wrong here. Moving on though, Nerevar is puzzled by this, asking why bring him here if the monster would be defeated so easily. Clearly, he didn't need any help. Vivec then looks at Nerevar for a long time, in silence. But as Vivec calls him out on his nature, Nerevar now does the same, as it is his nature to guide the Hortator. So Vivec responds, "I brought you here because I knew the mightiest of my issue would succumb to Muatra without argument, if only I gave him consultation first." Nerevar now looks at Vivec for a long time. "Say the words, Hortator." Nerevar said, "Now I am the mightiest of your children." One of Vivec's main characteristics, as we saw earlier, and by that I mean a lot earlier, is that Vivec the Mortal and Vivec the God are two different people. In the Troll of Vivec, Vivec, played by MK, says this: Vivec the Mortal did murder the Hortator, Vivec the God did not. His character is filled with contradictions, guilt, and love for the friend that he killed. Vivec's strongest child is a manifestation of the mortal Vivec, which could not ascend. It had to die by the god Vivec. Vivec does not hate his former self. He's kind to it. In many ways, he sees the entire world as that self he left behind. And with this child, he seeks to give everyone who cannot escape a gift and a comfort. His child's bones become the city of the dead, whatever her name is. The child is still bound to its nature. It has to die and make Vivec more knowledgeable about a part of himself. Now Vivec's mightiest child is his own student, Nerevar. There are two ways to interpret this that don't necessarily cancel each other out. The literal way, which is to say that Vivec is making an entire backstory out of the guilt he feels towards killing Nerevar. Essentially, Vivec didn't kill him because he was a power-hungry idiot who hated the Daedra. He was instead trying to learn a few things about himself. All I have to say to this interpretation is the second perspective is that Vivec is trying to tell the Hortator that as he will eventually kill him, Nerevar will return to teach Vivec more about himself. He will be Vivec's undoing, and in doing so, he will teach him more about himself. They are both stuck in this interplay. Problem is, even if this is intentional, it is intentional for only one of the two parties, which does not seem to bother Vivec at all. But there is another way to look at this, which can be found in the last line of this sermon. This is Vivec trying to comfort Nerevar and people like Nerevar. Through their sacrifice, they become the lifting factors that elevate people like Vivec, Tiber Septum, and Jubal later to ascend, and through their ascension, the dead are redeemed. Vivec clearly knows this here. Talos even acknowledges the sacrifices of his legion in the Battle of Eleanor. The ascension of people like Talos isn't just the ascension of one or up to 3 people, it is the redemption of all through them. This is a big theme in many religions as well. For there to be a savior, there has to be people getting saved, and this symbiosis saves both parties. This is what Vivec is trying to say, that Nerevar's murder was really all about. A grand idea to say that you sacrificed your friend to ascend so that you can both be saved together in the end. But ultimately, not the real story. It was Azura that brought Nerevar back. Vivec had no idea about any of this prior to killing Nerevar. At best, he's interpreting his actions in a favorable way with the benefit of hindsight, and if we're being realistic, he's just lying to everyone again. What is interesting is the love he shows to the dead, as if he has finally realized that everyone's fates are intertwined. I are all we, if you will. In Cotho, the birth of the new man starts with the ascension of a single person. Love of the self, fundamentally, comes through the love of all, which leads us to Sermon 35.
The Scripture of Love. The formulas of proper Velothi magic continue in ancient tradition, but that virility is dead, by which I mean at least replaced. Truth owes its medicinal nature to the establishment of the myth of justice. Its curative properties it likewise owes to the concept of sacrifice. Princes, chiefs, and angels all subscribe to the same notion. This is a view primarily based on a prolific abolition of an implied profanity, seen in ceremonies, knife fighting, hunting, and the exploration of the poetic. On the ritual of occasions, which comes to us from the days of the cave glow, I can say nothing more than to loosen your equation of moods to lunar currency. Later, and by that I mean much, much later, my reign will be seen as an act of the highest love, which is a return from the astral destiny and the marriages between. By that I mean the catastrophes, which will come from all 5 corners. Subsequent are the revisions, differentiated between hope and the distraught, situations that are only required by the periodic death of the immutable. Cosmic time is repeated. I wrote of this in an earlier life. An imitation of submersion is love's premonition, its folly into the underworld, by which I mean the day you will read about outside of yourself in an age of gold. For on that day, which is a shadow of the sacrificial concept, all history is obliged to see me for what you are, in love with evil. To keep one's powers intact at such a stage is to allow for the existence of what can only be called a continual spirit. Make of your love a defense against the horizon. Pure existence is only granted to the holy, which comes in a myriad of forms, half of them frightening, and the other half divided into equal parts purposeless and assured. Late is the lover that comes to this by any other walking way than the 5th, which is the number of the limit of this world. The lover is the highest country, and a series of beliefs. He is the sacred city bereft of a double. The uncultivated land of monsters is the rule. This is clearly attested by Anu and his double, which love knows never really happened. Similarly, all the other symbols of absolute reality are ancient ideas ready for their graves, or at least the essence of such. This scripture is directly ordered by the codes of Mephala, the origin of sex and murder, defeated only by those who take up those ideas without any intervention. The religious elite is not a tendency or a correlation. They are dogma complemented by the influence of the untrustworthy sea and the governance of the stars, dominated at the center by the sword, which is nothing without a victim to cleave unto. This is the love of God, and he would show you more. Predatory, but at the same time instrumental to the will of critical harvest, a scenario by which one becomes as he is, of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite. Mark the norms of violence, and it barely registers, suspended as it is by treatises written between the original spirits. This should be seen as an opportunity, and is in no way tedious, though some will give up, for it is easier to kiss the lover than become one. The lower regions crawl with these souls, caves of shallow treasures, meeting in places to testify by way of extension, when love is only satisfied by a considerable, incalculable effort. The ending of the words is Om Sivi.
this is the only one of the 37 sermons that is just one massive paragraph, and the only scripture that isn't written like Aleister Crowley's Book of the Law. We will, however, still analyze it section by section. The formulas of proper Velothi magic continue in ancient tradition, but that virility is dead, by which I mean at least replaced. This refers to the replacing Almsivi made above what was once the teachings of the three good Daedra. The Almsivi would like to think of themselves as an alternative to the Daedra, but even they know that such similarities are at most superficial. Truth owes its medicinal nature to the established myth of justice. Its curative properties, likewise, owes to the concept of sacrifice. Princes, chiefs, and angels all subscribe to the same notion. This basically spills out the beans on what I said during the end of the last sermon. Truth works as a cure for mortals who cannot be saved via the myth of justice, something generated by the concept of sacrifice. It is the sacrifice of the whole that leads to the ascension of the few, and those few, in return, with their ascension, ascend the whole. This is a view primarily based on a prolific abolition of an implied profanity seen in ceremonies, knife fighting, hunting, and the exploration of the poetic. On the ritual of occasions, which comes to us from the days of the cave glow, I can say nothing more than to loosen your equation of moods to lunar currency. Here he is just saying that it all leads back to death, the one thing that had been constant ever since the beginning of the world, and the thing now displayed and brought forth in ceremonies, acts of violence, and had even made its way into fiction. I'm not sure what the cave glow is. Maybe it's the convention that happened on the Adamantine Tower, maybe it's the hut under the mountain. Whatever the case, Vivec advises that people need to experience death and become lunar currency, as only those who become lunar currency may enter the Z, and from there, the righteous may ascend above it. Later, and by that I mean much later, my reign will be seen as an act of the highest love, which is a return from the astral destiny and the marriages between. By that I mean the catastrophes, which will come from all five corners. Subsequent are the revisions, differentiated between hope and the distraught, situations that are only required by the periodic death of the immutable. Again, we see Vivec being prophetic and saying that people will eventually understand the meaning behind his reign and what he was trying to achieve with it. At that time, however, Nirn will be no more. Different catastrophes will destroy the continents and the planet will be left barren. We see this happening in the text prior to Korra, the prophet of the landfall and landfall day 0, and we see people understanding the lessons of Vivec in Korra, the graphic novel. Cosmic time is repeated. I wrote of this in an earlier life. This is a nod to the fact that this is still a Kalpic existence. All of this, even this, has happened before, in some way. An imitation of submersion is love's premonition, its folly into the underworld, by which I mean the day you will read about, outside of yourselves, in an age of gold. For on that day, which is a shadow of the sacrificial concept, all of history is obliged to see me for what you are, in love with evil. One day, the people will realize that they are all in a dream, and that Vivec isn't just one of them, he is them. One day the people will see this, when they see themselves for who they really are, by seeing outside of themselves. Yet think about all of this. Why do all this exactly? Kill people around you? Go after your children? Marry you know who? With the intent of understanding yourself? It seems that all of this love is just evil in disguise, which is the cynical analysis of these sermons. Vivec didn't love, did not care, and didn't learn anything. He just wanted the power and the authority. In the context of the sermons, he's saying that he is in love with evil. To keep one's powers intact at such a stage is to allow for the existence of what can only be called a continual spirit. Make of your love a defense against the horizon. Pure existence is granted only to the holy, which comes in a myriad of forms, half of them frightening and the other half divided into equal parts, purposeless and assured. In other words, through love, the spirit is maintained beyond death. True ascension is only given to the few. You can call them lucky, powerful, knowledgeable, intelligent, or holy. This power comes in a myriad of forms. 6 in particular, half of them frightening, Numidium Scarab Sieging Endeavor, and the other half divided into equal parts, purposeless and assured. Prolix Tower, Enantiomorph, and Chim. Late is the lover that comes to this by any other walking way than the 5th, which is the number of the limit of this world. The 5th fifth walking way is Chim, the secret syllable of royalty, the ideal form, which, because it is the ultimate form of an object, also shows the limits of an object. The lover is the highest country and a series of beliefs. He is the sacred city, bereft of a double. The uncultivated land of monsters is the rule. This is clearly attested by Anu and his double, which love knows never really happened. All other symbols of absolute reality are ancient ideas ready for their graves, or at least the essence of such. Someone who loves does not need a double. This state of self-completion is not the rule. The rule is the arena, as attested by Anu and Parome, who never knew love. Therefore, they needed each other to be completed. Similar to this, a lot of what is experienced now on Nirn are the products of ancient ideas. Lorcan's ideas, the ideas of the Daedra, Magnus's plans, Akatosha's laws of time, but even these ideas are heading for their graves, not their coffins, their graves. There will be something left, even after the Numidium and Alduin have had their way, but what there will be is up to the mortals to make of it what they will themselves. This scripture is directly ordered by the codes of Mafala, the origins of sex and murder, defeated only by those who take up those ideas without my intervention. In other words, death and rebirth bring these ideas forth. Death is not the end, but a call for new life. Those who pick up these principles without intervention, aka theory, if you remember that part, can defeat those forces, or rather, evolve them into something better. The religious elite is not a tendency or a correlation. They are dogma complemented by the influence of the untrustworthy sea and the governance of the stars, dominated at the center by the sword, which is nothing without a victim to cleave onto. This is the love of God, and he would show you more. Predatory, but at the same time instrumental to the will of critical harvest, a scenario by which one becomes as he is, of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite. Here he explains the structure of the Amsivi and how the dogma forms around it. The religious elite, priest, noble, ordinator, and so on, are a product of Sothasiu's untrustworthiness, Al-Malexia's authority, and Vivec's violence, which always seeks a victim. Whether that will be itself or others depends on the circumstances. We have seen both happening throughout the sermons. The elite form based on their devotion to these domains. Vivec describes this violence as the love of the Amsivi, predatory in that it seeks devotion, sometimes forcefully, but necessary for the critical harvest. Sothasiu describes this harvest as the harvest of trust and adulation. And although it can be said that this is what Vivec is also after, it might also be the case that here he refers to someone using the teachings of the tribunal to become a lover and become self-complete, as he is, and he describes this in the next few lines. Mark the norms of violence, and it barely registers, suspended as it is by treaties written by the original spirits. This should be seen as an opportunity, and in no way tedious, though some will give up, for it is easier to kiss the lover than become one. The lower regions crawl with these souls, caves of shallow treasure, meeting in places to testify by way of extension, when love is only satisfied by a considerable, incalculable effort. The same lines are found in the love letter from the 5th era, and they say what has already been said throughout the rest of the sermons. This world, made by the conventions of the original spirits, can only be overcome through violence. The world itself barely changes, but the people sure do. As we said, deities, Paramaic or Angelic, barely change compared to the mortals. This should be seen as an opportunity worth rejoicing, and although it is certainly exciting, it is also very painful, so it is easier to kiss the lover than become one. It is easier to worship the Tribunal and Talos than to attempt to become like them. Nirn, Aetherius, and Oblivion crawl with these souls, meeting in places to talk about what they witnessed in their living times, and waiting for the love of the Ascended to lift them higher. At that point, love is only satisfied by the formation of the true will, the true character. If you remember from Sermon 2, incalculable effort is forming your character and establishing your vision of I above the world around you. This time though, through love, and becoming a lover to become self-complete. Editing Cotho's note, again, I have one last note about Sermon 35. Sermon 35 seems to be an amalgamation, to an extent, of different points found all throughout the sermons. This is something that is relatively obvious, but I want to focus on it a bit more. There is the obvious stuff like the religious elite and the dogma, obviously kind of brings Hanno to mind. Then there's the whole man-city state from the scripture of the city, which helps us understand what Vivec means by the lover here. There is lunar currency, which we also saw in previous sermons, and the uncultivated land of monsters refers to people in their first half of life, as we saw in previous sermons, with Vivec again acting as the vehicle which enables someone to enter the second half of their lives. We also see the idea of the graves coming up again, as we saw in Sermon 16. Even though these ideas will leave, they will not completely disappear. There will be something left behind, which will mark what these ideas were, that something being their graves. So why is the scripture ordered by the codes of Mafala? Because the codes of Mafala are the origins of sex and murder. Mafala isn't just the Daedra that approves of these acts, she's a force which enables them to happen. It is simply an impulse, a true will, if you will. And to defeat those ideas, one must pick them up without Vivec's intervention. Let me explain something. Although this is the scripture of love, Vivec still doesn't quite get it. He has yet to kill his final child. But for the sake of this sermon, Vivec isn't the answer to sex and murder. Something else is. Something which we will find out in 2 sermons' time. Something which is inherently antithetical to some of the concepts found in the scripture of love. And this was the scripture of love. And we may finally proceed into the last sermon, except not
Sermon 36. For these were the days of Resdania, when Chimer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almzivi, and their champion the Hortator, though the Dwemer had become foolish and challenged their masters. Out of their fortress they came with golden ballistae that walked, and mighty Atronachs, and things that spat flame, and things that made killing songs. Their king was Dumak, half-orc, but their high priest was Kagranach the Blighter. Under mountains and over them, the war with the Dwemer was raged, and then came the northern men to help Kagranach, and they brought Ismir again. Leading the armies of the Chimer was the slave that would not perish, the Hortator Nerevar, who had traded his axe for the Ethos knife. He slew Dumak at Red Mountain, and saw the Heartbone for the first time. Men of brass destroyed the 11 gates of the Morning Hold, and behind them came the Dwemeri architects of Tone. Ayem threw down her cloak and became the face-snaked queen of the 3-in-1. Those that looked upon her were overcome by the meanings of the stars. Under the sea, Set stirred and brought the army he had been working on in castles of glass and coral. Clockwork Druze, mockeries of the Dwemeri war machines, rose up from the seas and took their counterparts back beneath, where they were swallowed forever by the sea. Red Mountain exploded as the Hortator went too far inside, seeking the Sharmat. Dwemeri high priest Kagranach then revealed that which he had built in the image of Vivec. It was a walking star, which had burnt the armies of the Triune and destroyed the heartland of Veloth, creating the inner sea. Each of the aspects of the Almzivi then rose up together, combining as one, and showed the world the sixth path. Ayem took from the star its fire, Set took from it its mystery, and Vec took from it its feet, which had been constructed before the gift of Molag Bal and destroyed in the manner of truth by a great hammering. When the soul of the Dwemer could walk no more, they were removed from this world. Resdania was no more. It had been redeemed of all the iniquities of the foolish. The Almzivi drew nets from the beginning place and captured the ash of Red Mountain, which they knew was the blight of the Dwemer, and that would serve only to infect the whole of the middle world, and ate it. Altadun Dunmeri. The beginning of the words is Almzivi. I give you this as Vivec.
Sermon 36 is also perhaps the easiest sermon out of all of them. It's made up of 10 small paragraphs, and if you put the first letter of every paragraph together, it spells foul murder. Obviously, Vivec can say that he killed Nerevar, but he is still self-aware. So here you go. The sermon is a made-up storytelling of the Battle of Red Mountain and the War of the First Council. The false storytelling starts very strong, with Vivec claiming that the Dwemer challenged the Chimer, their masters, which is wrong, as the Dwemer had no masters. The war began, and they used their machinery and sorcery, led by their king Dumak and their chief tonal architect, Kagranach. The Nodes, seeing this, launched an attack to reclaim Morrowind, and they even brought back Wulfrath as the Ash King this time. Vivec, however, says that the Dwemer and the Nodes fought against the Chimer, which, again, no shot this would happen. The events then go as follows. Almalexia fights in Mournhold, Sothasil fights in the sea, and again, both of these characters are presented as gods, even before they got the power of the heart. The Hortator then goes too far inside of the Red Mountain, looking for the Sharmat. Again, the timeline is messed up, and there he finds the Numidium, which is described as a walking star, as remember, stars are gods. Each of the Almzivi then rose up and combined into one. I like to think of that as the Power Rangers combining together to make a big robot, but instead, they become the scarab that transforms into the new man, which is the hush-hush way of saying that they used the heart of Lorkhan. Then they destroyed the Dwemer in the manner of truth, which isn't technically wrong. They did die because they learned something that they couldn't overcome, but the Almzivi had nothing to do with it. And the 36th lesson of Vivec closes with these lines: Resdenia is no more, it had been redeemed of all the iniquities of the foolish. The Almsivi drew nets from the beginning place and captured the ash of Red Mountain, which they knew was the blight of the Dwemer, and that would serve only to infect the whole of the Middle World, and aid it. Al Dadun Danmeri. The beginning of the words is Almsivi. I give you this as Vivec, and this is Vivec's explanation about how the Dunmer actually came to be. They were already growing darker because of Vivec's absence, and now they are eating the ashes of the Red Mountain, and more particularly from the beginning place, which in this case is the Heart Chamber. The beginning place always refers to a place where a god is born, and in this case it is the Heart Chamber. The heart is therefore the thing that made the Dunmer, thus it is a weapon of the Dunmer, or to say it in Alnafex,
Altadun Dunmeri.
And those were the 36 sermons of Vivec. What a ride, what a journey. All 36 of them. I'm so glad they stopped there. No, they didn't stop there. There is one last ride for all the marbles. Sermon 37 is the newest sermon, released with the ESO Morrowind chapter. Technically, wink wink, the old Elder Scrolls lore master, Lawrence Schick, wrote this, but Michael Kirkbride is good friends with Lawrence, and his response whenever he's asked who actually wrote Sermon 37 gives me what we in the industry refer to as real gentlemen don't kiss and tell vibes. TLDR, it's his. Got him again. Here it is, right in Vivec's chamber. So, what is Sermon 37? Let me give you some context behind the sermon. There was a large hype behind Coda's release. Finally, the original writer for Morrowind was coming home to bring us the end of the story. So the question in everyone's mind was the same. Is it canon? Sermon 37 references the Coda and gives us the response to this question. So let's go find the answer. And on the way, analyze a Sermon of Vivec one last time. Sermon 37. You have discovered the 37th Sermon of Vivec, which is a bending of the light, long past the chronicles of the Hortator, who wore inconstant faces and ruled whoever they would. Until Apocalypse, Vivec was born by ribbons of water, which rode their starward couplings in red. This was a new place of speed. His eyes broke on the spikes above the tower, where the Void Ghost squatted over the Drake-scale drum, imbecile in its rhythm, and he asked of it, "Who are you that need no signature at all?" 3 in sum, the ropes of Ayem stretched towards the bright black rim of memory, roping an arc of purchase. This was a new sprinting task, and Set held his swollen belly to its name, the Clockmaker's daughter, swimming the dead confessions along a century of thread, naming her Uneaten, a golden cache of Dareloth and Velothi. For where else would they know to go? Go here, world without will, charting 0 deaths, and echoes singing, Set, Set, until all of it was done, and in the center was anything whatever, and the red moment became a great howling, unchecked, for the provisional house was in ruin, and Vivec became as glass, a lamp, for the dragon's mane had broke, and the red moon bade him come. The sign of royalty is not this, a signal blue swift female told him. There is no right lesson learned alone. He refused the twine of her catching net, spiteful that an uncontinued people would not become fooled by their searching, and yet were wrecked in their spirits for flight. But the male signals were offended, and Vivec took a fighting form. He undid his eastern light, saying to the Almsivi that through war they had become brights in glass, which no power could observe. The light bent, and Vivec donned a karas made of red plates of jewel, and a mask that marked him born in the lands of men. Willing, he spread into an insect salve, worn on the neck of hissed bulbs when at challenge. He roared up and fed his fingers to mammoth ghosts. The signifiers wondered if they mistook this for surrender, for Vivec had told the Void that he could learn to undo it all. The light bent, and somewhere a history was finally undone. Of it, Vivec remembered the laughing of the Nechimen in his village when the hunts were good. He marched with his father in the ash, growing strong in the hooks and sail, able to wrang a junk through silt. At 11, he sank to an ashcan. He became sick after that mountain, with nixblood and fever, and was infirm 100 years. His mother survived him, and laid his body at the altar of Parome. She gave him her skin to wear into the underworld. The light bent, and Vivec awoke and grew fangs, unwilling to make of herself a folding thing. This was a new lunar promise, and in her biding, she tunneled up and then downward, while her brother and sister smeared across heaven, thin raptures of descent, food for scarabs and the worm. She took her people and made them safe, and sat with Azura, join her own husband's likeness in the dirt. For I have removed my left hand, and my right he will say, she said, for that is how I shall win against them. Love alone, and you shall know only mistakes of salt. The wording of the words is amaranth. Right away, something is different about this sermon. The first line admits this by saying that it is a bending of the light. Now, follow me here. When the light bends because of severe gravity, it creates an alternate path of time and space. So this sermon takes place in a different point in time than all the other sermons. This time, the Hortator isn't Nerevar, it's the Nerevarin. Nerevar was a dark elf who ruled over the Chimer. The Nerevarin wore inconsistent faces and ruled whoever they would until Apocalypse. Apocalypse being the Oblivion Crisis, as we hear in Oblivion that the Nerevarin left for Akavir.
The Nerevarine has left Morrowind on an expedition to Akavir and has not been heard from since.
Here we also get a different backstory about Vivec, as if to say, show's over, the jig is up, as if to also say that after losing the power of the heart, he has learned something new again, and he is reborn. Remember what he told Nerevar, that now he is his mightiest child, and that he uses his children to fathom himself? Yes, we are at that point. This was a new place of speed. To me, this sounds like Vivec the god has been undone. He no longer has Chim. The provisional house is broken. Now, he's bitter at Lorcan, whose heart is now broken, and he questions who even is Lorcan to begin with. What did Lorcan really know all along, now that he doesn't have the power of the heart? The following line describes the birth of memory, Sothasil's daughter, who holds in her the memory of Nirn, and will one day be needed to teach Jubal, the main character of Korra, what once was the shared memory of everyone up until that point, something he will need to reach Amaranth. Memory is connected to the old world. When she lives in Korra, it means that the old world is undone, and Sothasil, when asked where to go, says this: world without will, charting 0 deaths, and echo singing. This sentence is Korra talk, meaning world without the laws of the convention, charting beyond death. But if you take the first letter of every word and put them together, you get www.Korra.s, the official site where you can read the Korra graphic novel. There you can learn more about the backstory behind these sermons. See or submit fanart or read other texts written by MK. Disgusting! After Sothasil said this, the dragon breaks. We are now officially in a dragon break. Inside the dragon break, Akatosha's laws of time are broken. The provisional house is in ruins. Vivec's work is being undone, and he becomes fragile because of it. And then Mnemoli shows up and says this: the sign of royalty is not this, a signal blue swift female told him. There is no right lesson learned alone. Mnemoli only appears when time is undone. She's one of the daughters of Magnus, and in this instance, she hasn't come alone. The red star, Merit Nunda, also comes with her, the one you might also know as Meridia, but this is Meridia in her form as the Magna G, not as a Daedra. Meridia the Magna G reveals the purity in chaos, and she does so that false life can be abolished, which is, of course, the life Vivec has been telling himself all throughout the sermons. There is no right lesson learned alone is the first reference to the goal of this world from this point onward, Amaranth. But to learn that, two are needed, and it will be Jubal and Vivec. Vivec is still bitter about all this. He doesn't know what's happening. It's almost as if he is so angry that he's about to start a fight. Whenever you see the lines, the light bends, it means that we're in a different time, in time and space. This was the case in the beginning of the sermon, and it is also the case now as well. My first thought when reading this was, wait, is he Talos now? Then I kept reading it, and I thought to myself, wait, is he claiming to be the prophet of landfall? Then I read the Mammoth Ghost part, and I think to myself again, is he a Nord? Then it clicked on me, and I figured it out. Oh, we're in a dragon break. Time is silly like that. Basically, Vivec is vehemently resisting the concept of uniting himself with another, after the provisional house and his powers were undone. Maybe he has become nihilistic ever since his defeat, or maybe he's still bitter about his last marriage. Something like that. TLDR is, he refuses Mnemoli's statement and the influence of Merit Nunda. I think that throughout the entirety of the sermons, these are genuinely the most emotional lines. Vivec isn't only being undone, he's being redone. No more fantasies and stories of hidden guild or tales of grandeur. He's only a Nechiman's son who fell ill and only survived because of the love and the sacrifice of his mother. And now, instead of him putting his mother on the altar of Parome, his mother is now placing him on the same altar. But notice now that Boethia is not mentioned, as if to say that this is now a sincere act of motherly love and not just an act of manipulation to provide a false sense of comfort. What a beautiful way to show he's changing after his character's undoing. His ego and his mangled messianism are replaced with family memories and motherly love. And then time breaks again. Vivec wakes up and he is now more powerful. He has accepted the Blue Star's words, the Lunar Promise, same as Lorcan. Now he just wanders around, while his sister Am and his brother Set are long gone, smeared across the heavens. More sacrifices to the Temple of Love. Food for scarabs, not scarab. It's not just Lorcan this time, it's scarabs. Amaranth is no longer the aim of Lorcan and Vivec. It will now be the end goal for everyone, and all of them will still need the help of those that came before them. Hence why Sothasil made memory. Vivec takes his people again, and we see him being their leader in the Coda. This time, he is a she, possibly alluding to this change. In Coda, he is mostly a female. The husband he is making alongside Azura is Jubal, who, as we see in the Coda, is guided to kill the Numidian in order to marry Vivec. For I have removed my left hand, and my right, he will say, for that is how I shall win against them. Love alone, and you shall know only mistakes of salt. Vivec has understood that loving alone is wrong. He will need to love others as well. At that moment, he references Jubal, and the thing he will do when facing the Numidium, cut in both his hands, thus abandoning theory and the concept of self-apotheosis. Jubal will be guided by his true will. He will love himself, he will love Vivec, and he will love the world around him, which will lead to the birth of the first new man and Amaranth. The wording of the words is therefore Amaranth. New men, new worlds, new dreams, and new godheads will be born through the process of Amaranth. It is finally time to wake up and make a new dream, and those were the 36 and 1 sermons of Vivec. I love Sermon 37. It undoes Vivec, and at the same time, it proves the old Vivec, both wrong and right, at the same time. Allow me to explain. Vivec knew that the Nerevarin would come and cause a change, and give him insight about himself that he did not know, and when that does happen, things get violent, which is the process of reaching the truth. Where the old Vivec was wrong was that this can and should be done alone. This realization, along with the fact that he is no longer the person he used to be, breaks him and the dragon. And when Merit, Nunda, and Nemoli are through with him, he is a new Vivec, ready for the events of the Korra. If you would like to see how this story ends, you can read the Korra yourselves, or watch my video on it. Vivec's attitude here is astonishingly different. He's an actual good person. I know, it's insane. Is this sermon and the Korra canon?
Yes.
Yes, but in a version of Tamriel that lies within a dragon break, which is good enough for me. If you're still watching this video, then you probably like the sermons and the writing style of Morrowind, but it is important to keep in mind that a lot of people don't. It's okay, people can still have their own opinion. I am no Daedra, I can accept the compromise. I can also try to understand where these people are coming from. So in this last small section of this video, I will attempt to look at the most common criticisms about the sermons, starting from the ones that are, in my opinion, the most credible, all the way to the least credible. Criticism number 1, the sermons reference too much stuff that isn't in line with the franchise, and break narrative cohesion. This is 100% true. Angels, wires, sophists, these are only a few terms that make no sense in Elder Scrolls, and this isn't even mentioning all the references from real-life works that are in the sermons. This video has referenced Old and New Testament, Hinduism, several works of Carl Jung, and the Book of the Law, and much more. The last line of the last sermon has an alchemy reference in it. If you're someone who is clueless or uninterested in these concepts, I don't even know how you could read the sermons. I think this is a valid criticism, but I am me, and other people are other people. We are all different. Criticism 2. Too many sexual implications. Yes, this is also true. In the grand scheme of things, suggestive allegories show up only a few times in the sermons, but they stick out like a sore thumb. A lot of it is just jokes, or a note saying, maybe don't take this too seriously, which is what MK intended. But A, we're already here, and B, they feel like they are placed in the wrong places, if that makes sense. I feel like the joke about Lyrock would have landed a lot better if it was placed in the poem that Vivec wrote for Molag Bal. I feel like that would have been funnier. They aren't say so bad that they will get the video demonetized. In case any algorithm is by any chance rating this video, as I said here, everything here was covered in a mature way, and all things presented can be viewed by the general public. Thank you. For me personally, it's mostly fine. A lot of ancient texts do this as well. The Greeks and the Hindus were notorious for it. Believe it or not, the Romans were way worse than both though. They even had some very peculiar, spear-shaped amulets, so I didn't mind it that much, but I can definitely see it being off-putting. Next, MK writes women badly. I disagree, but I can see it. Yeah, a lot of the women in the sermons are a bit too, suggestive, but MK has stated that he did not like the direction they took Almalexia during the Tribunal DLC. He didn't write that one. Also, Nemoli schools Vivec, and in Korra, Kain schools both Talos and Jubal. I think he can write women. It's just that we never got it. But again, from a surface level, I see it. It's one of those things that need a bit more context. And fourth, the sermons are too complicated. Yeah, that one's correct. I hope you liked this video. If you made it this long, thank you so much. This has been the biggest project that I have ever made, and hopefully the biggest video that I will ever make. The original concept behind this video was a lot smaller, like 3 hours maximum, but it kept growing. And I kept discovering stuff, which I kept adding into the video. And even now, I just know that people in the comments are gonna give me their own takes that will be paragraphs long and will be pointing out things that I didn't notice and give their observations and perspectives that are way better than mine. And to that, I can only say, Nuaz of the world, I give you this comment section and a syllable with the words on it. Let them cook, the rest is all you from now on. I did not make it a secret that these observations were based on my perspectives. I would also like to mention that even with all these sermons and the non-canonical texts I have mentioned throughout this video, What My Beloved Told Me, Love Letter from the 5th Era, Sermon 0, Korra, Nuhada, Numancia Intercept, and all the MK posts I have mentioned, the Trial of Vivec, The Thief Goes to Cyrodiil, there are still some, hopefully very few, texts that I skipped because they were either one-time posts made in the official Elder Scrolls forums or just didn't add anything new to the story or the video. For example, the Book of Hours is a real text. If you want to have a read, it's on screen right now, and it's purposefully left incomplete. As a final, and might I say finest note, I would like to say a massive thank you to all those who have lent their voices to read the sermons. The gimmick was that since Vivec wants to be everyone, then let's get a bunch of people to be Vivec. That way we can all be Vivec. So thank you so much to Azura, Dareloth, Enraged Bard, Mick Voice, and George from Zero Period Productions. Everyone's links will be in the description, along with further reading about the sermons, and a lot of the sources referenced throughout this video. I also want to give a huge thank you to the new Whirling School for making a similar analysis on the 36 sermons. They focus a lot more on the real-life influences behind the sermons, even creating separate articles about the concepts found in the sermons and their real-life counterparts. It is incredibly in-depth, and although similar to me, they cover them from their own perspective, I found it to be a fascinating read. The link to their website will also be in the description. And with that, I am officially mostly confident that I have said all that I need to say. Again, thank you so much for watching. It means the world to me, which means that it means the Amaranth to me. If you want to keep up with my mental state ever since I began making this video, I highly recommend that you check the description of this video. I will see you all next time. Until then, remember these words. Come to the house of we. God is love. This message was Whirling School Perfect approved. Farewell. This has been the house of we. No! No!